Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're Olga and Pavel, and we will be your live hosts today. We're overjoyed to welcome you at the ER Champ 2023 finals, live from Hydropolis in Wrocław, Poland. We are very excited and proud to be hosting this event live after 3 years of being online.
We will start the competitions in a bit under 30 minutes from now. And later in the evening, we are having an after party with all the contestants, the live audience that we have in Hydropolis, with all the organizers. We will be there, so be sure to stop by and say hi. We are really excited to meet you in person.
The competition is extremely fierce this year. Top 10 teams with best completion time from the elimination stage will play it out for the trophy and title of Escape Room Champions 2023.
This is actually the 7th edition of ER Champ. The first, that started in 2017, was called Poland Escape, before it then got rebranded to ER Champ. And as Olga previously mentioned, the previous 3 editions were held completely online, so both eliminations and the finals were played over the internet. We are really, really happy to be back in person, to meet you guys, to have built physical rooms that the teams are competing in today. And we really are happy with the overall format of the eliminations going online, and then an offline event for everyone and the live audience and the contestants to come all together, meet in person, have some time together, have a party afterwards.
You might not be able to hear the audience, but we can hear them, and I can assure you that they are as excited to be here as we are.
Last year, we also enrolled the help of the program team, who are basically volunteers who help out with preparing the whole event and the elimination stage mainly. But they are also with us here today. And we are really, really satisfied with how it panned out. So we decided to go with the same format this year. And the program team has been really invaluable. So if you haven't yet thought about it, please consider joining the program team next year or becoming an ambassador for ER Champ and helping spread the word.
And if you happen to meet or see any of the program team members, if you're here with us in Hydropolis, be sure to high-five them, give them a big shout out for their amazing work.
Before we dive into the games, let's take a closer look at everyone who made it happen, basically. Let's meet our sponsors and patrons.
Okay, so a big, big shout out to our main sponsor and organizer, LockMe. Guys, you've been amazing. Thank you for making this event happen. We also would like to thank our main patron, who is Rooms of Realities, and our partners, Fox Games and Hydropolis, where we're hosting today. Thank you to our meritorical partner, Exit 19, which are an escape room company from Wrocław. If you're here, try to book a room and give them a play.
They have really great rooms.
Yeah.
We've played them all, and we can recommend them all, basically.
And
blind.
Amazing thank yous to our technical partners, Tutek Live, My Cuda Robimy, and Vero Media, who made today possible. Be sure to check them out after the games.
Top 3 teams who achieve the best times in the competition today will win prizes and take home with them. The 3rd and the 2nd places will receive a set of board games, a set of puzzle game books, as well as commemorative medals. The winners of the whole championship will receive the ER Champ trophy, a Steam Deck for each team member, and a set of commemorative medals. You can get a sneak peek at the trophy on the screen right now, and it should be visible near the stage on the audience as well.
All right, and I think we're ready to show you the rooms.
There are 2 rooms that are played today, and we will show you through the rooms.
Okay, so the first room, okay, just give us a sec. The first room is the Cube. We may be able to have a little sneak peek in a moment, but the main playthrough looks a bit like this. So you have that giant cube that is in the room.
The goal of this room is actually to find and get 2 cores that are needed in the second room and actually play as a puzzle element later on as well. And we'd like to show you through and show you around how the room 1, the cube, looks in person. We have Kuba on the spot, and let's take it to Kuba.
Hello and welcome. My name is Jakub Caban. I am one of the main organizers of this evening, but also the lead designer of the rooms that our teams will face today. Here we can see the first room. Its full name is the Maintenance Cube, but the short name The Cube will be used throughout the competition. The goal of this room is to open the cube, open the locks inside, and find the energy cores that the players will need to solve the second room. The idea of this room is to test their perception to many different senses, but also their multidimensional thinking and logical abstract solving of inconvenient puzzles. Let me walk you through what is required to solve this room. At first, the teams will see the numbers around the cube. Each side has its own color and many numbers around. One of the sides have the start written on it and the clue that is needed to find the next number. The teams will have to follow the logical steps of all the next numbers to find the code to one of the locks. The second lock requires more of the perception thinking because the players will have to find some hidden parts of the cube that are moving and using them again and again to find the key. Once they have the 2 locks open, they will see the inside. So let's see what is there. This is where the real troubles begin. We start here. We can see that there is a color, there's a pattern that is the same as around the cube. Inside, the players will have to touch and find the numbers on different sides of the inner cube and find the parts of the cube that have the same colors just to connect the numbers with the colors and open the next lock. Within it, there is a sound puzzle. I will not turn it on right now because we're live and it's pretty loud, but they have to connect this puzzle via voice with the next clues and via the perception of the signs with the one here. Then we have pretty simple logical puzzle, but it is placed in a very inconvenient topology where players need to find the distances between spots in a 3-dimensional cube. And here is the main part of the room. This is called the cube within a cube, and this is probably the most difficult puzzle that we believe not all teams will be able to solve in the time. This puzzle requires multidimensional thinking and connecting the outer cube with the middle cube and the inner cube to connect the clues found everywhere around and find a very simple pattern that will allow them to find the numbers we are looking for. The pattern is really simple, but spotting it and using it right is really tricky. Once we go through that, we can open the doors with the final simple puzzle, which is simple perception-based puzzle about finding and connecting the shapes. And once we solve it, we will get our energy cores. This would probably be pretty good escape room for 60 minutes for intermediate to expert players, but remember, our teams are best of the best, and they have only 20 minutes. Let us know in the comments how many teams you think will solve the cube, and what do you think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuba. I would be remiss not to mention the story behind the rooms that are played today. The story continues from the elimination stage, which ended with our players, our heroes, trying to get back home to Earth, but ultimately failing miserably to use the correct teleporter. They are once again lost somewhere in space, and this time they managed to find the maintenance cube that should lead them home. So they need the cores to power up the hopefully proper teleporter this time, and then take them with them to the other room where they will play in puzzles and they will be used to get back home to Earth finally. And trust me on this, this will be this time on Earth.
And I would hope that we would be able to see the final room right about now. This is the playthrough, the teleportation chamber. So this seems fairly complicated, but once you see it, it should be really, really easy to get a hold of, because there are 4 modules, 4 stands. Each one holds a couple of puzzles that are interconnected. First, our teams will need to solve the top puzzles, but Kuba will tell you more about it. Kuba, over to you. Okay, we're not ready with Kuba, okay. But if you're excited to see the rooms, you'll have a chance to win a playthrough if you're here with us in Hydropolis. Stay tuned, because there will be some contents for the audience where you will be able to win a playthrough. So
Yep,
stay
they
tuned.
will be later announced from the stage in front of you, so you will have an opportunity to play them yourself and compare your times with the actual teams that play in the finals.
Okay, we're here that Kuba is ready, so Kuba, take it over.
Welcome to the second room. It is called the teleportation chamber, because our teams will have to use the energy cores and crack open the control panels to find their way back to the Earth, because everything is happening on an alien space station. This room consists of 4 modules, each of them separate, but also part of a whole. Teams will have to divide and conquer and decide who should go to which one and who should solve which puzzle. Within each of the modules, there are a few puzzles, different in each module, rather simple, but there are lots of them. Let's see what we have in this module as an example. At the top, the teams will have to communicate and find the symbols throughout all of the modules. Only then they will be able to open the modules and start solving the actual puzzles. In this module, the first step sounds rather simple. It's just a jigsaw puzzle, but as we can see, the pieces are transparent. It's not that simple to put them all in the correct places. Underneath, there are always parts of the puzzle required in another module, so that the teams will not be able to solve the first shelf until the other module is opened. Here we have a puzzle requiring them to use, once again, colorful cubes and find all the correct placements, and so that the colors match, and we can open the next one. In the last shelf of each module, there is either part of the code that is required to open the lock, or the decoding legend that will use the energy cores that is at the other part of the room, so that teams will have to communicate for a long distance to open these parts. The other modules have different puzzles. You will probably see them during the live stream. I will not go through all of them right now because there is a multitude of them. In the end, the teams will find pieces of the map of the galaxy for the teleportation device. They will have to solve one final logical puzzle and input the right answer onto the pin pad in the center. This will stop the time and obviously teleport our players back to the Earth. This room might sound simple, but remember, every second counts. How do you think? What will be the best time? See ya!
Thank you, Kuba. Thank you, Kuba. Thank you, Kuba. We had the opportunity to play both rooms yesterday in a duet between ourselves. And let me tell you, there is a good reason we are here and not competing out there with all the other teams. I mean, we are abhorrent at it. We didn't really complete it in the given time. They may look simple-ish once you don't really know, the exact details, the exact puzzles. But there is a lot of content, a lot of thinking, and a lot to do, even in the cube. It may seem very straightforward when Kuba explains it, but we couldn't really get through some of the steps in the given time.
And we weren't under pressure of the finals, so I can only imagine how hard it can be for our contestants.
I wouldn't call us novice in escape rooms. We have some experience. We are not, novice players, but they are final-worthy challenges for our competing teams.
Definitely. We've over 150 escape rooms, but the cube really had us there, and we weren't able to complete it in time. I think the main stopper for our teams will be the cube within the cube within the cube, because it requires some lateral thinking and imagination, because you need to process the numbers between the cubes.
When you look on every of the puzzle on paper or in hindsight, once you already know the solution, they are not extremely complex. They seem simple, but on the spot, in the heat of solving it, my bet, Kubas asked, what do we think would be the best times? My bet would be around 15 minutes perhaps for the cube, and maybe slightly less for the globe, but it's really hard to tell.
The globe is slightly easier, in my opinion, but it has a lot of elements. So
a lot of moving parts as
yes.
well, and a lot of teamwork required.
Yes.
I mean, the cube also benefits from good teamwork, and between the two of us, we had our hands full. We couldn't just waste any time, and we still couldn't fit in the given time frame. But the globe has even more elements, including moving parts.
But hey, we're not the champions here, so I'm sure our contestants will be a bit more experienced to cope with them. All right, which was your favorite puzzle out of the two?
I really liked the cube. I really liked everything in the cube. I really liked everything in the cube except for how I couldn't really get it and how I couldn't really crack it. I mean, it's fair, and I don't think any of the puzzles are particularly annoying or unfair or too hard or overly complicated. I don't think that, but they are challenging, and I'm just dissatisfied with myself how I couldn't do it. I'm not a fan of physical puzzles, so I mean, the jigsaw puzzles. So this was the bit that I didn't enjoy, but that's just my preference. But everything else really ticked for me, really clicked. The cube within the cube is a challenging one, but ultimately it's really fair and it makes sense, and it shouldn't really pose that much of an issue for our champions. I mean, the level of the teams that came here is just astonishing. Yeah. The experience that they have, the times that they had in the elimination stage. I mean, we helped design the last year's online games, and this year I think is even better overall. I mean, both online and offline. I think this is the best edition we've had so far.
I agree.
And having solved the elimination stage in, if I recall correctly, 1.5 hours to 2 hours, roughly, 2:10 like maybe, is really something that we couldn't achieve in any given frame.
So I have a lot of faith in our contestants today. One of the difficulties that Kuba has mentioned is also that the cube is within limited space, and you have to crouch a lot, which we found also difficult. And there were only 2 of us.
We broke a sweat or 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty demanding.
Yeah, that's true. But so in the cube, I think smaller teams will have a slight advantage. However, in the other room, in the teleportation room, I think the teams of 4 will have slight advantage over smaller teams.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, I wouldn't rule out any smaller teams. I mean, two player teams have all the chance to have great time in the teleportation device, or the globe, as we call it as well. It may require them to move around a little bit more than a 4-player team could, since you have 4 stands and 4 players, so they could be a little bit more stationary. But I don't think it's that much of a deal breaker. I mean, if you look at the eliminations, either this year or last year, or even the last year's finals, you could make an argument that 4 men teams or 4 women teams had a better chance at winning them. And yet we have a 2-man team in the finals today with us, and they had a very, very good time in the eliminations. Much better than multiple 4-people teams. I mean, that's astonishing completely.
True. I'm also really curious to see how our teams will play in the escape rooms, as a few members mentioned that they've never actually played an actual escape rooms. They've done a lot of online riddles. They've done some puzzle games and eliminations, but they've never actually played in a physical escape room. So this could be a challenge as well.
Yeah, the experience between the teams is basically from 0 escape rooms to thousands.
Yeah.
Hundreds to thousands escape rooms. So you may imagine the complete vast expanse of what the contestants can do and what we can expect from them. I mean, I have my predictions. How long will it take for each of the rooms? But I wouldn't be surprised if the teams beat those expectations.
And let's have a look at the schedule for today. We've got room 1 and room 2, as the teams will play overlapping. So the first team to start will be Team Paul's Clever Name, and they will start in room 1, which is the cube room. After them, we have 6 Keys, Changus Pound, Hydra, Mercantilism, United Discord, Le Words, Le Boulet, Riddle Sukiyaki, and Da Pimino. And before we start, we'd just like to mention that the lights in the rooms for the first team will be slightly dimmed. This is as planned because one of the team members has some special requests due to his accessibility needs. So we are aware of this. This is not a technical issue. For the other teams, the lights will be slightly brighter. So bear with us.
It should still be visible enough.
Yep.
But if there is something slightly less lit or a little bit dimmer, don't be alarmed.
Okay, and let's get you through.
Without further ado,
our first team.
It's the time for Team Paul's Clever Name, who are already preparing to enter the first room. We have our team members, who are Alex, Bri, Paul, and Sai. And we have a very, very strong start with TPCN, with 2 couples playing together. They're from the US and the UK.
Paul, which we can see in the bottom right corner, is a mathematician, a data scientist, contest programmer, and a former member of the National Puzzles League and American Cryptogram Association.
Strong start, as I said.
Okay, can we have a look at the teams again, please? Let's have a look so we can see the lovely faces. If our producer would be so kind to show us. There we go. Bri, which we have at the left bottom corner, is a multidisciplinary performance artist interested in the immersive theatre aspects of escape rooms.
Sai and Alex are a married couple. They are very much into constructed languages, which is thanks to what they met, actually. They're on the MIT Mystery Hunt team together called Metaphysical Plant, with which they won the hunt in 2010 and then subsequently helped design or designed the 2011 edition. Sci teaches sighted people blind navigation 101, which is how to pay attention to their other senses. There's a lot more data there than you think, so hit them up if you're interested.
They finished 8th in the eliminations with a time of 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 25 seconds. And let's take it to the room. Let's see them. There they are. Okay, so the first thing to notice is the starting point, basically. So once they've got that, they should be good to go.
Yeah, you absolutely need to figure out the starting point and then follow the path, basically, on the cube's walls. Once that is done, it's pretty straightforward to open the first element. As Kuba already said, the real fun or the real pain, however you look at it, starts inside. So it seems that they are now already ready to pop the physical elements out of the cube, but they are yet to open the padlock. For the padlock, it seems that Alex is now checking the stars, because one of the steps has you check for a number that quote unquote cannot see any stars, so whose columns or rows do not overlap with any of the stars, which is only one of them, and it is tricky to find it even in 4 people, as we can see.
But it's really easier than it looks. I mean, you basically have to take the starting point and really go through the numbers as they are. I think they've discovered the pole.
You can see that the cube is installed on wheels, which helps you move it around a little bit if you need to reposition it. So it's not stuck anywhere. It's fully movable. It's very heavy. We had to.
I think they've just missed what the pole was meant to, because they had it in the right hole. What you have to do is to take the pole, put it in the hole that they had it in, and then take the key that has a little magnet
the
glued
pole
to
is
it.
magnetic, basically, and at the bottom of the long shaft there is a very, very small key.
And they should have been able to pick the key.
Yesterday. I missed it, and Olga said that she had a click when I put the pole into the shaft, and that's how we figured out that, hey, there is a key at the bottom. I would have missed it.
Or maybe they do have a key, I'm not sure. There's something lying on the cube. So maybe they have one of the keys. They are basically 2 padlocks that open up the cube. One is with a code of 4, and one requires the key that they should have pulled out of the hole with a pole. I think they're still trying to figure out how to start.
They are still checking the stars, or they are already happy to enter the first code.
I think they've noticed that the cube is going to open. However, we didn't, and it was really
so they already
surprising for us yesterday.
They already have found the key. You can see the padlock with the key already on the cube itself.
Oh, that's good.
It's pretty nicely visible from this angle.
Yeah.
So thank you.
The trick here was that the holes aren't equal in depth. Some holes are really shallow, and this was the only one that you could really put the pole into. I think that trying to put in the first code.
It seems that they have figured out the number that answers the question, I can't see any of the stars, as I mentioned previously, because they had the next step is the 3 that they correctly identified, but it looks like they are not sure exactly about the last digit, which 3 leads you into. You can see on the yellow face, you can see that 3 has a small arrow pointing towards yet another number.
So once you find your start and then follow the rule, you will have the second number. The second number will tell you to go, if I remember correctly, 3 steps from it. So it will take you to number 3. Then you have the arrow and the arrow takes you to the last digit that you need.
The faces of the cube have multiple extra elements, some of which play in the next puzzles within the cube itself. So some of them will be used, but some of them are simple red herrings that don't play at all. You need to figure out the rule, and you need to find the 4 digits that open the padlock rather than just guess it or take all the numbers. So there must be additional numbers that don't play at all.
And as Kuba mentioned, the cube has different colors as well as patterns,
Yes.
because some of our players are colorblind. So we made sure that each of them are able to play on equal rules. You can see now when it's zoomed in that the red cube has some diagonal patterns. The red side has some dots, if I remember correctly.
The yellow has tiny stars, I think.
Stars, maybe, yeah. But
each of them has a distinctive pattern, and while I'm not colorblind myself, I did find it helpful yesterday. I mean, there are some hues that made it more apparent for me to look at them based on the patterns rather than the color itself. I typically don't have a problem with color recognition, but it helps everyone, not just those who have additional accessibility needs.
And it did help us yesterday because we actually messed up the colors while looking at the puzzle that's inside, because I think we mistaken dark green for light green, but the patterns helped. So I hope that all players will be able to take benefit from that. I think they're still struggling with the first padlock. They're really close because I think they have all the elements that they need, and they're looking straight at them.
That's the nature. That's the nature
Yeah.
of those puzzles, isn't it? I mean, you have all the elements presented to you, but you need to figure out how to look at them. And sometimes you need to make an assumption and test it, and then you can go with it, or you need to find the rule based on partial information that you were given. And once you have found the rule, it makes complete sense. But you need to go on a limb sometimes to look at something in a way, or test some ideas and some assumptions. It's not apparent. I mean, these puzzles really are not a matter of looking at something and putting in the code. These are Champions level, finale worthy puzzles that are really difficult. Kuba mentioned that each of those rooms would probably take about 50 to 60 minutes, even to expert players.
And it did take us some 50 minutes yesterday when we played it for the first time. So to do it in 20 minutes, that's really a challenge.
But as I said, we are where we are at the desk of the hosts, not competing today with all the other teams for a reason. So they are expected to be difficult, but in my opinion, at least, having played them all, they are playable, solvable, and ultimately fair.
We're heading close to the 8-minute mark. I really hope that they can open this first padlock, because there are plenty more puzzles coming inside, and I really want them to be able to have enough time to finish them all.
Let us remind everyone that the first criterion by which we score points is the number of finished rooms. So first of all, we check how many rooms has your team finished, whatever the time. And then the second criterion is the total time you've taken in the rooms. Obviously, the shorter the time, the better.
Okay, so the times that you see are estimated. There are not the precise times that the judges will use to judge the whole competition, but they give us some idea of where the teams are. And again, they should be really opening this cube.
We probably should have mentioned
soon.
that every team in each of the rooms has a referee present with them, looking at what's happening and making sure that everything is according to the rules, that everything works, and also tracking the time, the official time, which will be later displayed on the
scoreboard.
On the scoreboard. You may have seen Alex looking outside of the room. You can see a little bit of a podium over there outside. It does display the current time. So we can't see the current time on the podium, but they can just look around the corner and see their exact time. And ultimately it will be up to the referees to collect the times and then later on update the scoreboard for everyone to see. We will display the scoreboard later on once we have anything to show, once more teams have played. But for the time being, just enjoy the struggles of everyone you see here.
I'm wondering whether they have the right code and maybe they're placing it wrong on the padlock, because sometimes, the smallest things can let you down, and if you don't notice the little line where you're supposed to put the code into, you may have it all wrong, even though you have it all right.
Yeah, absolutely. It happened to us more than I'd like to admit.
Yes.
I mean, these are not novice players, and I'm absolutely sure that they are aware of the common pitfalls in escape rooms and technical difficulties in opening a padlock like that one. But yeah, I'm wondering too if it's just a matter of the correct order, or they have misinterpreted one of the clues, or what may have happened. This basically shows you that even the entry puzzle is finally worthy and a challenge. I mean, Kuba made it sound simple. We may make it sound simple because we played it yesterday, and in hindsight, we already know the rules. We already know how it flows. We already know what to do. But you can see the real struggle live on camera.
I mean, once you know the solution, every puzzle is easy. But to come up with the rule, to come up with the puzzle design, this is where the game lies in, really. They've crossed 11-minute mark, at least from the estimated times. Let's see if they can open the cube.
What I find the most important about any puzzle, and when going to escape rooms, I actually focus mainly on puzzles. I appreciate and I like and I really enjoy a good theme when it's properly polished and where it looks really, really nice. But I mainly focus on puzzles. I'm just that type of gamer. And the main element that I focus on is that the puzzles are fair and that they are solvable. That once applied the correct path, you can solve them without any guesswork, without any second thoughts. And I think this puzzle is absolutely fair.
Yeah, it might be difficult, but it's definitely solvable. The rules are clear once you notice them. I think they might have gone wrong from the start, because they were pointing at the 5, and the 5 is not the correct number, if I remember correctly. They should go from the start.
To be fair, I don't recall
3.
the exact path or the exact digits that you need. And we don't really have the whole solution written in front of us. And my memory is finicky when it comes to things like that.
The thing that we stumbled on yesterday was where the arrow is really pointing at, because if you decide to go diagonally but you turn a bit more left, it will take you to the wrong number. Mm-hmm. So you have to really follow the angle of the arrow to find the correct number.
From the current camera, you can see the arrow to the right-hand side of the screen. It's not exactly aligned diagonally from the 3. It's slightly kicked towards the bottom of the cube's face. So it's really important to notice that and to take this into account. So it's not just going diagonally from 3. It's actually following the arrow.
They are the 14-minute mark at the moment. It's not looking good, unfortunately, but I still have hope in them, because there are some really, really tricky puzzles inside, but there is
I
4 of
can
them.
but commend them for looking underneath.
Yeah.
I can assure you that there is nothing on the bottom of the cube.
No, everything
neither,
you need
neither for
is
this puzzle nor for any of the subsequent puzzles. There is
Yeah.
nothing on the bottom.
everything you need is right in front of you, I'm afraid. Are they trying it again with a pool? So when you're stuck, it sometimes help to see if all elements have already played out as you thought they would, and a pool is no help at this point.
To be absolutely fair, when I first heard about building a cube that final teams will be solving as a part of World Championship, I was worried that it will be either slightly too easy and too simple, or it would look and play a little underwhelming. But having played it yesterday, it's really, really nice. I mean, I wouldn't mind paying for a cube like this just to play it, looking at it and trying myself. Obviously, I wouldn't fit into 20 minutes in the allotted time, as I haven't yesterday when we played. But it's fun. I mean, if you like puzzles, if you like challenges, be sure to keep an eye out and listen to announcements from the stage later, as you can win an opportunity to play in both the rooms and see how you would do.
It's also worth to mention that the cubes and the panels in the other room were beautifully made by the company Mitsuda Robimy, so a big shout out to them, because the quality of the components is really there. It's really nicely done. I think they figure out the arrow, so maybe they're getting closer. They're right there. I mean, they have all the elements. I really hope they can open it soon, but they have about 3.5 minutes left, so it's not looking too good for them. But let's not give up hope just yet. I can see that they're starting to get a bit frustrated, which is understandable.
I mean, we did predict 15 to 17 minutes for some of the best times in this room, in the cube. But I do get the frustration.
I think they're getting back to the scoreboard. I mean to the board, and they taking all their initial ideas back. They're trying to start to look fresh at the puzzle.
I mean, when we get stuck on a puzzle in an escape room, first of all, what we do is we switch the players who are working on a particular puzzle. We typically play in a team of 4. Best wishes to the remaining members of our team who are not here today. And when we get stuck, we prefer, first of all, to change the person who is looking at the puzzle, ask someone else to confirm, or someone else to take just a fresh look at what we are struggling with. Obviously here, they all are looking at the same thing right now. And then we simply assume that everything we've done so far is wrong and start from the very beginning with a fresh look, just accepting that everything we've been thinking so far may be wrong and we need to restart the whole process from the very get-go.
Yeah, I think it also helps when you get like really, really stuck to just pause for a second and get someone else to look at the puzzle that you are trying to solve, because, you know, maybe you've missed some minor detail, or maybe you just got into that loop of overcomplicating it for yourself. And this one it's simpler than it looks, I think. I think they are just overcomplicated it unnecessarily, but let's have a look if they can at least open the cube.
I just noticed that when following the arrow from 3, they were pointing exactly diagonally to the next square on the yellow face. And as mentioned, it's not how you need to follow it. It's not exactly set diagonally, and there's a reason for it. You need to follow the arrow precisely as if you would draw an imaginary line, just being elongating the arrow basically, and that will lead you directly to the next number.
Okay, I think that time is about to finish because they have less than a minute and they haven't even opened the cube yet, unfortunately. So I think they won't be able to finish the room at this point, which is a shame. But I mean, that's the game, and this is the World Championship. So nobody said it was going to be easy.
It's certainly not.
No, not at all.
It is fun, and I absolutely had fun yesterday, despite really
Last
breaking a
seconds.
sweat and having to go on all fours at some point.
Okay.
Let's not spoil it.
Yeah, looks like they've done now. So sorry for them. I mean, my heart goes for them, really.
Fingers crossed for a better room number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the room number 2 is slightly easier, but it has its challenges as well.
Well, we did find it easier in the difficulty department, if I may say so, but it has a lot of elements. It has a lot of moving parts, so it may be problematic. It's maybe easier, but it may be also problematic. It's not easy by any meaning of this word. Just fingers crossed, and we can only hope that Team Pol's Clever Name can take it back and claw it back from the second room, from the globe.
Especially that they were 8th during the elimination stage. They finished with a beautiful time.
Absolutely.
So I'm sure they're capable of tackling the second room. However, the second room has its challenges. Even the simplest puzzles can sometimes be a downfall. For us, it was jigsaw puzzles that
We're
Kuba has shown
famously
you
bad
before.
at jigsaws and anything that you need to put together, that you need to fit into a frame, all those kinds of puzzles. Even if they are ultimately more logic puzzles, when you need to trace a path from point A to point B under some assumptions, it's just difficult for us. We are not fans, but that's just personal preference. Don't get me wrong. The whole all 4 initial puzzles are completely solvable and playable. They just took us way too much time than they should.
I mean, let's mention they weren't like 100-piece puzzle. They were like 20 or 30 piece, but still, them being see-through, it's definitely something that is hard because you have them double-sided and you have more ways of basically screwing it for yourself.
There is actually, and hopefully we will have an opportunity to look at it closely in the globe. But there is actually some of the jigsaw elements have a little print on them, and on one side of the element you can feel it. Yeah,
that's what I found helpful to figure out that they actually have the top layer, but you can guess that only by feel when you know where the print is. Let's see if they spot it.
There are 2 elements that are needed from the cube to play in the globe. I would assume that Team Pol's Clever Name now needs to have the cores, as we call them, the 2 elements, received, extracted from the cube for them and delivered to them so that they can play the globe. And then the cube needs to be reset for the next team.
Let's say that you received some extraterrestrial help to get back to Earth. I'm sure they're getting ready to play in the second room right about now, and we will see them very shortly.
It's like in games, in video games, even when you fail and the story needs to progress, you sometimes find what you needed anyway, lying around the corner. So that will work for them here as well.
Yeah, definitely. And the second room, apart from jigsaw puzzles, has some logical puzzles as well. So this will be the forte of the people
it's
that
mainly logical puzzles. To be fair, I mean the jigsaws are just the beginning elements.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the teleportation chamber or the globe.
Okay, so first thing they have to do, this is fairly easy. This is basically a communication task. They have to shout which alien letter corresponds to which number, which will allow them to open the first panels, the first 4 panels.
The way to open all 4 panels is the same. So you just need to cooperate and communicate. And this is where the teams of 2 may have it a little bit more difficult than a full team of 4. But I don't think it should be a stopper. I mean, it may add a couple of seconds here or there, which may be deciding. That's fair. But it shouldn't be a stopper. I mean, if you can breeze through the next elements, you will just regain that time and still have a shot.
It's certainly possible for them to win it as well. And from the 4 modules, we have another 4 puzzles. But I think we're ready to have a look at the Team Paul's Clever Name playthrough right about now.
You can see now why the room is also called the globe, affectionately. This
is set in a beautiful main entrance room here at Hydropolis in Wrocław.
Let me just tell you that the spinning globe is not CGI added on top of the screen for you live. It's an actual screen rolling over in Hydropolis. And the audience who are here with us today will be able to see it later on as well. So it made a stunning effect on me when I saw it first. I absolutely loved it. We visited Hydropolis a few years ago, I think, just as a museum, just to see what the whole thing is about. Initially, to be honest, when I heard that there is a museum dedicated to water, I thought, hey, how can you make this interesting? I mean, okay, let's go. We have something to do with our weekend, I guess. But how can you make it interesting? But it's a next generation museum, really. It's just absolutely stunning what they did here and how it works and how it looks. All the elements that you can see, touch, and work through.
And I think it's as fun for the adults as for children.
Absolutely.
So, regardless of what age you are, if you have a chance, come and check it out.
Team Paul's Clever Name started already, just a couple seconds ago. They are at the
4 panels.
Initial stage of deciphering the digits that are needed to open the panels.
Again, this is simply a communication task. So I think the easiest way to open them would be for one member to tackle each stand, so that they can shout out what numbers they need or what symbols they need.
And this is actually something that I think is our forte. I mean, we can quite easily explain what we need, which is not always easy for teams, and I get that absolutely. But we played in a few rooms that require something similar, so we got pretty good, I think, at describing which symbol do we need. I mean, hey, I need this squiggly face with a dot on the bottom, and we instantly know what the other means.
Or the lowercase f that has little dots on the back. Yeah. And it goes straight from that. All right. They've noticing the padlocks. Each stand has 3, if I remember correctly.
I'm not sure if each one of them has 3 padlocks, but there are about 3 elements per.
Oh, I think they have one stand open, so they know the rule.
They know
now.
the rule.
Yeah.
They know the rule, and now it's a simple matter of simple enough matter of just figuring out the remaining symbols.
Again, the rule is the same on every stand. So once they've opened one, they should be able to easily open the rest of them.
Yep.
It's just a matter of getting the alien alphabet numbers right.
And what you start with is connecting the pipes and connecting the lines in 2 of the stands, and then the remaining 2 of the stands have jigsaw puzzles, basically.
Yeah, the puzzle that we saw Alex solving, I think, requires you to go through the pipelines, but go through the numbers in the correct order. So you have to go through 1, 2, and 3, and to make it more difficult, they're nowhere near. So you have to really think about how you want this pipeline to go, and you have a limited number of tiles that you can use. Each tile can only be used once.
Yep.
So yeah, it gives some trial and error. I found it easier to start from the end as always, but I like this one. I think this one was one of my favorites. Oh, they have panel 2 open. This is it has tiles. Oh, and the one with the jigsaw puzzle as well. Okay, so these are fairly similar puzzles. They require you to basically put the picture together. They have some symbols marked on the tiles, on the puzzles that are see-through, and they will circle out for you the numbers or the elements that you have to take a closer look at. This one...
I think they will directly show you the numbers that you need. And then you need to read them in a given order. That is also an element that helps you to put the whole puzzle together, because the elements have black lines that take you from one target to another target. And you have a specified starting point and the specified ending point. And the lines themselves also help you put everything together. And as we said, as we said previously, the jigsaws, the jigsaw puzzles and the triangle ones, like the ones you see now, actually have a tactile element to them, where you can figure out all the faces of the elements by just rubbing your fingers a little bit against them and feeling the texture of the printout.
Okay, I'm not sure if they opened all 4 panels, because at this point each puzzle is separate. But once they've opened the second drawer,
we see them working on 3 at the same time, though, which is already an advantage compared to what we had been doing yesterday.
But once they opened the first drawers in the stands, they will have to move it together.
We are joined by Jakub, the same gentleman who guided you through the rooms earlier. Hello, Jakub.
How are we doing here on the stream?
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. I think we are having a good time. How's everything backstage?
Well, you know, pretty chaotic, but so far everything is working right, so... Okay, sorry. Everything is working all right, so we're going forward.
That's great.
I have seen that the first team has failed the first room.
Yeah.
To be honest, it is to be expected. The room is on the much more difficult spectrum of the puzzles that we could create. Our intention was for it to be difficult, but really hard to beat in the time, or even above the time.
Yeah, I can confirm it. I mean, we had an issue yesterday, not particularly with this puzzle. That one, I think, was, I don't want to say straightforward, but it was intuitive. Once you started doing it, it was intuitive, for us at least, but they are difficult. They are hellishly difficult.
But on the defense side of the team, there are a few red herrings around the cube. They are not the red herrings you can find in the really badly designed escape room. It's not something that you solve only to find that, well, this wasn't needed. But there are a few hints that are simply impossible to decipher and not needed to solve this first padlock. So if a team is spending time to analyze the clue they don't need, they might lose a lot of time. But if they follow the logical sequence from one number to the next, it all clicks into place.
Yeah. We can see the next team has actually started playing the cube. So let's welcome and give it up for 6 Keys, who are the ER Champ 2022 champions, with also the best time during the 2023 eliminations. An impressive 1 hour, 36 minutes and 46 seconds. I mean, they had over 30 minutes over the last team that qualified.
Yeah, they are absolutely amazing at solving the online puzzles that we have prepared, and many of our viewers probably know the difficulty of the puzzles we are creating for the online qualification. The time is stunning, and what is also really fascinating about the team is that they were cooperating remotely. They were not in the same room, they were not even in the same country.
Let me add to this that they haven't met in person before coming to Poland for the finals. They met online. They are friends from the online world, playing over Discord, and they have met for the first time live thanks to EHM finals. So, you know.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, they haven't done any escape rooms before.
They have mixed experience. I mean, Lucas has played over 60, but they have one member, Nico, who is playing his first escape room right now in front of us.
This is absolutely crazy. I am really interested to see how they will fare, how they will compete, and fingers crossed for them and all other teams.
Their team actually has 4 members, but their 4th member couldn't join us today, so they flew in 3, and they come to us from the United States and Canada.
I believe smaller teams might not struggle in the cube, where the cube is on the logical side and really difficult side, but they might have a bit of a problems in the second rooms because there are a lot of things to do. But if they will divide and conquer and use correct team members to correct puzzles, they might as well save some time, some precious time that is needed to the few more difficult ones. Mm-hmm. Thank you for having me right now. I will have to go around and see what's going on, and I am giving voice to the Olga back.
Thank you for dropping in, Kuba. Really appreciate it. I mean, we have a great chance to get more perspectives, to hear from the puzzle designers, from the people who organized it. Absolutely stunning to see how they look at it.
Okay, guys, I'm back with you, and let's have a look at 6 Keys.
While the teams are struggling with the initial puzzles, can we please have a look at the slide of the team of 6 Keys, our lovely producing team? Yeah, these are the guys. As mentioned, they played the eliminations and the last year's games with in a team of 4, but their 4th member couldn't make it today. So all the best wishes and all the love goes to them.
Yeah, as the guys mentioned, I'm most impressed that they've never actually met. This is the first time of them meeting in person. So I'm really curious to see how well are they going to be playing together. How well are they tuned in?
Well, they already cracked the key that you need to extract using the long pole with the magnet. Now they are looking at the faces, and it seems that they have the correct idea. We have seen them pointing to the 3 and the 1, I think. So hopefully they are moving and progressing through.
Funnily enough, I think that we first opened the number padlock, which the team seems to be struggling
they
with.
Cracked it. They cracked it in absolutely no time.
They've got it.
So
perfect.
It yeah, and they are opening the cube. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first cube opened.
Meanwhile, Team Paul's clever name have opened the 3rd drawer in one of the stands, which is one of the final clues, final puzzles. I really like this one, although it needs again some lateral thinking, because you have 5 cubes, if I remember correctly, and you need to put them in a specific order.
In specific locations. On the board,
yeah.
let's
So that
say.
each side corresponds with the others. Some needs to be the same pattern, some needs to be the same number, and you basically have to start with figuring out what color should be facing towards the center of the board.
You have some clues that tell you which faces should be put into which locations, or which are eligible, basically. You could see Alex trying to figure out the proper cube to put near the yellow or near the greenish or red places. This is also where I found it much easier to work on the patterns rather than the colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, red and yellow is pretty easy to recognize for me, but some of them were tricky, and the patterns helped me as well. We can also see them trying to solve another puzzle, which is straightforward but may take a while to figure out, since you need to follow the cables around one of the stands. And then connect the connected cables with actual physical cables that you need to pin into the correct slots.
It's a visual puzzle, but you have to just be really careful and follow the lines to the dot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, 6 keys are with the touching puzzle. You have to put your hand in and feel out the numbers. And that should give you one of the codes to the padlock.
It seems that they are still trying to figure out the starting point, but they are trying the correct place, at least with the element that you need to feel inside.
It also wasn't too obvious for us yesterday that you have to start with one particular starting point, and that point is given to you with very subtle clues. Because you have to have a look at the cables connecting the puzzles, and once you notice that, you can see that there is only one puzzle that you should be starting with.
Yeah, if we could look inside the cube to camera 7 to see what they are looking at inside, you can see now that indeed the elements, the face elements that are still locked, and that's fine at this stage, are connected with cables. So this is what Olga meant by...
Yeah.
They guide you through the puzzles that are inside the cube. They are your flow. You start at one point, and then it points you to the next element that you need to do. So what they need to do now is feel the numbers that are inside the box that they are trying to feel. And what is tricky about it is that there is a number on each
I think they've got it.
face of the small cube that is inside. So I felt the first digit in no time, but I just couldn't figure out that there are more digits for the life of me. It wasn't
so obvious at the beginning, because you put your hand in, there is a number, okay, bam, I've got it. But then there is that something missing. I mean, what is it?
Yeah, what are we missing, and why can't we find it?
Then we figure out that there might be something else hidden in the whole box. So Pavel noticed that there are numbers on each of the sides in that box.
I mean, it's cubes and cubes, and all cubes all the way down.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems that Team Paul's Clever Name have both the final elements open now. At least 3 of the drawers that are needed as the final parts.
While Team Paul won 6 keys, while 6 keys are trying to open the first padlock inside the cube. The tricky thing is that the first 3 numbers are pretty straightforward, because you just read them out from the panels outside of the cube, but the last one requires some tinkering.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a color. There is a colored strip on the puzzle that is nowhere to be found, that is not visible on any of the faces of the cube, except it actually is on the bottom.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, it was painted on yesterday as an addition, just not to miss any detail. No one is going to look at underneath the cube. I mean, it's damn heavy. It's unbelievably heavy to
they've got it. They've got the first padlock inside the cube.
Congratulations.
Now they're looking at buttons. The buttons have sounds, and they each have a number of clicks or short sound effects, and you simply have to count them.
Team Paul's clever name are collecting the information that they have been presented so far. I think they have all the drawers open now, or close
Looks
to.
like it, yes.
This is where the cores come in that you needed from the
cube.
Yeah,
room.
from the cube.
So basically, what you need to do is to place the corresponding cube at the place that is in front of you in the drawer, and you have to follow the line that are drawn on the core. But I don't think they've noticed that they need the cores at this point. The core that they need is right over here.
Yeah, they need both cores.
Yep.
There are two separate puzzles. Basically, in the last drawers, you open your clue to the puzzle and the way to decipher the clue, and then finally get the numbers that
they
you
have
need.
1 minute to go, and I think they're really close. If they hurry up, they can just make it. Meanwhile, 6 keys have opened the second padlock. Well done, guys.
The cube within the cube.
Within the cube.
I mean, absolutely, it's cubes all the way down, and I like this kind of thinking. I appreciate the idea behind it, even if some of the puzzles took way too much time for me. I love the idea. I absolutely get behind putting a cube in the cube and then using both cubes for what you need.
We're gonna get back to 6 keys in a second.
Mm-hmm.
While Team Paul's clever name is just about to finish their second room with 10 seconds to go. They're just one puzzle away. I don't think they're gonna make it.
They would need to solve those puzzles, and then they would get the map, the galactic map that they would need to use to put the code. I mean, they tried, we could see them trying the final code on the pin pad, using some of the elements that they extracted from those two final or final-ish puzzles. But in reality, what they would get is 2 elements of the galactic map. And
the one that
galactic map
showed you
would
before.
take you to the pin pad. So they tried the pin pad way too early.
Yeah, they missed just one final element, and unfortunately they haven't finished their second room. Meanwhile, 6 keys looking good with 13 minutes on the clock. They've tackled.
Remember that these times
3
are
padlocks so far, 2.
not exact, and up to the referee to then update us with the final times. But they are a good ballpark for us to judge on.
Seems like they've stuck on one of the easiest padlocks, because basically all you have to do is take the numbers that you already have and put them in a ascending order. The tricky thing is that you have to use the same element for the second time. So the buttons that you've already used to open the cube within the cube are also used to solve the audio puzzle. And I think they're just missing that. It's easy to overcomplicate things for you, and I think that's what they're doing at this point. But they've got the cube within the cube. The main difficulty is to notice that the cube corresponds. Okay, and you can see that they are using a torch to light the back sides of the cube.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, because behind the cube, within the cube, behind the small cube, there's a mirror. And it lets you see what is on the far face of the small cube, and it's needed for that. But if you use the torch way too strongly, it will just produce too much glare and you will not see anything.
You have to be both precise and clever with the use of your torch. They're trying to tackle the... they've got
so
it.
So they cracked yet another of the puzzles.
5 minutes to go. It's still
You can
still
see
within the reach.
see last year's champions in action really, and it's absolutely astonishing how they work together, having really only played together over the internet and never seeing each other. Oh, they seem to have branded T-shirts in the team logo or team name on front pockets.
How cute!
We pondered this idea a few times, but never really realized it out.
Well done, guys. Okay, I think
they
they
are checking
figure
the
out.
time.
I think they figure out the top right corner puzzle. What you need to do is really easy. You have numbers that are glued to the sides of the cube, and you need to find the shortest way to a corresponding number. So it's like Sudoku kind of thing.
So you have those circular discs that they are going through now, and they're lying down on the floor. There are some empty squares, empty elements inside that you need to spread all those around. And once you have the correct solution, you will get digits A and B, which are used in the next step. The C and D digits come from the small cube within the cube. The trick here is to start with the highest numbers first, because it's easiest to find the only place that a 5 can go into. And this goes for both the white and the black 5s.
Especially given that smaller numbers have a number of places that they would fit into. So starting with the larger numbers really helps.
And this is
eliminate.
exactly what they're doing. This is exactly how they approach it. They started with 5s. Now they are mixing it a little bit, but the 4s are still over there.
They have 2.5 minutes roughly to finish. It's not impossible, but
I wonder if they have any progress on the small cube, if they already have cracked C and D and they have a good understanding of the rule at least, or if they already have the digits for C and D from the other puzzle. They will be given A and B once they have solved this one.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a second.
That's quite possible because the very last step is relatively simple compared to all the other elements that you have to go through.
If they have cracked C and D, I mean, again, it's within their reach. They are just one puzzle away. If they haven't, well, things might not be looking so bright, but we're going to see in just a sec. That's not a tricky part. I mean, it's just a cube, but again, it's quite physically demanding because you have to be on your knees, and it's really difficult to be doing it with more than one person. Because as you can see, the numbers are...
We are getting ready to have an interview, an exit interview with the team Paul's clever name. Take it away, Bartek.
Okay, so here we are with the first team of this competition that experienced both of the final rooms. So let me ask you, what are your first impressions after the game? How do you find the experience in general?
Well, I thought the two rooms were very different. The first room I thought was, not very... It sort of had to be done in a series, and thus everyone didn't have something to do at every time. But I thought the second room was quite fun. There, with 4 lecterns, 4 team members, everyone had something to do at every moment, and the way the puzzles related to each other meant we had to communicate. So I thought that was quite strong.
Okay, and was there anything surprising about the game?
Well, I thought I was a bit surprised that it was more direct puzzles and less of what I'm experienced with in an escape room, where in the escape rooms I've done before, a lot of the puzzle is about physically searching, perception. Yeah, I suppose the first one had some of that, but it was more of an object. Whereas the second room I thought was more puzzles that I was used to, but the format was a little different. But again, I thought the second room was very enjoyable.
Yeah, good to hear that. So let me ask one final question. What do you think about the setting here in Hydropolis?
Oh, it's a beautiful setting, very atmospheric. I almost wish we could explore more. Although I understand they wouldn't want somebody going around pulling at every little thing looking for a key or a lock or something. But no, beautiful setting.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for the interview and welcome back to Earth.
Okay, thank you, Bartek. I think Team Paul's clever name had a great time despite they not being able to finish the rooms. But here with me is Bartek from Lockme.
Hello.
Bartek, can you tell us a bit more about how the championship is playing out? Are you happy with how the things are going?
Yes, of course. Honestly, this is the biggest event we ever made in this kind of events, of course. So I think it's going really great. Of course, there was some nervous, there were some fuck-ups in general, but
to be expected.
Everything is working. And also right now, around 8 teams are still waiting for their turn. And I think they are a little scared.
Can you tell us a bit more about how they're feeling right now?
I haven't been there for 15 minutes, but when I was there, they, of course, would like to know how the other teams went through rooms. Of course, we can't tell them anything. But I can feel that there is a little tension, and they are really scared because, they can be escape room world champion. So I think this is a quite big deal.
Yeah, I would be scared too, to be fair. But luckily, I'm here with you, so nothing there to be scared about. Can we have a look at the six keys team? Where are they now?
No, six key already ended.
They've already finished.
Yes,
okay.
They finished.
Okay, so we're gonna see them shortly in the room number 2. Right, can you tell us a bit more about after party? Because people here in Hydropolis, I'm sure, looking forward to this event.
So we've got after party here starts around 9 p.m. No, 7 p.m. What I'm talking, 7 p.m. But you can come a little bit after even 6 p.m. Of course, we'll be laughing, we'll be playing together, we'll be talking because we would like to people to get to know to each other because we've got some guests from different countries. Not everyone is from Poland, what is really great. And around 8 p.m. we'll start giving prizes. So we'll give this trophy we made
this amazing trophy that you can still have a look at.
Yes, and it's quite funny trophy because, maybe I won't tell right now because this is a little surprise.
There
yes,
it is.
It's
not a surprise anymore.
But as you can see, maybe it looks a little bit like some kind of logic puzzle. So we'll see if Escape Room World Champion can manage this puzzle and put this trophy back again into one piece.
All right, sounds interesting. And can you tell us in your own words, what would you find to be the most difficult thing about organizing an event like this?
Everything. This is a new formula for us. Of course, there was already one event made by Red Bull. We also started in the same year, as I remember. But there is no recipe for doing World Escape Room Championships. So we are doing a lot of tests. And I think this formula is really great. But for sure, we'll make some improvements in next years. But right now, for me, this internet stage elimination is really good because each year around 3,000 people trying to get to the finals. What I would like to change in next years is that there are only 10 teams that can get to the final. I would like to have around 20 or maybe even 50 teams in the finals. But it's quite hard and it's impossible to do in one day, rather in 2 or 3 days. But why not? Maybe in next years we'll manage to do this.
Okay, so plan your time off next year to be here with us for 2 or 3 days.
Maybe, we'll see.
During the live events. Okay, thank you, Bartek. And let's have a look at our lovely teams. Are there any teams playing at the moment or
No, we need to wait.
not at this point? All right,
little.
okay. Well, let's have a look at the scoreboard at this point. Not the score, but okay. So next playing will be Chungus Pound. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is another American team with strong experience in MIT Mystery Hunt. Half of the team won the 2020 edition, and another team whose 4th members couldn't be with us today. And we are joined by Colin, Sukshin, and Benji. All right, they create puzzles as well as leading galactic puzzle hunt and huntinality. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So they are about to start shortly. I'm sure they're getting ready just about now, and we're gonna see them playing in the cube in a few minutes.
Yes, I need to check in a schedule. I know it looks not so well, but sorry, we are working from yesterday on these sheets. Okay.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, thank you.
There
yes,
we go.
It looks much better. So we've got 10 minutes more to wait for this game.
Okay, we're going to be back in a few minutes. We're going to have a look at the schedule at this point. So next in line are Chungus Pound, then Hydra, then Mercantilism, United Discord, Lewis, Leboulet, Riddler, Sukiyaki, and Dapimino. Okay, and I'm getting some cues that we might be ready with Chungus Pound playing in the cube room. Let's have a look at their attempt. Thank you, Bartek. Thank you for being with us and getting back to the game. Oh, we can see 6 keys tackling the Earth room. Let's see if they notice that they have to cooperate within the first puzzle. Yeah, I think they've noticed that they have to take the letters and numbers. This is a pretty straightforward puzzle.
Now you can see the team T-shirts with 6 keys
Yeah.
on the front pocket.
Oh, they've taken a different approach. Instead of communicating, they decided to just write down the numbers or the letters of the alphabet. I'm not sure what they're taking notes of. But yeah, that's what I went with. There is a lot of running in this room because this is a pretty big space, and the stands are quite far apart from one another.
The upside is the acoustics.
Yeah.
I mean, we could hear each other. We could hear each other perfectly when we played in just the 2 of us yesterday. So you can hear the other team members, and you don't need to shout too loud. But yeah, if you don't want to take this approach, if you prefer to move around a little bit more, there is a pretty big area to cover. It may not seem as such, but there is some spacing between the stands.
But just to let you know, and the players know that too, only the stands are a part of the game. So you don't have to run around and do any scavenging because everything you need is within the stands.
The lovely large globe in the center of the whole area is their goal, not a puzzle element.
Yeah. Okay, they've managed to open all 4, I think, stands, or at least 3. I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm wondering if this is the faster way to do it, or would communicating verbally would be faster and preferred. I mean, it's more suitable for us, and it's more intuitive for us, so we just shout it. But they have a pretty good time.
Although within 3 players, there could be some chaos, just shouting and trying to jot down whatever numbers they have. So maybe it's a bit more efficient. As you've noticed, they really have a great time after having opened the stands. 3 minutes at this point. And they're much better with the puzzles than we were with the jigsaw puzzles.
Let's just remind everyone that 6 Keys are the top 1 team from the eliminations. Out of 530 something teams that took part this year, they were number 1 and they won the last whole edition.
And if it were to happen that none of the team completes either of the rooms, which I don't think is likely, but in that event, the times from the elimination stage would be deciding of who our champion today is.
So just as a reminder, the first of all is the completed number of rooms. Then it's the total time that you have taken in both rooms together. Obviously, the shorter time, the better. And finally, in the unlikely event that no one solves any of the rooms, as Olga said, it's down to the eliminations times, putting 6 keys on top.
All right, as you can see, this puzzle has some target markers, as we've mentioned before, pointing to numbers that you need to take, which will provide you with a code for the next padlock. They seem to be doing quite okay. I mean, they're extremely focused. Look at that tempo, look at that speed. They're really getting there. They have the notes, they prepared. I mean, this is the work of the champions, for sure.
I can relate to the confusion when solving a jigsaw. Absolutely, I can relate to that. When we started playing escape rooms together in 2014 with Olga,
I think so, yes.
I would never have imagined hosting a live event in Hydropolis.
Oh gosh, never. This is such an honor to be here with you.
The scene has changed so much, in not just Poland, but across the world. But the Polish scene is obviously the one that we know the most, and it's just the closest to us. And when we started, when we recall our first rooms, it was Da Vinci in Let Me Out, I think, in 2014. When we compare all the rooms to what is being built nowadays, to all the actor-filled, action-packed rooms with thrillers, absolutely gorgeous what happened on the way and how the scene has improved over the years.
I'm not sure if you can't compare them really, because there's such vast space, such vast differences between what we used to play when we just started and what is available now. I mean, as you mentioned, the theatrics, the drama, the puzzles. It's unbelievable what's been achieved in such a short time, really.
Yeah, just a couple of years if you compare what was happening. And I mean, we do have Champ to thank for a little bit of it at least. So give it up to Champ, the organizers, and the whole team. We are really happy to be with you here today. We hear that Chungus Pound are getting ready to enter the cube.
They should be with us shortly. Right now we're still looking at 6 keys, trying to complete the puzzles. I mean, once you have all the targets, you don't really need to fill other elements in. You can just take the numbers that you can see.
And to be fair, once you have 3 targets in correct places showing digits, you can then figure out the last one and guessing or even brute forcing the 4th digit of a 4-digit lock is completely within the rules of the competition. And this is known to all teams. If you have 3 and if you know the pattern, if you know what the idea is, you can guess the 4th number.
And we can see Chungus Pound entering the cube. They've just started and they're getting at it.
I'm really hoping to see the cube solved.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And 6 keys were really, really close. I'm not sure if they managed to finish it in time because we've missed that bit. But let's see if Chungus Pound can take that challenge. In 2023, the first time the team entered, that was the first time the team entered ER Champ, and since they couldn't make it in last year, but they decided to give it a go, and based on the love for online flash escape games. They finished second in the elimination stage with a time of 1 hour and 47 minutes. So another great time. And we're really curious to see how they're gonna do in the cube chamber. Meanwhile, 6 keys, 9 minutes, almost 9 minutes in. They're looking good. They're trying to solve the pipe puzzle. The main difficulty within the pipe puzzle is that you have to go through all the tiles and all the fields, and the one field in the middle has 3 pipes written in, so it's fixed, you can't move it, and you have to use all 3 connections. So you have to do some little roundabouts during that center bit, and I think this is the focal point that you need to focus on in order to be able to solve that puzzle.
It's a logic puzzle rather than a jigsaw like the other 2 that I think are still remaining, or just the other one. But it's still one of those that give me nightmares. Okay, looks like Chungus Pound are trying to open the first padlock. And they brute forcing. They definitely brute forcing the last number. This is well within their rights if they have the correct idea, if they understand the puzzle. If it's just the last or one of the digits that they would need to find, then it's okay.
You can let us guys in the comments whether you like brute forcing or whether you'd like to find all the elements and solve the puzzles correctly.
When we started playing all those years ago, I was in favor of brute forcing the last digit, and I thought, hey, well, we already have everything else, why not just guess the last one? But since then, I started really working through all the elements and all the steps. Unless we are pressed for time in an escape room, which sometimes happens, I like to find everything rather than guess even one bit. 6 keys have found the matrix that is needed to decode one of the drawer puzzles. It has you put a switch either up to up or down position based on what is present in one of the pictures at the top or at the bottom. So there are different elements that you can see in the pictures, like, for example, there is a planet with a ring around it, and it's present in only one of the pictures. I think the top one, if I recall correctly. So you need to put the switch to the top position.
Yeah. Let me read you some comments and some questions from the live chat. You are saying hi. This is very nice. Hi everyone. Great to see you in here. And we've got one interesting question that I wanted to read out loud. Just let me have a look. Monique S. asks, how is it made that first teams do not tell anything others after their performance? So what we did is that, unfortunately for the teams that wait for the turn, they are locked in a separate room and they are not allowed to go anywhere. They are not allowed to leave. They have all they need within the room. So they have some snacks, some water.
There are the facilities.
Yeah, so they are just, confined to this chamber.
So the teams were asked to arrive between 10 and 11, I think. And once they have arrived, yes, they are basically confined and they sit all together. They are allowed to bring in some analog, whatever they want, like 1,000 hardest Sudoku puzzles or even jigsaw puzzles. Any board games are allowed, whatever they really want. as long as it's not digital. And they sit together in this one location until it's their time to play. And once they have played both rooms and have the exit interview, then they are allowed anywhere on the object or even outside the object. I mean, they are free to do whatever they please, except for going back to the waiting room.
There is some dispute over the Brit forcing. I think we've tackled something here. Green Puma 7 says, nope, Brit forcing is rubbish. While Mara Archer says, Brit forcing all the way. It's not about how smart you are, but about progressing. To be fair, I think I agree with the latter, because, you know, once you know what a puzzle is, sometimes it's just faster. And here it's all about time.
Oh, absolutely. Here, that's completely understandable. I just meant my personal preference when we are playing escape rooms, let's say for leisure, with my regular team. We typically avoid brute forcing unless really pressed for time.
Monica says, I suppose that brute forcing can revenge in later. So, I mean, well, it could.
It can bite you if you go for a shortcut that you weren't meant to do.
Especially if you're not sure of the numbers that you already have. So if one of them is wrong and you try to brute force the last one, it's obviously not going to work. Yep. So you have to be absolutely sure that you have everything else correct. Oh, I think Sukshin is trying to pull the key out. Oh,
yeah,
they got the key.
They managed to get the key.
Brilliant.
And they have already opened the numbers padlock, I think. So pretty much like us yesterday, they solved the numbered padlock first and only then found the key, which may be surprising. But this is also how we did it. So time to open the cube. Six keys are struggling with the logic puzzles on some of the elements. I think they already have all the jigsaws, and it's the last initial puzzle. All the three great minds trying to crack it. They still have about 5 minutes to go. If they manage to crack this one soon enough, let's say, they may still have enough time to go.
I think it's well within their they reach.
They already have solved pretty much everything else they had access to, and this is the one stopping element. I think the pipes, the other one, would be harder for me personally, but I'm rubbish with both types of puzzles.
We can see them tackling the cubes with the patterns that you have to put in a specific places.
This one is a triangle, a numbers triangle that you need to get the top number of any three and touching numbers by either summing up the bottom two numbers or by subtracting one of the numbers from the other one. So if you have at the bottom, you have 8 and 1, you can have either 9 or 7 stacked at the top of them. It's fairly straightforward, but you still need to think carefully about it. The trick is to start with 7 in the very center, because it's the only number that fits with 10 and 9. You can't have anything else really, and then have any playable elements, because you can use each number once. And once you have started with the 7, it just all fits together.
Yeah, it has Kuba, which is one of our main organizers, written all over it. He adores mathematical puzzles. So
it's a pretty nice one. Out of similar puzzles that I've seen, including the one in the cube that you have to count the spaces between the squares, I think this triangle one, I found it a nice refresher after the jigsaw struggle. Yeah. Yeah, but the trick is to start with 7 in the middle, because that's the only one that fits into the center and lets you still use all the other bits once. And this is what the keys have found right now.
They have about 2.5 minutes to finish the room, while Chungus Pound are about halfway through the time, and they are still yet to open any of the doors within the cube. I think what they're missing is that there we go, that we have to start with a touch puzzle. And another trick is to have a feel all around it, to feel all the sides of this cube. With 10 minutes to go, it's still feasible to be able to solve the cube. And I really hope we get to see some solved rooms today. I mean, that's what we came here for, to have a champion.
It's a good opportunity to just remind everyone in the audience, and I know it's been beaten a few times by now, but again, it's a good opportunity to remind you that there will be contests that you can that let you win the horror or the honor, however you want to look at it, to play in those rooms.
So stay tuned. There will be some contests announced later on for the audience live in Hydropolis. Okay, 6 keys have less than
6 keys have
a
gone
minute to
back
go.
to square one, I'm afraid. They had the right idea with the 7 in the middle and 2 and 3 in the second row, but then they went back to early mistakes, I'm afraid.
You can see that they're really getting stressed out. I think the time pressure must be immense. And they have about 10 seconds to finish the room, so we already know that they won't be able to do it in the allotted time, unfortunately. Okay, seems like both rooms so far have bested our champions. Let's see if Chungus Pound can tackle the cube. Well, I think we have a padlock opening. Not sure from this angle. No, not yet. Not yet.
It seems that they have the good idea that is needed, but they need to figure out the finicky wall placement and make sure that they are looking or touching at the correct faces of the cube, which is not as straightforward as it sounds. It's tricky, but once you get the good idea, it's completely doable. I mean, I have rubbish imagination when it comes to anything that's 3D, and this basically requires you to think in 3D. So this is where I had my problems, but they have managed to open it, and it's time to click the noisy buttons.
Meanwhile, on our chat, Monique S asks, the contest will be only for the audience which is currently at Hydropolis, right? I mean, since there are physical rooms, then unfortunately we can't give you the opportunity to play them online. But if you're here with us in Hydropolis, then yes, you will have a chance to win a playthrough. They're using the lights now. And again, the trick is to notice that the back side is a mirror, and you have to look at a very specific angle to be able to see the numbers that are reflected in the mirror. Oh, I think they
may have identified what I thought was D initially,
okay.
And that's not how this puzzle flows. I also thought that D was what the mirror showed in the location of D, but this is absolutely not how it flows.
They're not really looking at the outside of the cube. I mean, Benji is trying to, but I don't think they've spotted the rule yet.
Oh, they seem to have started corresponding the large cube to the small cube. So that's the starting point that you need to really kick it off. And I think it's best to start with the yellow phase to get it. We are ready for an exit interview with 6 keys. Let's take it away to them.
Team 6 keys. So I wanted to just ask you a couple of questions about your experience. So first, a really easy one. How did you like the rooms? Did you enjoy them?
They were fun. They were a bit different than I was expecting. There were more devices rather than rooms, but they were still very interesting puzzles.
Okay. Anything that surprised you the most, maybe? Something that you liked particularly?
I liked the fact that in the first room we could just move the whole thing around and it was just one big block that would go. That was really cool, something I hadn't seen before. I liked how self-contained it was personally.
Cool.
I think having the stacks of different puzzles in the second room was an interesting approach. And interweaving those a little bit did mean we got a little bit stuck on one pedestal at the end. But it was a neat approach, just being able to start solving, oh wait, these don't match with this puzzle. And then you have to figure out to switch with somebody else, and that was neat, yeah.
Right, thanks a lot. And how do you like the setting here at Hydropolis? Do you like it so far?
Yeah, it's very, very atmospheric here. Nice and not too bright, not too dark. Very calming.
Spacey. It's very spacey.
Yeah, it's definitely somewhere we'll have to see if we can look around at some point, either today or later. But it's a very interesting place, and certainly was a little bit tense in here with the atmosphere, which is appropriate, I feel. But it was good.
Nice. Yeah, you will have some time to go around, enjoy the after party as well. So yeah, thank you so much for this quick chat, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the event, and I keep my fingers crossed for you.
Well, we still got a shot. We still got a shot.
I mean, technically.
Yeah, guys, you still do have a shot if no other team can solve any of the rooms. While understandably tense and frustrated with not being able to solve them, I must commend 6 keys for keeping it positive and for finding the rooms really fun and enjoyable, even if the rooms were challenging. I do agree that the stacking of puzzles in the globe and the cube moving around for you on wheels were also some of the elements that I personally liked the most.
I think I was most surprised that the cube actually opens. I mean, you can see the line in the middle, which might suggest that it will be opening up, but I didn't notice it at the beginning, so that was a wow moment for me. They have 2 minutes to go. Chungus Pound, 2 minutes to go. Again, I'm afraid we're not going to see that room finish in time, because they still have a lot of puzzles.
They still have the
locked.
auditory puzzle
Yeah.
the auditory door to open. That's.
I mean, this can give them the first 2 digits for the padlock, but one of the team members could be tackling the audio puzzle meanwhile, because there are separate puzzles.
Yeah, I'm concerned that they might be focusing too much on only the small cube inside and not corresponding it enough to the larger one.
I think they're trying to do some math, which also we were trying to do when we were solving the cube within the cube, because it looks a bit like a Sudoku. Maybe you have to add something. And yeah, you do, but it's much, much simpler
One
than
of the
it looks.
elements that help you, and why I think this puzzle ultimately is well designed and fairly solvable, is that you know that you need 4 digits and that they need to be between 0 and 9. So if any of your methods land you on a number that is 10 or higher, it's probably not the correct method. So this automatically helps you figure out if you are going with what you need to, or if you are getting too high numbers, it's just not the right track.
All right, and with 20 seconds to go, I don't think we're gonna see this room finished.
I
in
really want
time.
to see the cube cracked.
Yeah, me too, definitely. Okay, and we've got about 5 seconds to go. And we see that they have stopped. All right, but not to worry, not to worry. There's still a second room, which I find is a bit simpler. So let's see how they tackle that. Okay, let us know in the comments how you're enjoying this event so far. We can't wait to hear from you. Do you have any questions, any comment for us? Maybe some words of affection for the teams that have already finished. We'll be happy to convey them for you. Let us know if you're here with us.
I am honestly surprised that none of the rooms have been solved so far, but we haven't solved them in the allotted time either. So it makes me feel a little bit better about our level of play in the duo.
Definitely.
I mean, we did take 50 minutes for the cube or something like that. I still think our champions and our finalists would be quicker than 50 minutes.
But there is this pressure, you know, the time pressure. If you see that clock ticking and the numbers running down, it makes you nervous. And once you get stuck, I think this is the worst moment, because once you're going and you keep the flow, then it's all right. But once you get stuck, you get panicked, and it can all go downhill from there.
And you still see 3 padlocks to go, and you know that you are not going to make it, so you are not even rushing anymore.
Yeah, you sort
even
of
if
give up.
the next few puzzles would be relatively easy. I mean, it's just a morale issue at some point as well. But to be fair, these are challenges designed to find the champion, the world champion. So they can't be too easy.
Again, as Kuba mentioned, if there were like regular escape rooms, they would probably have the allotted time of about 60 minutes and would be designed for probably intermediate teams.
Or even higher.
Or even higher, yeah.
Especially if you go on demand a little bit.
All right, let's have a look at the schedule for today. We still have Hydra, Mercantilism, United Discord, Le Words, Le Boulet, Riddler, Sukiyaki, and De Pimino to go. Hydra will be getting ready to play the cube, while Chungus Pound are getting ready to play the Earth Room. All right. Can we have a look at the scoreboard at the moment? I don't think there are. Okay, it's not there yet. But unfortunately,
no surprises really.
No surprises there. So no times to share with you guys at this point. But I really hope we get to see some times soon enough. All right. I'm really happy to hear that the teams enjoyed the setting that we are playing at here tonight, because Hydropolis is a beautiful place, and again, a beautiful place to be hosting this type of event, given the narrative of our elimination stage.
Atmospheric is something that I would also use to describe this place. I mean, it makes an impression. It's absolutely spacious, gorgeous, and a museum about water that actually works and captures the eye and the attention. All
right, I can't wait for the Hydra team to take a chance with the cube. Maybe let's have a look at the Hydra team so we can tell you a bit more about them before they start. And they came to us all the way from the other side of the globe, from Japan. They have 4 members, which are Yano, Pochan, Fumi, and Katakana. Hydra have past experience with ER Champ, having finished 3rd in ER Champ 2021.
They're not only accomplished escape game winners, but they also create their own escape games. They won the Newcomer of the Year 2020 Grand Prix at the Nazo Awards of the same year for a game that they created. So they are a passionate bunch, with good experience in escape game creation as well as playing them. I'm really wondering if this will help them to understand the cube a little bit better. They placed 4th in the elimination stage this year with the time of 1 hour, 53 minutes and 56 seconds. So we are still at sub 2 hours time.
Which is an amazing time, because the next hour that we'll play, they have passed the 2 hours mark. So Hydra, fingers crossed. I hope you guys can beat the cube. I think that should be today's game subtitle. I mean, yeah. All right. So we're waiting for Hydra to start a game, while Changos Pound. They have already started the second room. Okay, and let's see if they've already spotted the rule.
They're dividing and conquering really nicely. And it seems that they are trying to have a mixed approach of noting down the symbols and their corresponding numbers, but also shouting out the symbols that they are looking for. Hey, can anyone see this symbol with this or that? Is my preferred approach as well.
And let's get back to the comments from our live chat. Świstak Miecio asks, I'm wondering what happens if nobody manages to complete any rooms. Elimination seeding?
Yes.
As we mentioned before, yeah, if nobody, but I hope this is an unlikely turn of events, if no team complete the rooms in the allotted time, the elimination times will decide who our champions of today is. Oh, they've already opened the first panel. I don't know what that was. But
6 keys are completely excused for hoping that no one else can solve anything else. So you would too in their place.
I think they've got the right idea.
No, absolutely. They've
managed to
solve one of them, so they must have the correct idea. And they are focusing on opening all the panels first before even giving it a proper look what's inside. Yeah, they are not opening the panels once they are ready, because they still need some of the symbols to open the remaining ones. We can see the cores that you need to solve 2 of the latter puzzles.
But to be fair, you don't need them until the very final puzzle, so they will get in your way if you don't put them aside.
You absolutely know when you need them. It's clearly indicated when the cores are needed, and it fits the story and the narrative perfectly with how the games are designed.
Okay, I've got another question from our live chat. Monique S. asks, I think that missing some of team members has an impact for some of the teams, don't you think? Well, absolutely, because having 4 team members with 4 stands would be a huge advantage, I think. But again, they still have 3 amazing players, and I think it's well within their reach to complete the rooms with 3 players.
The part that I like about this comment is that you play differently when you typically play with 4 people, but then someone can't join you. I mean, we feel the same when we typically play in a 4-man team in escape rooms as well, but pretty often or sometimes at least, we also play in a duo. And while we still have fun and we still usually get out from the rooms between the 2 of us, we do feel the lack of the others when they are not there. So yeah, if you are a team of 3 from the get-go, I think the dynamic is different than if you are typically a team of 4, but then you are 1 person short. So that's completely accurate.
I think also when you play, as Pavel mentioned, when you play with a team that's your constants, then you have allotted roles within that team. For us, Pavel is the main person solving the puzzles usually, especially the mathematical ones or the logic ones. I like to think that I'm good at communication, so I always try to manage the team. So we put our puzzles in one place, or the elements that we have in one place, and divide what we have already used. We have a tank, who is always useful when we try to beat some more adventurous rooms like thrillers or horrors.
If your team doesn't have a dedicated tank, you are next. So think who will be locked in the closet the next time before it's needed. It's much easier then.
Yeah, and we have one person who's supposed to get into all the narrow spaces because she's the most fit out of the four of us. So yeah, if we are missing one of these team members, it's definitely impairing our game.
Seems like they have a good idea how to start this particular jigsaw, but there are still elements that need to be put together.
I'm curious if you also have allotted roles within the teams that you usually play your escape rooms. Be sure to let us know in the comments. I'm going to read them in a minute.
In my experience, if you think you don't have any roles, the other team members may not think the same.
There are some comments. Jonathan says, I'm giving a shot next year, as you should. Well done, Jonathan. We'll be rooting for you next year. I hope we can encourage some of you that didn't take part in this year's elimination to try to take part next year. Melomatica asks, will you be able to try the rooms after the elimination is finished? As we mentioned, if you're here today in Hydropolis, you will have a chance to win a playthrough. If you're not, I can't say much at this point. Are these puzzles, or part of it, will be used in ER rooms in Wrocław later? Monik S asks.
We can't really comment on that.
Again, not sure what is going to happen with the rooms yet. But maybe we'll be able to see them elsewhere in the future. Not sure about that yet.
The honest answer, between the two of us, we don't know.
True.
I think that the elements that are in those final puzzles are good enough to be included anywhere, and any escape room would be lucky to have them, but I don't really know.
In the comments there are plenty of positive words towards Hydra. Hydra win, do your best. We're rooting for Hydra. Okay, they're gonna start their room shortly, I think. So far we can see Chungus Pound trying to tackle the jigsaws.
But yeah, now you can really see why it's worth it to take part in the game in the following years. I mean, you have a chance to finish in the top 10 and then come to an offline event like this one and play in the final rooms for yourself. Even if you don't, it's just great fun. I mean, we started playing the early editions as well as players, and we had great fun each time we have. So yeah, feel encouraged to give it a go. You don't need a team of 4 if you don't have that many interested friends. You can just play in a team of 2. So teams between 2 and 4 are completely fine and have a shot. Actually, we have a team of 2 in the finals, so that will be seen how they can play through the difficult rooms.
Jonathan actually says, challenge accepted. Okay, Jonathan,
that's
see
good.
you next year.
That's good. This is what I want to see. And if you don't exactly feel like solving the puzzles, or if you think that they may be too difficult for you for friends to build a team around at all, or if your schedules conflict too much, do consider joining the program team and helping design the next year's elimination stage.
Okay, we can see Hydra just has started the cube, and they're right at it. They're having a look at all the words, as they should. I think they've noticed the starting point. Oh, they are focused. Look at them go. Yeah, looks like they've spotted the starting point.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if experience in designing puzzles helps you or makes it more difficult.
I mean, you yourself designed puzzle games, so maybe you can tell us a bit more about that.
I think it's a double-edged sword because on one hand you can spot the technicalities that eliminate some of the potential methods. Like I mentioned before, you can tell that a method which yields a number larger than 9 is probably not correct from the get-go because you need something between 0 and 9 for the padlock. On one hand, it's quite obvious from experienced player perspective as well, but I think it gets more pronounced if you have designed some puzzles yourself. You just think about it much earlier in the whole process. You think like a designer, so you know what is the available space or what makes sense to be the next step. I mean, how I would design this puzzle if it were up to me is a question that I ask myself pretty often when I'm in an escape room. And it sometimes helps, but very often it just confuses me.
Yeah, as you said, it can be your downfall because you try to think of all the possible solutions, and this is sometimes making you confused.
If you recall the Rats tunnel from the last year's finale, give it up and give it a shout and a round of applause to the Rat tunnel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is all Pavel's responsibility. So. And again, being good at online riddles doesn't necessarily mean you can do well in a physical escape room, because online riddles won't have physical jigsaw puzzles, for example, which is a real struggle with Chungus Pound, I think.
We had an online riddle that had you print out elements and then put a jigsaw puzzle together as well.
That's true, we did. I forgot about it.
You can have those elements absolutely in online riddles as well, but they are not as straightforward to put together, or they can't be as complex because of the medium you're using. I mean, when they are physical plastic elements, you can go with things like transparent sides or transparent elements all the way through.
Yeah,
it's not feasible on if you need to print them out.
Okay, the Chungus Pound have already passed the 12-minute mark, which is not looking too good for them, because I think they don't have any drawers open yet. There is some work to be done there too.
Hydra have found the key at the bottom of the shaft, so they have one padlock open, but they are still trying to figure out the the digit padlock. Let me remind you that all the puzzles are written in English, and we found them understandable even if we couldn't understand the meaning behind the puzzle straightforwardly. But you should be able to read them out in English. And well, it's an international competition, so English is the only language that we could really go with.
Yeah, given that we have teams from 6 countries during the finals, which is the US, the UK, we have Japan here with us today.
Canada.
We have Canada and France.
We
if I
haven't
remember
met.
correctly.
We haven't met our French players yet and our Polish
Yep.
players yet.
Ah,
We
yeah,
have home
and
teams
Poland,
as well.
of course. I forgot about Poland. I'm truly sorry about
And
that.
the next team, I don't want to tell too much about them yet. We will have their own moment. But the next team is a home team, not just from Poland, but from Wrocław.
But we loved all teams equally. All right, so the Hydro, I think, might be a bit struggling with the wording of the puzzles. Because, again, you have to understand what the puzzle requires you to do using the commands written on the cube in order to be able to solve the first puzzle.
And to be fair to what Chungus Pound, this one puzzle that they are trying to solve now is the one that I struggle with too.
Yeah, but I managed to open some of the drawers. So
Yeah, they have progress
they're
on
moving
other
on.
stands.
Yeah.
So they have elements to work with. We see one of their members sticking to the puzzle. And it's a tricky decision to make at this stage because on one hand, she has a good understanding of what that puzzle is and she knows what she tried already. But on the other, maybe it would be a good idea to switch people who are trying to do what one is struggling with. It's a tricky decision for sure.
meanwhile, Hydro is looking at some red herrings that are on the cube. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are some.
The panel is now open in the globe. All the top layer puzzles have been cracked. So all the panels are opened and
Well
all the
done,
top layers
Chungus
are cracked,
Pound.
I think. So all the jigsaws and all the tunnels have been solved. Now they can actually speed it up a lot.
And let's go back to Hydra for a sec. As I was saying, you've got some red herrings all around the cube. I don't know if you've noticed, but some of the elements simply don't play. Like you can see from this angle, number 6, and there are some rotations written all over it. And they can, sway you in the wrong way, in the wrong direction, if you focus on them for too long.
But there is no reason to focus on them. I mean,
True.
you have the starting point, and the starting point takes you to the next step, and then to the next step, and then to the next step, and then to the final digit.
I mean, once you find the correct way of solving it, but if you're stuck, you will try everything to give yourself a push.
If you can't figure out what the next step is to find the next digit, and you start diverting from the instructions that are given, and you just start looking at what the faces have, you will be overloaded with options.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chungus
We were too,
Pound.
I think. I focused a little bit on a square, a field that's spelled SWEN.
Yes.
I noticed that it's either news or the cardinal directions in a different order. I mean, different from south to west to east to north. And I was absolutely sure that it will play in one of the puzzles later on. I mean, not for the opening the cube, but inside the cube. And it's not used at all in anything.
It just screams, use it once you come up with a solution that SWEN corresponds to the directions of. Oh, they've tackled the. Did they? Yes, they did.
Yeah, the cube is open.
They did.
Congratulations,
well done.
Hydra.
Okay, they have little over 11 minutes to complete
it's
the
still
cube.
completely doable if they keep their focus and if they keep their pacing from the first puzzle.
And I think the puzzle inside are slightly more like logical puzzles. So this might be their forte. I think they might just do it.
Fingers crossed for the cube
11
being
minutes
cracked.
to go. All right, and let's get back to Chungus Pound for a sec. They are still getting, having a go with the drawers. I think they're opening one of the final ones. Oh, and they did. Just 2 padlocks away from the final puzzle.
They have the right idea of dedicating one person on the cables so that one person is
Oh, well done.
Wasting time is not putting it lightly, but spending a lot of the time on the cables because it's a time-consuming one, even if a simple ultimately one.
What they need now is they need to use the course, or they have the course.
They absolutely
All right, brilliant.
understood that in just a second. It's apparent that you need to use the course and that they play in these particular puzzles.
With just 1 minute to go, will they be able to do it? Let us know. What do you think? Let us know.
Fingers crossed. I mean, the cores are doable, I think.
Yeah.
But after you solve the course, you open the galactic map, and you have 2 elements of the map. It's not a puzzle, it's not a jigsaw anymore. I mean, the elements are clearly there. You just need to put them together, and then you need to trace the correct path from the planet you are stranded on, whatever that is, to Earth, and that's one of the nicer puzzles compared to everything else.
You can see Benji's hands shaking because they have like 10 seconds to go, and they're so close. Oh no, the time has stopped. I'm so sorry to see them defeated, as they were so close.
3 puzzles away from cracking the whole room.
And they already have like the last puzzle, the
2
puzzle.
puzzles for the cores. They are separate puzzles, and then the galactic map.
Oh, I feel so sorry for them. I mean, they were like a minute away from solving it. 1 or 2 more minutes, and they would have done it.
Hydra are splitting their attention to different padlocks, and it might be a good idea, but I don't think they have all the elements needed in this particular scenario. So
I haven't seen them putting their hand. Oh no!
No.
Sorry.
They did at the very beginning when they just opened it. One of them did put their hand into the slot. It took me a while to figure out that there are numbers on all the walls, on the ceiling, on the floor, and on all the walls of the box inside. Not just the one that I could feel straight away. And they won't be able to. Oh, they did open the first one, so the touch puzzle is done.
With 8 minutes to go, if they tackle the cube within the cube, they really must be the first ones to finish the cube.
Yeah, the small cube will be the only stopper for them if they can't go through it.
What I like about a playthrough is that you can see that they're dividing the efforts. So right now, once I said it, all 4 of them looked at the
well,
the element
to be fair,
that just
they
opened.
didn't have anything else to work with for the time being.
They could do the audio one now. Meanwhile, while doing the cube within the cube.
No, right, that's correct. And they need to open the audio one right now before they can open the ABCD one. I mean, they can already crack what the C and the D are from the small cube, and this is everything you need from the small cube. Nothing else matters. Kind regards to all the Metallica fans. But you really need to open the auditory panel as well before you can open the one with the drawers.
What they're doing is they're trying to have a look at the reflection in a mirror that is on the back wall. And again, this could be a little tricky, but I think
we are slowly getting ready for an exit interview with Chungus Pound. So stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, Hydra are still trying to open one of the panels.
I don't think any of the teams have finished the audio puzzle yet, and this is a really simple one because you have all the elements already. You just have to put the numbers in ascending order.
The audio one was solved, and 6 keys were able to figure out A and B as well. I mean, they had all the discs put in. I'm not sure if they had all the discs put in correctly. I mean, it's no way to tell from this angle, and I don't have the solution in front of me. But they did manage to solve it ultimately.
Okay, we're ready for the interview with Chungus Pound, so take it away.
Oh, sure.
Okay, hello.
Hello. We're Team Chungus Pound. To my right is Clue. My name is Benji, and this is Sushi.
Okay, you just finished the second room. What do you think about today's rooms?
They were pretty tough. I think our biggest weakness as a team is being able to find stuff, and physically, I mean. And yeah, I think we were punished for not being able to be more thorough with searching for things physically. But they were a lot of fun. Puzzles were well designed, and yeah.
Did you find something surprising there? Like in the rooms? Is it surprising?
I think one thing that would surprise me was I felt like the first room had a very linear design, and then the second room had a very parallelizable design. So it was sort of two opposite ends of the design spectrum, which I think was an interesting way to sort of test teams in different situations.
Okay. And what was the toughest?
Well, okay, for the first room, the thing that tripped us for the longest was not realizing the buttons.
Don't say too much, you know.
Oh, yeah. Things that were actually interactive, we didn't realize were interactive.
Okay.
And,
but did you manage to get it there?
We realized at the end.
Okay.
When time was running out, yeah.
Okay. But are you okay with your performance today? Are you gonna come here again? Try to come here again?
If we qualify, we'd love to come back. Obviously, I think we all wish we had finished, but I think we knew we were short-handed, so it was going to be pretty tough. Okay. But I think we're overall happy.
Yeah, I think maybe if we can come back next year with our fourth team member who unfortunately couldn't make it, we could make a bit of a better showing and show our full potential as a team, maybe.
Okay, great. What do you think about the event itself? Do you like the place?
We all had a lot of fun with this event, and even before the event, I think we've had a great time here in Wrocław. Great city, so I think we're not too upset that we didn't finish the rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really cool that this attracted teams from all over the world. So it was cool to see some French teams, Japanese teams, us of course. So yeah, exciting.
Great. I'm very glad. Thank you. Have a good day in Wrocław, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations to Chungus Pound for giving it their best. We actually discussed playing one person less than you usually have on your team, and Chungus Pound have also mentioned that. So there you go. It's a valid point of conversation. I would feel the same if I were one person short from what I typically play with. Meanwhile, Hydra have been able to open one of the panels, the auditory panel, and are now cracking at the numbered discs. The easiest, best way to approach it is to start with the largest numbers and then go down to the smaller ones, as the ones and twos have multiple places that they could fit, following the rules. But the fives have only one. Then the fours are remaining with only one location that is available for them after you have filled the fives, etc., etc. After going down to twos, and then finally ones just find their own place. From that you extract the A and the B that are needed for the next padlock, and C and D are taken from the small cube. They have related the small cube to the larger one, so they are at least on the right track as far as the elements needed go, and they split their attention 2 by 2 players on the available puzzles. So that's commendable. I think that's what you really need to do in these rooms to succeed. You can't have everyone focusing on the same puzzle, the same element, because there's just too much to do. And whenever you can split your attention, whenever you can have some progress on multiple elements concurrently, you should take that advantage. The discs are finding their places, and I think they did the correct thing and started with the higher numbers first. There are 2 black 4s that you need to put in together, which may seem tricky, but I found it the next logical step after putting in the 5s rather than trying to match the existing glued on numbers. The 4s may look intimidating, but they are the next easiest steps, at least for me, to figure out and then eliminate 2 more spaces for all the other numbers. With 10 seconds to go. Hydra managed to open the last padlock. And they are trying the drawers. And it's really, really close. The drawers is the last puzzle, but they just couldn't crack it. They really needed half a minute more. That's the half a minute that they spent too long opening the cube, I would think. Congratulations to Hydra for giving it the best and cracking the small cube. I think it's the first team that have managed that.
And they were so close to finishing the game, so much as Chungus Pound, also so close to finishing the second one.
Absolutely. I'm already curious about Hydra in the second room. I mean, they showed that they can divide and conquer. They showed that they can crack on multiple things concurrently. There are no language barriers in the second room, or less so than in the initial instructions for the cube. I wonder if that might be our first room cracked by Hydra in just a few moments.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the first room being finished, so we can have some actual times on that scoreboard to share with you guys. And we're going to see that shortly, I hope. All right. Can we see the schedule for today's play, maybe?
Yeah.
So we can share that with you. Who's left to play? So the next to play is Polish team Mercantilism. Right after them, United Discord, which were previous ER Champ winners. Then Le Word, Le Boulet, two French teams. Ridla Sukiyaki, and another Polish team, Dopimino. All right. Okay.
So we have 2 French teams, 2 Polish teams. I wonder if that has any impact on performance, and I mean that in terms of, different escape room culture based on every country. I mean, every country has their own flavor of escape rooms. Different things are in main spotlight when designing a room, when playing in a room. I haven't played any escape rooms in Asia, but I would imagine that Japanese escape rooms are vastly different in flavor and in what they're all about, how they feel, how they play through than what we have in Poland or even in Europe.
Let us know what are the escape rooms in the country that you're from. In what way they are different than what we are seeing today.
Especially if you have played escape rooms in multiple countries and you have some experience and a good comparison between different locations. We really are curious to hear what you think.
I know there are some escape room fans over there watching us today, so I'm sure you have lots to share with us. Let us know, because again, we have no experience of playing abroad yet to this point. We're looking forward to go to Athens maybe one day. There are some great rooms in Barcelona, I hear, but we're not the ones for horror, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to get through them. And by the way, what is your favorite type of escape rooms? Do you go to horror, thrillers? What is your thing? What do you like to
thrillers
play
are
out?
fine as long as there are thrillers and not thinly veiled horrors.
Yeah.
that's one of the things I don't really like when a room is described as a thriller. And it's okay to have a tense atmosphere and be on your toes a little bit. But if it's really a horror, or if I at least find it being a horror, I pretty much go for the puzzles, for the riddles, for the challenge to play in escape rooms. Everything else is a nice addition and an important addition, but still a secondary addition.
Yeah, I think there is a really thin line between when you're just excited, because there are some scary elements. And between the room
You like to run on adrenaline.
Yes, and between the room, like actively trying to scare you and make you sweat.
Hydra are getting ready to play in the globe.
Oh, there we go.
So they are preparing. They are listening to the initial briefing, I see.
Oh
and
God,
the
they
cube
look
is
scared,
being
bless them.
the cube is being prepared for the next team. It's being put back together.
All right, so they're just about to start. What they need to
And
know
they're
is
off.
what they need to know is that the panel, when they are supposed to write the final answer, has a red button that they are absolutely not to touch because it would reset the time. So this is, I think, the most important information that they need to remember. And they're off, yeah. They're taking notes. So similarly to 6 keys, if I recall correctly, they're taking notes of the symbols and the numbers that they need instead of shouting them out. Again, there is lots of running over here.
And you can hear each other really, really nicely between the farther panels by really just talking a little bit louder. You don't need to shout. I was amazed by the acoustics of that place. Okay, they started cracking it, and I think it's the best time to open the panels so far. They still have 1 to go, I think, but even then it's the fastest time to open the panels. And they can focus on the jigsaws and the logical mazes right now.
With 1.5 minutes to have opened the panels, that's really good timing. It's really looking good for them. And they're off with a pipe puzzle. And they have the advantage of being playing in a full squad. I've heard Chungus Pound mentioning missing the 4th player, which is understandable as we talked about. So between the 4 of them, I think they really stand a good chance of beating the room.
Meanwhile, Team Megacanthelism are slowly preparing for the first room. It will be still a little while before they start, but can we please have the panel showing Team Megacanthelism? Let's take a look at them while there is a while before they actually start.
Okay, Mercantilism is our only duo today here in the finals, and there are from Poland. You can see Piotr on the left and Artur on the right. And I think Paweł can tell us a little bit more about them.
They are the home team. We will see if they get any home team advantage, being from Wrocław. They admit to not have played many escape rooms before taking part in ER Champ. They did play a couple, but nothing too crazy. And taking part in the competition gave them an excuse to catch up in preparation of today's event. So, get into the finals of the World Championship, start playing escape rooms. What connected them is their passion for online riddles, and they quote mainly Zest and Inward Helix as their main inspirations and main things that connected them, the puzzly element that they had. That makes me happy as one of the designers and creators of Zest Online Riddle. That makes me proud that a team basically grown on Zest now are playing in the finals of a world event. And what is more astonishing is that they have been playing in a team of 2. They are not one of those cases when someone couldn't make it today. They are a duet, and with just 2 players, they were 5th in the eliminations with 2 hours, 5 minutes and 24 seconds.
Which is a fantastic time. Well done them. I can't wait for them to tackle the cube. Meanwhile,
Hydra have a lovely time.
yeah, they've already opened some
They
drawers.
don't seem really phased by any of the puzzles so far.
I mean, that was what was expected. I think, with slight trouble at the first puzzle, they really warmed up, and they're here to win, I think.
Yeah, a warm-up is another interesting thing to think about, because when we play 3, sometimes maybe 4 escape rooms in a day, we typically decide on the order based on what we want to use as a warm-up room for the first one. But you need to have a careful balance between warming up for, an event like this, or for the other escape rooms that you are playing that day, and between just getting tired before you get to the main event.
Look at that speed. I don't know if you've seen that. These fingers moved so quickly. I mean, they really, really want this. They're determined. I mean, the cube would be a difficult room as a warm-up, because
Absolutely.
is a hard. I think between the two, cube is slightly harder.
You can see how dividing the work really pays off. They understand now that they missed a couple of seconds, maybe 20, maybe 30 seconds to solve the cube, and they are wasting absolutely no time here. There is speed in the movement. I mean, they know what they're doing, and they are trying multiple things at once. They divided all the tasks between themselves at the beginning, and now that they hit some showstoppers, they are pairing up.
Yeah, and I just had a quick look at the questions and your notes on our chat. So Kaya mentioned something that we spoke just a minute ago, that Japanese escape games is not just solve a riddle and escape at the end. They incorporated unique puzzle gimmicks at the event recently. I think that's also what happens in Poland. I mean, this
Absolutely.
what you see here is not a typical room. I mean, this is a special environment for our championships, but this is not what you would see in an escape room if you went to one here in Wrocław. I mean,
I'm really happy that the teams that have come to Wrocław to compete today have had a chance to play in the local escape rooms as well. They were invited to play in one of the Exit 19 rooms of their own choice. And I know that the teams scheduled a lot of rooms just by the way of being here. And they have had a chance to see what our modern scene is like.
I mean, it might be a bit unfair for me to say that Polish escape rooms are of very high standard, since we haven't played outside of Poland, but...
No, it's a mixed bag, but the top end is really top end.
Yes, I think our rooms are really, really world standard, world class.
If I recall correctly, and don't shout if I don't, Abandoned Hotel is number 7 in Topeka. Recently.
Again, I don't know numbers, but it sounds correct.
Yeah, we are scoring highly, and it is worth it to play in Polish escape rooms if you ever had a chance. If you are ever anywhere around, or if you are planning a trip to somewhere in Europe that you'd like to play some good escape rooms, Poland is one of the best destinations you can choose.
Świstak Mieto on our chat also confirms that, well, these rooms here are not accurate representation of Polish ERs either, which I have to agree with. I mean, not that these are any less of escape rooms. I mean, they are of great standard, but these are not the typical rooms that you would see if you went out.
You know, the event here is to get back to Earth from some random planet that you ended up on. And you can see Earth in the distance looming over a pool of water. I mean, it kind of fits.
Kair also adds that as the Japanese in Japan, the escape game is very difficult most of all, but they create well of the situation, story, and the ambience. I think this is the current trend. I mean, what you would expect if you went to an escape room is not just the puzzles, but you want the whole package.
It's
you
a
want
theater
the
nowadays, really. It's
you want
an
the
event.
atmosphere.
It's an experience out of all.
Definitely.
I'm wondering if it's common in other countries that teams don't finish at their rooms. I mean, sometimes you will get an odd team that can't beat an escape room in a lot of time, even if they can take some hints or some extra clues from the game master. That's fine. But what's the culture like in other locations when it comes to designing the rooms? I mean, typically here, if you have a room that has, let's say, 90 minutes to beat, it is expected that the vast majority of players will beat it within 80 to 90 minutes. If you have a much better time, you are likely experienced and you know what you're doing over there. There will be teams that can't beat it within the 90 minutes, and that's okay, but the vast majority will beat it in around the allotted time, even if they need some extra clues. And I wonder if that's true of all the whole scene in all the locations as well, or if the culture in some locations is that they are meant to be hard and unbeatable sometimes. We see that Team Mercantilism actually started.
There they go.
I like
peeping through the holes.
I like rooting for the underdog, and it's not just the home team, but them being the only duet in the finals. I'm really amazed by their performance in the eliminations, and that they have made it to the finals as a team of two. I just can't help but silently root for them a little bit, and I really want to see the cube cracked.
They examining the holes at the moment. I think that's how most of the teams have started, with poking the holes and the pole, which surprised me a bit because what we started with was actually the first padlock with the numbers, but maybe that's just us.
It took us a while to figure out that there is a key at the bottom of the shaft.
Yeah.
But they have
There
a pretty
you go.
good time for this one. I just hope to see the cube cracked today.
With a minute 40, the first padlock is off.
Now for the digits, and then the fun starts.
I think what we struggle when we go to escape rooms is actually the physical puzzles. So something that you have to find, something that you have to put somewhere. Because again, we're quite good with the logical puzzles, I would like to think.
We're bad at searching.
Yeah, this is our Achilles.
Meanwhile,
heel.
Hydra have stuck on the pipes. They had a very, very good run so far, and they got stuck on the pipes. I'm wondering if that won't bury their morale a little bit. I mean, we talked about it earlier. They had a really, really quick streak of beating the puzzles one by one, but now that they are struggling with one of them, I'm wondering if that doesn't put them a little down.
I'm wondering if they got the right order, because you don't have to just put the tiles in, because that would be simple enough, but you have to follow the numbers in the correct order. And as I mentioned before, the numbers are nowhere near one another. So 1 would be at the very end of the puzzle, so you have to put your pipe all the way through there and then go back to 2 and then finish with 3. They're trying to, I can see them trying to use the middle piece to make the turns that they need to, but yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. Meanwhile, Mercantilism is still trying to figure out what to do with a padlock.
They have identified the starting position, but they may be looking at the incorrect square on the red face. The 6 is not used in any step, if I recall correctly. At least not now. And the rotations that are indicated near the 6 are not used at all.
Well, we had lots of rooting for Hydra. Now in the comment section, we can see some Polish players rooting for the Polish team. So go, guys, go. Świstak Miecha says, Poland is taking over this championship. And let's see that happen. Monica says 2 people. Well, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah. There's lots of comments in Japanese, I think, which unfortunately I'm not fluent in. So sorry, guys, I'm not able to read them.
It's really great to see a lot of great minds, tackling all those puzzles and all really having different approaches so far and struggling with different puzzles.
Pavel asked you about what do you think about the rooms being too hard to finish in your countries, and there is Mara Archer saying that there is an escape room in Columbus, Ohio, USA, where the puzzle creator designed a special ending if you failed.
Oh.
That would be interesting to see.
We have seen bonus puzzles sometimes that if you solve them, they are not required to progress the room or to leave or to crack the story or whatever is going on in the room. But if you do solve them, you get a prize like a chocolate. So we have seen those, but we haven't seen any special endings based on failing or succeeding.
If you have any more stories to share with us, be sure to do so in the chat section under the video stream.
The halfway mark with mercantilism playing in the cube is a good opportunity to remind you guys about the after party that we have afterwards in the evening. It's scheduled to start at 7 and at 8 or around 8 we will have the official times and official results.
Meanwhile, mercantilism has just opened the cube with 6 minutes on the clock. I think they stand a good chance to solve. Oh, and they already went straight for the hole. However that might sound. But they did, and that was the right thing to do. And from the angle, I think they're touching all the sides, which is a very good move. Yeah. Well done, guys.
It took me a while to find all the other spots in the hole.
Yeah, I think we have to change the name for this puzzle.
The black abyss. You need to put your hand into and hope it doesn't bite back. Or at least that it doesn't touch you back.
And it will.
And unfortunately, Hydra seemed to be stuck on the pipes, but now they are trying to put in the code for it.
With 2 minutes to go, I think it will be hard for them to finish the room.
I mean, they have shown pretty impressive time for now and dedication. But there is one puzzle that is simple enough, but needs focus of at least one person for a longer while, or 2 people for a while as well. And this is the one, connecting the cables.
Meanwhile, mercantilism uses a funny technique. I mean, they took the torch and they decided to use it in the black abyss hole, which is, I mean, you know, within your rights. Why not?
Every team has the same torches and the same paper and pencil or pen setup. So
yeah, the conditions are all equal for all teams. All right, and I've spotted that they figure out that they have to start with a bottom puzzle, and that the puzzle is connected through the pipes that you can see drawn on the side of the cube, and that is connected to other puzzles. So they know that they have to start with the bottom one.
Hydra, you still can do it.
Okay, they're so close. With half a minute to go,
They are
really
cracking
close.
one of the cores already. They need to solve the other core and get the galactic map. It might be too much. But you know, nothing is impossible.
Similar to Chungus Pound, I think they're like a minute or two away from finishing that room.
Yeah. I mean, it did take them a longer while to connect the pipes. In all fairness, the pipes took a couple of minutes. So if the pipes weren't that time-consuming for them,
Yeah.
they would have had the time.
And that's time.
Yeah.
And that's time.
Unfortunately, very, very close to beating both rooms. And with one piece of the galactic map in hand, Hydra couldn't make it.
Again, so very close. I think they've missed it just about a minute or two. Right. Meanwhile, mercantilism is at it. I think they have the right idea about what they need to do.
They are trying to correspond and read. Okay.
And we off.
Piotr has
Yes.
it. They did struggle a little bit trying to correspond the colored strips with the faces of the large cube, which is not used in this particular puzzle, which is not used here at all. It will be used later on, but not here. This time, the black abyss is all you need, and understanding which face is which color.
Again, they're in slight disadvantage because with only two people you can't really divide so that the other person can focus on another puzzle. And while they do this, and the audio puzzle that is right on the right-hand side is also available for solving. But they have a great time, better than some of the teams, so I think they are still standing a good
If
chance.
they don't get stopped by the small cube.
Within the cube, within the cube.
Within the cube. That might be their best shot. I mean, the small cube is basically the decider. How you manage to get through the small cube is the decider of how you do with the whole cube room.
If you spot the rule, I mean, you're off. You just have to.
Absolutely.
You just have to see what the rule governing the numbers is.
But if they focus too much on the small cube right now, they might get confused and try to guess A and B from nothing, from out of thin air. And that's not how they want to approach it. I mean, the auditory panel is still available for them and is easy to crack right now based that they already have the audio panel open.
Also, you have to notice that the letters that you have available in here are only C and D, which might be confusing because on your right-hand side you can see that you have a padlock corresponding with the letters A, B, C, D, and you're clearly missing the A, B. So where are you getting them from? You're getting them from the audio puzzle that is on the right-hand side, but slightly further away. So you only have to focus on getting C and D from this little cube within the cube.
They have started looking at the faces of the large cube, and I'm hoping that they can figure out the rule. They should really start with the yellow face because it tells them the most. No, it won't budge.
They're trying to shade the cube.
It won't budge. The cube is really, really heavy.
Yeah.
And very, very sturdy. So there is very little risk of any damage. But no, shaking won't help.
Unless you're really frustrated and you have
I mean,
to
if
get
it
that
helps
energy
to
out.
calm you down,
Yeah.
and that helps you, maybe.
But apart from that, it's not helping really. I'm not sure if we mentioned what the rule here is. But what you have to do is you have to notice that the numbers basically correspond from the big cube to the smaller cube to the smallest cube, and with each level down, the number increases by 1.
On one of the faces. I mean, there is a different rule for each of the faces. So for each colored face, you have actually 3 walls, so to say, because you have the large face on the large outside cube. Let's take yellow as an example. On the top of yellow, you have the corresponding face on the small cube inside that you can clearly see in the stream. And then opposite the face of the small cube, on the ceiling of the panel that the whole cube is in, that small behind the glass, there is another yellow panel, a yellow ceiling basically, and you need to correspond the numbers in the same location between all 3. The yellow package gives you the best shot at figuring out what the rule is, because you can see all the elements available and they are not used as part of the answer. And then based on that, you need to figure out C and D.
They have just about 5 minutes to go. And if they could just crack the cube within the cube, I think they could do it. They seem to be having an idea for how to do the audio puzzle. Do they? Oh!
Yeah, absolutely. We have Team Hydra ready for their exit interview, but we will keep an eye on mercantilism and we'll keep you updated. Let's take it away to Hydra.
Hello world, we are back now with a very enthusiastic team Hydra from Japan. So let me ask you a few questions. First and foremost, what are your general impressions about the rooms, about the game?
Exciting.
Yeah, to them.
Sorry. Exciting.
Yeah, thank you. And did you find anything like especially challenging, like very hard? Was there something like this?
Yeah, English is very hard.
Okay, that was to be expected. And was there anything that you liked in particular?
In second room, we should solve, divide and one person to one question. But this is 集まっていくから combination finally. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So let me also ask you, because you came here to Poland for a few days actually. So where have you been and where do you plan to go before you go back to Japan?
I will play Abandoned Hotel. あ、違う?
You played it?
No. Yesterday?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow is we play Abandoned Hotel and Puzzle Room.
And Asylum, wow. Yeah. So I wish that you have a very good time there. So before we leave, maybe you have something to say in Japanese to the Japanese audience?
日本の皆さんこんばんは、チームヒドラです。はい、まあちょっと不甲斐ない結果だったんですけど、まあこれが今の俺たちの精一杯だと思ってください。まあこの後、チームリドラすき焼きが、プレイすると思うんで、そちらの方の応援よろしくお願いします。頼んだぞ。
Yeah, thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Hydra. I hope we can agree with what you just said. Unfortunately, we can't translate it for you. But let's go on a limb and assume we wholeheartedly agree.
They smiled and bowed, so I hope they were only saying nice things about the championship.
We're the naughty ones.
That's true. Yeah. There is just 1 minute to go for mercantilism. With 1 minute to go, again, it doesn't look so bright for them, but there are so
If they
close.
have already cracked C and D, I mean, they might
The
have
final
a shot.
puzzle is really a quick one. So if they do have C and D correct, they might just be able to, although we have just 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds and they straight. They are looking for on the outside of the cube, which is not the thing that you want to do at this point.
I think they are still talking about the small cube. I mean, they are trying to do
Maybe.
two different things. It's likely, or it's maybe just possible, that they... it's possible to figure out the puzzle that Actor is doing now by finishing it halfway. I mean, it's always best to finish a puzzle until the end and then see the solution. But if you have put in almost all the discs, you may just infer what A and B might be, or what is most likely. Unfortunately, they're out of time.
Time is finished.
The cube remains undefeated. I really do hope that the cube gets beaten. I want to see it beaten for what it did to me yesterday.
We had some good attempts from Hydra and now from Mercantilism. So, I mean, I haven't lost all hope.
Close.
Yeah.
I mean, Hydra had it down to the last puzzle.
And also the second room, I think we're just so close to beating it. Last two teams needed maybe a minute or two more.
Yeah, so there is a good chance that we will see the rooms beaten.
Stay tuned, because it's not all yet decided. Meanwhile, we would like to share with you some info about Hydropolis, the place that we're hosting today from, which is a beautiful museum about water that we mentioned previously. Let's have a look.
Welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed that, and it really makes an even bigger impression live in person. I mean, I was really surprised how great it looks live when we visited it first time a couple of years ago.
And now we'd like to invite Kuba, one of the creators of this event, to have a little word with us at this point.
Hello again, Jakub. How's it going backstage? Is it going as you expected?
A bit of this and that, but mostly everything is running smoothly.
Okay.
I hope more teams would finish the rooms, but Team Hydra, I believe, were really, really close on both rooms, like 20 seconds from finishing the cube, which is really impressive.
Absolutely. It does give me some hope that we do see one of the rooms at least cracked by at least one team. But so far it's a tie, and in case of a tie continuing like that, it's 6 keys in prime position.
Yeah, they are probably sitting somewhere in the audience hoping that no one will solve any room, because
no one could really blame you guys. If you do that, I would do the same in your position. So no one can blame you.
I must admit that I am really curious about the next team that will soon begin playing. I believe it's the time for United Discord, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Can we please have their panel? Yeah, that's
Yes.
United Discord from the US.
What makes it really interesting is that this team has similar background to me and Bartosz. In particular, a few interesting facts that I have in my sleeve. I believe Paweł will have way more. What you might not know about myself personally, I was competing some time ago in World Puzzle Championships. I was representing our country a few times, and my best result was 36th place back when I was young and beautiful. It was when I was 19 years old. In United Discord, there is Weiwa Wang, who is 4 times World Puzzle Champion, which is really extremely high achievement.
I mean, one tidbit that I personally found interesting about Weiwo is that he wrote questions for a British game show called Only Connect. I'm a big fan of Only Connect, and if you guys haven't watched it yet, look it up. Be absolutely sure to catch up. Only Connect is absolutely great for puzzle nerds like us.
I will be completely honest, I have no idea what is
You
Only
need
Connect.
to catch up.
I will after the show, for sure. But I can assure you that watching Weiwa solving logical puzzles with pen and paper or marker on the chalkboard, well, it's really impressive. Last champion title was like 24 years ago, so we'll see if he's still up to the task. In the team, we have also one of the founders of Terpeka, I believe.
Yeah.
So this
Rich.
is really strong escape room background.
We also have a member of the board of Terpeka, Dan.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. It's
Yeah, absolutely.
really marvelous. So this team comes from both very puzzlish background, and I'm talking about Weiwa here, who is literally one of the best in the world, and really strong escape room background.
Yep.
So this is exactly the same set of backgrounds that we have while creating the puzzles. I'm not biased towards anything. I'm just curious if being from the same background will help them, or maybe they will fall into some kind of a routine that will start to hinder their progress.
And we discussed earlier if being a designer, a puzzle creator, helps you or hinders you in any way, or is it a double-edged sword like in my case? Having similar profiles to United Discord, yeah, I'm increasingly more curious how they can get through it. And they also have Mike, who is a veteran treasure hunter who won numerous hunts across the states. So it's not like, you know, there is any oddball in the team. They all are really, really impressive, with over 3,500 escape rooms played so far between the 4 of them, and with Rich and Dan setting the Guinness Book World Record for most escape rooms attended in one day back in 2018. It has been beaten by now, but you know, setting a Guinness record like that is impressive.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how will they fare in the finals, the devilishly finals that we've had so far. We are back with mercantilism in the globe.
Okay, so I'm putting Olga back here, and thank you for having me. I will be around.
Praktyka to jest ten, co jest opiekunem drużyn drodzy takich okularach. Jakby się go udało kiedyś tu ściągnąć też, tak na pogadankę, jak ciebie.
Postaram się, jak
no,
jest
jakby się udało.
Najlepszy moment jest, jak nie ma 2 drużyn jednocześnie, nie? Bo jak są 2 drużyny, to mamy przegrać. Jak jest tym przez to, że tylko jedna drużyna, to jest u nas...
This is what we have expected for a team of 2. The issue with the 4 panels when you have only 2 people splitting their attention between 4 panels, needing to run back and forth and communicating and shouting, hey, where is this squiggly symbol? What number is it? What do you see? What do you need from me? How can I help? It's not... certainly not easy with the 2 of them. And I'm worried for mercantilism here as well, because when they do open the panels, they will find the jigsaws. the jigsaws, the pipes, and the lines that have consumed a lot of time for other teams so far.
Yeah, and with the players especially, these are more time-consuming because you have only 4 hands instead of 6 or 8. So you just physically require more attention to be given to these puzzles. But again, I'm not sure what they're putting the code in the second padlock, not the first one, though.
Yeah, that's confusing. The top padlock is the one that they need to use for those particular codes. We can clearly see them communicating and trying to figure it out, but why the second padlock? Guys.
I mean, the padlocks aren't indicated in any way, but you just go from top to bottom, simple as that. I'm wondering if they noticed the top paddles, but right there.
There is nothing indicating that they should use the second row right now. And, you know, it's a natural intuitive order.
That one, use that one.
Perhaps they had the code and it didn't work on the top one, and they tried it on the second row as well.
Sometimes it's the littlest thing that can, you know, be your doom.
To be fair, some of the symbols are pretty similar. I mean, they are not all really distinctive. Some of them are similar, and that's intentional. I mean, you need to communicate.
If you can speak of intention regarding an alien language that you had nothing to do with, I mean, we didn't invent it.
That's an alien script from the hellhole that your team ended up on and want to get back to Earth. Okay, so they opened the first one. So now they know the rule. Now they know how it works. Now they know that they need the top padlock, hopefully. And having cracked that, it should be straightforward to open the remaining padlocks.
I'm slightly worried about time because we've passed the 4-minute mark, which isn't.
I think
Hydra
much,
had
a minute and a half.
Yeah, isn't much, but again, there are lots more puzzles to be solved.
Guys, I hope you're great at jigsaws. I'm
yeah,
not.
They really need to speed things up if they want to finish the room in time.
Yeah.
I mean, 20 minutes is not a lot.
The look of despair on Piotr's face when he opened the panel and he saw what I can only assume is a set of jigsaws.
I don't envy you guys. I don't think that's what I expected to see.
The strategy here seems to be that they divided into Piotr solving one of the puzzles already and Arthur running back and forth to open the remaining panels, which actually is something that I think makes most sense given that there are 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing what they can.
You already know
point.
the rule for the top panels. You already know what to do. You really only need one person to open it now. You don't really need the 2 of them shouting back and forth anything. I'm afraid they didn't really read the instructions, though.
Yeah.
Oh, now it makes more sense, maybe. But they need to connect the red lines that are on the outline of the square, the large square. They need to connect the red lines. Okay, now now Piotr is trying to rebuild the maze.
And you can see from this angle that once you've solved the puzzle, you have an answer sheet on one of the walls of the stand, which basically tells you which tile corresponds to what number, and you can transpond that onto the padlock
diagonally.
Yeah.
You just really need the 4 tiles on the diagonal line, but you won't be able to get them just by guessing. You need to solve the maze.
And meanwhile, let us guys know if you're still here with us. Let us know which puzzle is your favorite and which puzzle looks more challenging, apart from the cube within the cube within the cube, obviously. So let us know what you think about the puzzles in this year's finals.
And if you think you can do better designing puzzles, keep in mind that we will be looking for program team members for ER Champ 2024 sometime next year. So if you are interested in giving it a go, please apply when the word is out. I mean, I don't have the timeline yet, but we surely will be looking for more people to participate, to help out and to brainstorm with us. If you think it's something for you, give it a go. It doesn't really matter how novice or amateurish you think you are. In practice, it typically ends up really, really nicely.
And if you don't think that creating puzzles would be your forte, you can always become an ambassador and spread the word about the championships, which is always a great point, so that we can get more audience and let everyone hear about these great championships, this fantastic event that we can see playing out today.
While the gents are cracking at the jigsaw puzzles. Oh, one of the jigsaws has been solved. Well done, guys. It was a showstopper for me, certainly. United
it took us way longer than I would like to admit.
To open, to get into the cube. So we will see their attempt shortly as well. United Discord finished the elimination stage at 6th position with the time of 2 hours, 9 minutes and 52 seconds. The teams were given the option to choose which time slot would they like to pick for playing in the finals, with the exception of Team Paul's Clever Name going first, as agreed by all teams together because of the accessibility requirements with the lighting, and that was fine for each and every team. All the other teams chose playing as early as possible, so basically based on their times from eliminations.
Jacopo Camaglio, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, sorry if I'm not, says, let's hope someone solves at least one of the rooms. It would be such a letdown to know that the final performances had no impact at all in designing the world champion.
You know, yes, but on the other hand, all teams had the same go at all of those puzzles and all of those rooms. So we have a nice spectacle at a really great place. We have an opportunity to meet together, to have an after party together later, just to chat, to network a little bit, and that's an opportunity already worth the whole trip, I think, at least. Coming from someone who is local
on the side, yes,
on the side, and I really had just 10 minutes to arrive at Hydropolis. But we already have United Discord cracking at the cube. I really hope the cube cracks sooner or later.
Stay at it. Stay at it. They already have the pool. That was quick. And they're running around. They're wasting no time at all. No time at all. And I think they. Did they take out the key?
They entered the pole into the shaft, and now
I
think, but they haven't noticed the key at the bottom or that the pole is magnetic. Yeah,
sometimes you just have to push things into some spaces so that a certain mechanism would open up, but this is not the case.
It might be the case of puzzle designers being fooled by what they think about it. I mean, it's much simpler than what they might have assumed looking at what
I think they already know it's going to open up because they've spotted the hinges on the back and the padlocks in the front, so I'm sure they know it's going to open up. And I'm
wondering if any of them checked the bottom padlock, that it requires a key rather than a number, and that might hint them off that there is a key somewhere, and the only place that we can physically have hidden a key is really the bottom of the shaft. I mean, there is nothing else.
I think this would actually be the advantage of this team, because they've played so many physical escape rooms that they would know to have a look at the padlocks, because if only done online riddles like some of our teams, it would be difficult to come up with this, that to look at a padlock and say, oh, okay, this one requires a key, so we might need to be able to find an actual key instead of a code. And
Mercantilism have cracked another puzzle from the top. Another, the line maze is solved. Piotr is working away at the pipes.
And he has the right idea. I mean, you have to make a lot of turns in that
the
pipe
triangle
puzzle.
Is one of my favorite puzzles because it was very easy for me. I mean, it was a breather. It was one of those when you can take a breath.
To be fair, I haven't even had a go at this. I focused on the pipeline puzzle, and I left it to Paweł entirely. I'm really looking forward to the moment when United Discord notices that they have to just pull out the pole from that hole.
Well, to be fair, we didn't notice it either at the very beginning. I mean, I didn't notice it at the very beginning. You had to tell me that, hey, it's magnetic, something is at the bottom. But maybe they will just solve the other puzzle first and then look for the key.
I also like to take particular attention to some audio clues that the room sometimes gives you, like little clicks, like with a key, sticking to the magnet. You can.
Oh yeah, you noticed that.
Yeah,
you noticed that.
If you're quiet, you can hear some physical things happening with the objects that you interact with.
As
like
a very experienced team, United this could seem to be very vocal about what they are thinking and what they are doing. So they may have missed the click of the key attaching to the magnet. I mean, they are sharing a lot and they are pondering and brainstorming a lot, but maybe that's why they missed it.
Go, guys, go. And I don't think they have an idea what to do with the first padlock just yet. They're looking at the right numbers, I think. They just have to put them together.
They got to from the start, you go to a number that has no stars in its sight, and let's not delve into what that means yet.
Meanwhile, Mercantilism is trying to solve one of the puzzles in the drawer, but they're still working on the top one as well.
There is a lot of good ideas with the pipe.
And there we go. Well done, United Discord. Well done. They have the key.
Wayward tried to finally reset the thinking. This is what we talked about earlier as well. If you're not getting any results, just assume that what you're doing for now is dumb and restart from the get-go. So get the tools back into your hands again. Try to do something with them. And that may tip you off.
Yeah, so that's have the external cube done. Oh, they're looking at the arrow.
We have two teams with high hopes going for them for completely different reasons. One being simply the home team underdogs being the only duet, and one being involved with the PK, being puzzle champions, and being treasure hunters.
And having massive experience in the escape room world.
Let's remind you guys, United this could have over 3,500 escape rooms played between the four of them.
That's over 3,000 more than we do between the two of us. That is amazing. And I think as Paweł and Kuba mentioned before, they also hold world record for most escape rooms done in a day.
They set it in 2018, and since then the record has been beaten twice.
Do you remember what the record is now?
Absolutely not, okay. But it must be something crazy. I mean, when we plan our escape room trips, we have a hard limit at 4 rooms, when the fourth one is already really
Well, it's a struggle.
Yeah,
Just
it's a
let's call it what
slog.
it is.
It's not a struggle, it's a slog. The third one is fine, and 3 rooms a day and a break to eat something and a break for coffee, that's within our reach. I can't imagine
Doing more than
teams
4.
going for the Guinness World Record of how many rooms you can fit into one day.
I mean, my brain would certainly explode. Well done, guys.
It would turn into a mush.
I mean, as Pavel mentioned, when we travel for escape rooms, because there is a limited number of rooms that you can visit in your city, then when they're done, then you try to wander a bit and travel if you can. And we did that. We went for some trips in Poland to other cities, and there are 2 things fighting within you. One is to see as many as possible, and the second is to remember your limitations and to remember that after 3 is just no
and
fun.
realizing you still need to eat at some point, or
what a shame.
have a break, because
What a waste of
otherwise you will
time.
break down if you don't have a break. At least that's true for us. Let us know how many escape rooms in one day have you guys completed.
Do let us know. I'm really curious.
And how did you find that experience? I mean, even if you have completed 7 in a day, congratulations to you. I mean, we couldn't. But how did you find the experience? How did you feel afterwards? Would you repeat that? That's what I'm curious about.
Let us know. I'm really curious to see what you guys have to say about that. I'd like to remind you that you can chat with us live in the comment section just under the video from our live stream. Let's see what's happening here. Kair asks, I backed for the dinner now, so I can't watch Hydra's team movement. Please let me know how Japan team did. Unfortunately, they didn't finish either of the rooms.
Really close in both rooms. Really 1 puzzle away in the cube and 3 puzzles away in the globe. But
they really needed like a minute or 2 in the second room. And meanwhile, Mercantilism with final minute to go and still struggling with jigsaw puzzle. I don't think they're gonna finish.
I don't see that happening, unfortunately. And United Discos are stuck on opening the cube. 10 minutes passed, and they haven't opened the cube yet. I'm really hoping to see extremely good performance from them once they have cracked the cube open. Maybe it's the one white whale for them that they need to overcome, and then it goes. But let's see what happens.
I'm wondering whether or not they would like to win a chance to have a playthrough at our final rooms after the game is finished. Because remember, if you're watching us here from Hydropolis, you will have a chance to win a playthrough in the contests that are taking place in the audience. Meanwhile, Mercantilism unfortunately finished with the time when the time passed, so unfortunately they haven't solved the room yet.
Good attempt though. United Discos opened the large cube and they immediately went into the black abyss.
Yeah, they went for it straight in. Mike is poking through that hole.
The courage of the guy.
Rich is trying to get the little cube opened, but that's not yet feasible. You have to open the right puzzle first. So what you have to do is have to have a feel, which is what Mike is doing at the moment. And then you have to open the puzzle, which is just above. Mike is looking straight at it. Yeah.
Remember, the panels are inside the cube are connected with a graphic of cables, pipes, however you want to look at it. indicating the order of solving. It's not random, it's not guesswork. If you do notice that the cables flow from one element to the other, you will see, or at least you will have a good idea of where to start and where to go next.
And let me get back to the comment section for a bit. Monique says, how does the work of the volunteers at Champ look like? I was thinking about that, but I also wanted to have a chance to compete in the Champ. Well, this is the ultimate question. What do you want to do? We know where we feel more comfortable at, and it is definitely this part of the competition.
I mean, we did play in all the previous editions before we joined the team.
With little success
We got to regional stage a couple of years ago. We have a diploma for it and a commemorative picture. So, something happened. But, I'm a puzzle designer from years past, from really, really long time ago. I really feel like fish in water, designing puzzles rather than solving them necessarily, especially when trying to solve ideas from Kuba's mind, which elude me at times, to be honest. And how does it look? We organize ourselves online. We split into teams working away on any particular chapters for eliminations. So eliminations are the primary element that is built by the program team, but you can also help around the finals. I mean, we are here. The other program team members are running interviews. And speaking of that, we are ready to interview Mercantilism. So let's take that.
Okay, so I have now the team Mercantilism with me, and we want to ask you a couple of questions about your experience. So after the 2 rooms, how are you feeling overall? How is your experience?
I think we did well, as we didn't finish any of rooms, but we still think like we did well.
Considering that we are a 2-people team, we did pretty well actually.
Yeah, I would say it was kind of good room. I would definitely see it like in a truly escape room form. Hopefully at some day, but definitely.
Yeah. In the second room, we would definitely be a lot faster with 4 people.
Yeah, definitely.
Because everyone could work on their own stands.
Yeah, basically it would be much more better. I spent a lot of time running basically from the stand to stand, but but still I think we did like a decent amount of puzzles. Like in terms of pure amount of puzzles, I think we did good. So considering it was only 20 minutes, I was muttering to myself like throughout the whole room, like it's not 20 minutes room. Like God damn it!
The time flies, man. It was very quick.
I couldn't see a lot of what you were doing, but I could hear and see that you were quite dynamic. So I could tell that you were running quite a lot. So now maybe tell me a bit about the setting, if you like the whole Hydropolis thing, because I guess you know Wrocław quite well, both of you. So tell me, do you think it's a good place for such a championship in your opinion?
I would say the atmosphere, the whole atmosphere of this place works really well, especially with that kind of like a spacey alien thing. Like the ocean is basically alien for us, to be honest. So it checks out. And I definitely Hydropolis is like you said, we are the basically home team from here. So I've been to Hydropolis before, like on my own, and it's a good place. Definitely something to visit.
I think like the museum is modeled to evoke vast expanses of water,
abyss,
of watery abyss. So space kind of works into that pretty nicely. Yeah, I think that was a really good choice.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of the event, and we see each other at the after party, hopefully.
Definitely.
Yeah. And I keep my fingers crossed for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jens from Mercantilism, and congratulations for giving your best.
And we're back with United Discord having to go with the cube. They've already opened the small cube, but they still haven't cracked the audio puzzle. And with 2 minutes to go, I don't think this is happening again.
It's really make or break on the small cube. If you can figure out the rule of the small cube fast enough, even if you haven't opened the auditory one yet, then the auditory one inside is at least pretty easy to understand. Even if you need to figure it out, you know what to do. Even if it needs a minute or two to be done.
I feel that it just taken a little too long to open the cube, and they had too little time to.
They needed 10 minutes, I think, to open it.
Yeah, they simply had too little time to solve the puzzles inside the cube, because they're quite demanding. I mean, there is lots to do. And they have
There's
just about a minute
lots
to go.
to do inside. I mean, I'm going back to my surprise when I actually saw the cube and we played it. I expected maybe half of it, to be honest, and it is impressive.
And while I do feel for the teams, I have to say that I feel slightly better about our attempt, and my self-esteem is, building up from this point.
Hey, one day we could be champions.
Yeah.
But then I honestly feel better here, I think. Running it and being on the organizing team.
Yes, we're all the bases. So again, if you're wondering whether you would like to be a part of it next year, do give it a go. But we also need players, obviously, because...
Hopefully even more players. I mean, look at what... we can build and what kind of events we can prepare.
In the eliminations this year, we had over 500 teams, 532 to be exact. So that's a lot of teams, but we can never have enough. And between those teams, we had over 1,692 players from 26 countries. So the ambassadors' work and spreading the word really makes all the difference.
I'm afraid United Discord didn't manage to crack the cube. So cube 6, player 0, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we would show you the scoreboard, but there is no point at this time.
For the time being, 6 gears are in pole position.
Yeah, so again, I wouldn't blame you guys for having your fingers crossed so that none of the teams finishes in time.
It's been pretty stressful so far. During the after party, there will be an open board game area that you can sit down in with some friends, or just ask people who are interested in playing a board game with you. Organized and managed by Fox Games for us. So even if you don't want to play, or even if you don't want to dedicate the time now, be sure to drop in, browse what they have brought in, just see what you would like to take home and play at another time. That's completely fine. Shout out to Fox Games for being with us. Thank you guys for doing that.
And you could always have a go playing against our champions. So
if they are interested, absolutely. Maybe someone will like a game or two of something.
Maybe this is where the true tournament will be taking place.
Rock, paper, scissors after the show.
But, even though neither of the teams have completed the rooms, it's still a great fun to watch them try. And I think they're really giving it a go. I mean, you can see them really trying, and a few of the teams were really close. I mean, just a minute or two away from finishing. So I'm still hoping that we can see a team finish the room today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Speaking of board games a little bit more, there are multiple board games imitating an escape room in a box, or the puzzles in the form of a notebook or a plethora of all the kinds of puzzle and riddle games that you can play in analog form in a small box or something. I'm not the biggest fan of them, and I know this is not popular among the masses that are interested in escape rooms. I'm not the most interested person in that kind of thing, but alongside with the event today, SideQuest is having its premiere, another line of games like that. I have tested with Olga. We have tested all the SideQuest games currently in development and the ones releasing, and this is the first game like that I found fun and interesting enough to recommend to everyone. So if you haven't heard of, or if you haven't thought about playing SideQuest, I can recommend it.
I mean, I would recommend all Escape Tales puzzle games, obviously, because they're even if you're not the biggest fan, I think they're great way to spend your free evening.
They're also a good practice for future editions.
Exactly that. And it's worth to mention that Escape Tales were also created by our main organizer today, Lockme. Again, a big shout out to you guys.
Same as SideQuest.
Yes, big shout out to you guys for making this live event happen today. And I think the next team are slowly preparing to start the game shortly. I think we're moving on to the French teams in the moment.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have words. I'm truly sorry. I have no idea how to pronounce you guys. I think it's some kind of wordplay, but my French is slightly rustic, so I can't be the judge of that. So we have Noah, Raphael, Benjamin, and Melanie. So good luck to you guys, and we're waiting to you have a go with the cube.
They've come to us from all the different places in France. They played about 100 escape rooms and participated in ER Champ last year as well. So they are pretty experienced with the format, at least the online format, and they should have enough experience in escape rooms, physical real-world escape rooms, to know how it goes at least.
And Noah has some experience in creating escape rooms. So, mentioning our talk earlier and the talk with Kuba, we'll see if it helps in any way or if it's a distraction.
So far, I think the opinions are split. I mean, with Hydra, you could see they were rushing until they met one blocker that stopped them for a longer while, and I think they struggled to recover a little bit after a block.
Yeah.
And with United Discord so far, I mean, 10 minutes to just open the cube, they can't be too happy with the performance. But hopefully they can crack the globe.
I think it's a mental thing, as we've mentioned, because once you get that block, you get frustrated, you feel the pressure, you feel the time running out.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it can just get the best of you.
I'm also wondering, as mentioned earlier, the teams have to wait in the waiting area dedicated especially for them. They can't hear us, they can't hear any other teams. They don't have any contact with teams that have finished already. So the players that are starting right now have been sitting around and just waiting on the thumbs for 5 hours now. I'm wondering if that really plays into it. Did they manage to get some rest and warm up playing Sudoku or a board game or doing anything fun in the waiting area? Or was it wearing them down, really, the waiting game and impacting the performance now? Let us know what you think. I wouldn't really know whether I would prefer to play as first or maybe not last, but
I think
fifth.
first and be done with it, because while you wait, you keep thinking about it.
But I
try to strategize.
I could get more coffee. I could get more time to mentally prepare myself. Maybe if it wasn't the first early playthrough. I don't really know.
Well,
I
certainly
can't decide.
you're certainly in good company, accompanied by all the teams that are waiting with you. But again, if you're all stressed out, you can really feel the tension in the room, I could imagine. So I hope that you're having a good time, not stressing too much. But from what Bartosz mentioned, they are a bit stressed. And I mean, it's no wonder. I would be too in the position. All right, and
it's good to see that even though so far no room has been beaten, the players seem to be having good time and appreciating the venue, appreciating the design, even if so far nothing could be solved completely, and you could tell players are tired and frustrated by the performances, and that's understandable. I would be too. They are having fun. You can tell that they are having fun, especially that once they are done with both rooms, okay, they know that haven't scored yet. That's not perfect, but now the whole stress, the whole pressure is off you.
Yeah.
You can just join the audience. You can have a snack. You can talk to the other teams. Ask them how they felt,
and enjoy the amazing
commiserate.
and enjoy the amazing atmosphere here in Hydropolis, being live after so many years, having the championships online. So you can't beat that atmosphere. You can't beat having this event live and in such an amazing setting here in Hydropolis. So even if it was only for that, it still would be worth it. But I'm still waiting for one of the rooms to be beaten.
For the cube to be cracked. Let's see how United Discord fare with a room that you need to divide and conquer. So far, it seems that they have the right idea. Each of them has occupied a separate panel. So they are writing down the symbols and the numbers so that they can quickly put the digits in. And let's see if they can start and kick off faster than before.
And there are our third, I think, team of 4. So again, in my opinion, they might have a slight advantage if they use it correctly, if they make the best use of each player occupying each stand. So let's see how
the globe later on becomes more streamlined, a little more streamlined at least. You start with 4 panels and you do benefit from having full 4 players, but then it streamlines into basically 2 puzzles available after the jigsaws.
They're already trying to put in codes. Oh, the first padlock is off.
Yeah,
well done with 1 minute 30.
Wayward also has another open and is now working through the jigsaw.
Well done, guys. Well done. Let me have a look if we have any questions or notes on our live chat. We asked earlier about how many rooms have you done in a day, and I can see you have some answers here. Let me have a look. All right. Świstak Miecio says, I think the world record is 32 games in a day. Something like that. Jesus, 32 games. It's more than 1 per hour. I mean, well done, you guys. Hats off. Hats off. It's unthinkable for me. And Aita Pissimi adds, previous record was 25. So still more than 1 per hour. And
that's absolutely bonkers.
And I don't know if these guys are human or not. I mean, you have to use the toilet, you have to eat. How does he do it?
Hopefully not diapers and a strict diet, but, you know, that's crazy.
If that works, I mean, you could. All right. And yeah.
Not broken, don't fix it.
Yasuhiro Hinokua also is very surprised with 32, and yeah, I agree with you. Świstak Miecio says 11 games in a day for me. 11 days is still insane.
We struggle with 4th.
Yeah, I mean, we've done 4 before, and I mean, we've played through them and we've finished them, but at what cost?
in the latter half of the fourth room, I was the only one playing out of the team of 4. Everyone basically gave up and needed to take a break on the floor.
I mean, we pretended that we are looking for clues, but to be honest, we just sat on the floor and dozed off. All right, Hydropolis says, we played 13 in a day.
Nice.
Wow, that's a nice score.
How did you find the experience? Would you ever repeat playing 13 in a day, though?
Daniel also mentioned while United Discord was doing the first room, I bet Discord has solved every red herring by now. Yeah, that could be true. That could be true. They were focusing for a long time on the outside of the cube, and there are some red herrings there.
We have divided with each player focusing on a separate puzzle for now. The pipes need a slightly different approach. Hopefully they realize that soon enough.
And from the chat we have Jadwiga Uljasz, who says, thank you for your fight, gentlemen, referring to mercantilism. So yeah, it was a good attempt. Let's see how United Discord is going to do. And Świstak Micia says, I'm betting that United Discord will complete the second room. A lot of WPC-like puzzles that they will excel at. I mean, I agree. They are at 5-minute mark. They have all the panels open. They seem to be finishing with the jigsaw puzzles as well. So things are looking up.
I'm wondering how are they doing with the actual jigsaw, the transparent jigsaw elements. That's the fourth one that we haven't seen yet.
Waywar has a surprising tactic with holding his...
Hey, it works.
with holding his torch with his mouse. But yeah, it definitely works. Definitely works. What he's doing right now is a very simple puzzle. You just have to switch the switch.
But you need to have the matrix to know how to switch them and which is which.
And I think the matrix hasn't been found yet.
No, you need to open more jigsaws and more of the panels first before you can proceed with anything else, really. 6 minutes. 6 minutes have passed, and are we looking at solving more of those, or are we focusing on what they found so far? I mean, they really need to speed it up a little bit.
And from the chat that we have with you lovely guys listening to us today, we have Stefani Norci saying that in 2022 we ranked 204th, and this year we ranked 49th.
Congratulations.
So,
it's great to see self-improvement in whatever walk of life.
Yeah, that's a great achievement.
We saw ourselves 40-something, and then we saw ourselves joining the other side and going for the cookies of the dark side. So,
Stefani also says next year Panda Bandits are coming for the final. Well, we're looking forward to having you here.
The world needs more pandas.
Definitely, and cats. Although some of us wouldn't agree here, but. Hydropolis says 5 hours sounds like a very long waiting time. Hopefully they've had something to do with their phones. Well,
no
unfortunately, no phones. No, we had to limit all the electronic devices, all the access to the external world to ensure the fairness of the competition, so that we are sure that the teams that have completed, or the audience, or any of you guys listening, wouldn't tip them off how to do any of the puzzles. So to achieve complete fairness, they've been cut off. The only thing that they are allowed to have is some board games and, conversation. Yeah, and we are starting with another team. Yeah, Le Wids have taken off. They have taken off. And we've mentioned that Noah has experience in creating escape rooms, but we haven't yet mentioned that Melanie, who's one of the team members, has built a social network for escape game fans in French. And they are called the Escapers. Might be something
if you
to
know
check
French, be sure to check out the Escapers. I don't, so I'll need to pass. Sorry, Melanie. But if you do know French, be sure to check out the escape.
They have the right idea with a pull. Will they figure out that they need to pull it out? They left it in. Same mistake as with the United Discord. Let's see when they figure out that they have to actually take it out. And I don't think we've mentioned, but Lewis were finished 7th during the elimination stage with time of 2 hours and 10 minutes. So again, really, really good time.
It seems that United Discord haven't cracked all the jigsaws yet, which is the early pre-requirement for progressing all the other puzzles. But on the other hand, they already have opened one of the last puzzles where they will need to use the one of the cores.
And they're not even halfway there, so things are looking good.
So that drawer is open. They are certainly split correctly into, one-man teams or 4 teams.
Yeah, Daniel has noticed that there are some cores that you need to connect. That's what they're doing now. Meanwhile, room 1, they have found the key. They've taken it out with a pull and they have found the key. So one padlock is off.
So far, it's been true, more or less, that the latter teams from eliminations have shown better results in the rooms. With Hydra being the closest to completing both rooms.
True.
I think they were 4th in the eliminations, with 20-something minutes difference from the first team.
But United Discord is really looking good for solving the second room.
Yeah.
And just to remind you, if they do solve the second room, they will be currently at our top position during the elimination, during the finals, sorry. Because our top criterion is the numbers of rooms finished, the number of rooms finished. So if they do finish the second room, they will be at the first position in today's finals. They've already opened a drawer where you need the core from the first room. They're really getting close, guys. This might actually happen.
Okay, guys, just notice that you need the cores now. They weren't there just for fun. You need the cores.
Yeah, I do hope they notice that. I do hope they notice. Because at first you don't need them, so what you would do, what we did, is to just put them aside, because they're getting in the way, because the panels are not that big, so the cores would take your precious space. But now you have to remember that you took them.
Or even just remember that you had them. Because if you haven't solved the cube, the cores were given to you because they are needed as puzzle elements. And if you were just given them, handed them just like that before entering room 2, you may have not really noticed that, hey, this is something that I may need later on.
They have great time. I mean, they still have 8 minutes to go and only 3 puzzles to solve. And the final puzzles are not that elaborate. So again, if they just notice that they need a course. Meanwhile, the words have tried moving the cube, checking if there is anything written on the floor, I think. And unfortunately, looking at the red herrings, looking at the SWEN signs, the rotation on 6, which again, all red herrings.
Okay. United Discord have realized that they need the cores.
Guys, this is getting exciting. We may actually see the room cracked.
And in a pretty nice time so far.
The time is amazing.
They have more than enough time to proceed, really.
And we can hear that they're really excited because our broadcasting station is quite near to the elimination rooms, and I can hear them actually shouting to each other. So yeah, they really.
They must feel the pressure now too.
Yes, they're really close and they know it.
And they understand that they are close because all the other higher up drawers are already open and there is not much else to do.
With 7 minutes to go, I think they stand a great chance of finishing that room. Go on, guys, go on. And with this puzzle, the one that Wrocław is doing at the moment, you just have to stick the core inside and basically read the output. It's a really simple puzzle, no hard maths over here. So, and the padlock is off. They have the final piece, one of the 2 final pieces. They need just one more, and then the final code.
Yeah, and with 6 minutes to go, I mean, that's doable. The more rectangular core is tricky in that you need to start on a side wall, not go over the top wall from the get-go, but start on a side, then flow into the top, and then flow back to the other side before you can read out the digit that you need.
I think things are looking good for them. Although this one, this core is slightly more tricky because you have to have a good look at all the sides and be careful how you connect the lines. But again, they are so close.
Levids do have the good idea, the good path, and are now reading the next clue, trying to interpret it in a way that yields a next number. But they are still a few steps away from opening the cube.
Okay, and gosh, they are so close. I mean, with 5 minutes to go, they just have to do it. They have to. Rich is collaborating with Mike here.
I think they are simply ignoring the side walls, and that's not what you need right now.
Yeah, because the core has four walls. It's a core, and you have to look at all walls, all dimensions take part in this puzzle. So if they're looking just at the top to connect
it will lead them
the lines,
to incorrect digits. It's not that they won't get any numbers; they will get incorrect numbers.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
so you can solve it, but the solution is wrong. So this can be really frustrating because you're getting there. You see that the lines connect. I think they've noticed the sides. Go on, guys. Go on. Go on. Go on.
And Lewids have opened the cube with over 11 minutes to spare.
Well done,
so
Lewis.
Fingers
well
crossed
done.
for the cube to get cracked.
12 minutes is not plenty of time, but if they can really focus, it's still doable. I love how most of the teams have matching T-shirts. It's great to watch. The escapers, they say. So
yeah,
I think this is
Melanie's. Check them out if you
Melanie's website. Yeah.
Yeah, Wrocław has the other piece of the map. With 3 minutes to go, they have the last, very, very last puzzle
of the room. Oh gosh, this is exciting.
The only thing they need to do now is to trace the correct path from the planet they are on right now. And, they are on an alien planet after all.
I really think they can do it.
And get back to Earth. So they need to trace a path that follows the rules as outlined. They don't need any other elements.
Just
they
the map. Just the map
else.
and the pin pad.
Just the map and the pin pad.
You can see our judges in the background here, making sure that all goes according to the plan. Again, they are not to touch the red button on the panel, just the pin log. Oh no, guys!
That's interesting.
What are we doing?
No. I think they are tracing the path that makes sense. These are just tokens used to map it out visually. So they could use coins. They could use any small objects. They are blocking paths that are not possible.
I think you are right. Yeah, I think you are right. They are
You can see the shaking hands.
Did he do it? Did they do it? Not yet. Come on, guys, minute and a half. Meanwhile, Lewitt opened 2 puzzles. They have opened a cube within a cube, and one more puzzle that they will need later on, the audio puzzle.
They have a pretty good time as well for now.
Yeah. With 9 minutes to go. Oh gosh, this is so close. I mean, United Discord is as far as anyone got in this competition so far. Go on, guys, go on. 1 minute to spare. So here you basically need to just create a path from one point to another, and you cannot use the same color twice.
In a row.
Yeah, in a row.
You can repeat the colors, but not in a row. And there are some obvious paths that are blocked off because you can't go anywhere that doesn't repeat the color. But it is slightly tricky to figure out the correct path. 30
seconds. If they can do it, it is very possible that they will be our champions today. If not, it's back to 6 keys and the remaining teams.
Guys, hurry up. You don't really have too much time. And they should be seeing the time they have left just in front of them on the panel. There is the timer as well.
Oh gosh, 7 seconds. 5. No, go on, go on, go on. Did they do it? I don't think so. Oh no, no, they were so awfully close.
That was painfully close.
So awfully close. Oh my goodness. Oh, I wish I could hug them right now. They were so close. But what an amazing attempt. I mean, they couldn't have been closer. They were like seconds away. I really think
the pipes took them a while, and the pipes seem to be the cube of the globe.
I mean, an amazing attempt. I really thought we had this. I mean, with the time that they had when they tackled the last puzzles with the cores, I thought this was an ultimate win, but apparently not so. But a great attempt. It was a pleasure to watch you guys. A great attempt from United Discord, and now we are trying to see if Lewis can beat the cube. They haven't opened the audio puzzle yet, and they are struggling with the cube within the cube. And what worries me right now is that they're not looking outside of the big cube, because that's what you need to solve this. Yeah, they're struggling.
I wonder if any of the teams actually noticed the cables connecting the panels inside the cube.
One of the teams did for sure. I don't remember which one. I think it was Mercantilism who spotted it the soonest. I mean, as soon as they opened it, they were like, bam. But a lot of the teams have started with the abyss, abyss hole.
With the black hole.
Yes.
Well, black hole is fitting, given that we are in space, after all.
Alfred Noble says from our chat, this is way more exciting when no one has solved either of them yet.
You know, there is still a chance. We still have a couple of teams to go, so there is still a chance that one of them will take it with beating just one of the rooms if the trend continues. We are getting ready now for an exit interview with United Discord. I can only imagine what they are thinking right now.
Alfred O. Okay, I'll read the chart in a minute, but for now, we're getting to hear from United Discord. Let's get it to you guys.
Okay.
Tap me when you want it.
Hi, I'm here with United Discord. You just left our 2 rooms. So what do you think about it? You were so close.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I think in scenarios like this, you've got to have that insight immediately. And there were a couple of times where I think, you flip a coin. Some days we get it right there. Some days it takes us just a couple of minutes. And I think those couple of minutes can make all the difference in a competition this fast.
Yeah. Okay, so what was the most surprising there?
Oh, I just think the difficulty and the number of puzzles in the short amount of time was more than I think we expected. And yeah, we would have had been perfect to get under that 20, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so was something that surprised you with the good way? Like you really like the puzzle or something like this?
Oh, the puzzles were good. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else want to comment?
Yeah. Yeah, I think for the second round, we probably would have been able to do it in probably another minute or so. And so it would make having the cutoff time at 20 minutes definitely makes a really big difference, because it means it doesn't distinguish between people who are 1 minute away from solving and people who are like 10 minutes away from solving. And that is a tournament design aspect that, I don't feel great about, but, you've decided what you wanted your target to be.
Okay, so is the speed the new aim for your team?
Oh, I don't know. Our aim has always been to solve puzzles and to solve them quickly. So clearly we have to get slightly better at that.
Okay. I hope you are satisfied, and maybe you want to tell something about the event. How do you like it? How do you like it in Wrocław, in Poland? You came just far away.
Yeah, no, the city's been fantastic. The escape rooms in the city have been fantastic. The competition felt really clean, really good, really solid. Nothing, everything, once we got the idea, it worked perfectly. Like, definitely happy to come here.
Okay. So
I would say the only thing I would like to have seen more in the competition is I would have liked to see more of the competition. I think for us it was just too short. Just only 2 rooms at 20 minutes each. We want to see more of those puzzles and more of your designs.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna deal with it next year. Right. I hope you're gonna be with us.
We'll try.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
United Discord challenge accepted.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure to host you, and it was great hearing back from you as fellow designers with a lot of experience. The positive feedback, the positive vibes from you guys on how everything was designed and how everything was clean once you got the idea. Thank you. It's a pleasure to build an event for teams like the ones we've had.
Yeah, we're really happy to hear that you found the puzzles fair and solvable once you've had the idea. So that is great to hear, because I do believe that they are solvable, but they are difficult. Nobody said this was going to be easy. Meanwhile, Lewis with 1 minute to go,
who have pushed the large cube against the wall, and they are not really able to read out the
back walls,
digits from the back, and they are needed for C&D.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen for them either. Yeah, they really did themselves a pullback with pushing the cube to the back wall, because they have no space to explore the whole cube, and 50 seconds to go. It's not happening, guys. And the cube has bested another team.
There are still 3 teams to go against the cube. I still hope one of them will be able to crack it. At least one of them will be able to crack it.
And that's time. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Well attempt, though. I mean, they did open the cube, and they did open some of the puzzles, so great attempt.
Yeah, and they had pretty nice time for opening the cube, all things considered. But inside the small cube is a hellish of a design.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, as we saw, it bested our best of the bests today.
Oh,
so
yeah.
there is no shame in not finishing the puzzles today.
Only Hydra managed to beat it, but with not enough time to spare for the drawers, for the very last step.
I mean, we had a few close calls today. I think if the rooms were to last 25 minutes, we would see some exciting scores today. But so far, no luck. Let's see if our next teams will be able to change that.
Very close in the cube for Hydra and very close in the globe for United Discord.
If you could ask our lovely producer to show us the schedule for today. Let's see what teams are left to play. Just a second. And there we go. So we have 3 teams to tackle the cube. We have Le Boulet, Riddler, Sukiyaki, and Dopamino. So teams from France, Japan, and Poland to finish off our schedule. While Room 2 still waits for Le Woods, who has just finished the cube. And again, Le Boulet, Riddler, Sukiyaki, and Dopamino. So 3 more teams to go. And let's see if any of them can change the scoreboard.
3 more attempts at the cube and 7 more attempts total to score any of the rooms.
So yeah, I'm really curious. I haven't lost all my hope to see the rooms being solved today. But again, it took us long over 20 minutes to solve them, and I'm honestly not surprised that they're struggling. They're still doing way better than we did.
But they were so close in multiple attempts that we can even identify, from our perspective, watching them struggle, we can identify which puzzles took them too long, simply speaking, to finish in the allotted time. And typically it's the small cube and the pipes. I thought it would be one of the jigsaws, but these seem to be beatable, and the pipes are problematic.
It only proves that it really depends on the team and the person, because with us it took us a good 20 minutes to do the jigsaw, but we solved the pipe puzzle in no time, really. So again, it really depends on the person, and sometimes even on the day, whether you've had a good night's sleep. And I think we have a person that I would love you to meet. One of our program team members, Bartek, is here to join us and share some thoughts.
I would love to have a chat with Bartek.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys have a quick chat.
This is one of the people I specifically asked for if he could join us. This is Bartek.
Hello, guys.
You need to be very close to the mic to be heard. And
is that okay?
Yeah, or even a little bit closer, please. Bartek joined the program team this year and helped around with building up elimination stage. He was the one who thought up and designed the narrative and the story of the thing. So we have gone to space because of that guy. And he's here today helping out with the organization as well. So thank you, Bartek, for your help. Thank you very much for being here today with us and helping out even today, and for all your work on the program team so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, it's a very big pleasure to be a part of this whole event. Also, I really like solving puzzles, but I think I even more prefer to create them and also to watch other people try to solve them. So, yeah, although I didn't have any impact on what the people are doing in the finals, it is still a really exciting thing to watch them from the back, how they are performing.
Yeah. You joined the program team this year. How would you sum up your experience, and how would you describe going from being a player, you played in a team of 4 with other friends, to joining the program team, helping design everything, helping build everything? how would you put it into words and maybe encourage or discourage, if you didn't like it, other people to follow?
Well, maybe let me first say hello to my team members. Yes,
Hello.
sorry for betraying you. I think it was a very natural choice for me, actually, to join the other side of the screen. Yeah, but for me it was a really natural choice. I mean, once I learned that there is such a possibility, I just needed a very little push, for instance, from some guy on my right.
Yeah. We've known each other for almost 20 years over the internet, and then met in person last year-ish or so.
Yeah, sort of. But it was a very influential meeting, in particular. I hope my team doesn't hate me for this reason. Yeah, but about my experience as a team member, I feel like I was given very much freedom, also on the side of designing stuff. And I mean, not even designing puzzles, but just designing the plot, the idea, what will happen in the game. So, of course, I had also some limitations, but in general, I could do whatever I wanted. And some limitations are actually very good to making something more creative.
Yeah, I agree completely, especially that these are mostly technical limitations that we need to adhere to based on the engine that we use to build the eliminations, the online part of the games. We had the same technical limitations last year, dictating that we couldn't do some of the elements as difficult or as elaborate as we'd liked. We bypassed those limitations with the rat maze last year. This year there was also a rat puzzle involved in one of the latter stages. So I feel there is a theme forming up. You don't need to build a puzzle around rats to join the program team. There is no entry test if you can build a rat puzzle. Don't worry. Are you going to stick with us for the next year, or are you going back to the player side of things?
Oh, I'm not sure if it is possible still to go back. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, of course it is possible, but I really enjoy the place right here. So sorry guys, but of course I'll be happy to join you on some other escape room trip to some other country at some point.
Absolutely. Anything you particularly liked or found surprising about the finals today? The venue, the teams, the rooms? Have you had a chance to play through the puzzles?
Not yet. Okay. So even if I have some info from the back, from my friends, actually, what is happening inside, I even don't want to read too much about it because I would like to enjoy this, enjoy those rooms during the after party as much as possible.
That's fair. How do you like the venue then? I mean,
the venue is simply amazing. Maybe if there was like one thing I would change, it would be something about the music, because I really like when there is like a great music in the background, and here is somewhat silent, I'd say. But otherwise, it looks really cool. And I think the teams also have the similar feeling about the facility.
Okay. Have you had a chance to hear about the results so far, or not at all?
Well, I didn't have a chance to hear about any positive results so far.
Yeah, that has been kept. So no rooms have been beaten in the allotted time so far. Any thoughts about that? Are you surprised, or do you think you could do better with your team?
Well,
I couldn't with mine. Sorry.
Actually, it's always much easier to say it like, oh, like sitting in a chair. Oh my God, this puzzle is so simple. We would have done it like 3 times at this time. But it's really much different when you feel this pressure, the pressure of time, and also, shall I skip the puzzles designed by me? Because
that's fair.
I mean, I very like my puzzles, even the one which turned out to be like not not the way it was meant to be, like the second part of the authorization in the lab. That was me. Sorry. Yeah, but I think I really enjoyed the first part of the elimination game.
Okay. Yeah.
Like there were like many simple but still quite nice puzzles inside. And also I really enjoyed the events that happened in the second part of the game with the whole ship blowing up. Like you are hoping, oh yeah, this is the end of the game. We're gonna leave this space, this base, and be free. But
surprise,
well, no.
More puzzles to solve. Not yet, players. Not yet. One interesting tidbit, and that's interesting personally for me, but I know that we have more fans of online riddles in the audience. We had Team Mercantilism who met because of Zest and Inward Helix and Marv Riddle, and they enjoyed those. You are the creator of one of those as well, Marv Riddle. So, gents from Mercantilism, that guy is also coming from our background, so to speak. We met over Zest and Inward Helix years ago.
Yeah, we actually had a chance to speak slightly about it before the game, I believe, with the guys from Mercantilism. So, hello. I hope you enjoyed the elimination stage and the finals. Yeah, I mean, that was a very interesting project I created during my high school mostly. And it was like, I don't know, more than about 15 years ago at this moment.
Yeah, a long time ago. I mean, online riddles are kind of a relic of times long past by now. But Zest is still alive and kicking, so if you haven't yet, do try Zest Online Riddle. It should be available over the internet wherever you are. And I see we have already 2 teams playing. Thank you, Bartek, for coming to us. I really appreciate your input, your thoughts. I really wanted to have a chat with you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Let's catch up later on during after party as well. You'll be able, guys, to talk to Bartek later on as well. Pick his brain about eliminations, puzzle design, whatever else you'd like to talk to him about.
Yeah, I'll be very welcome to have a talk with you. So, see you guys.
Thank you very much. We have 2 teams playing right now. We have Lewitz in the globe, and we have the other French team entered room number 1, the cube. The team, there are also a French team, but they are split between Paris and Montreal, actually. Their name is a pun in French. Taken literally, it means a cannonball, but it may also mean a clumsy goofball, which is what the team more clearly identify with. Dylan and Florian are software engineers, and Sarah is a data analyst, and they often think of their daily job in terms of solving riddles or figuring out solutions, as many of you working in similar industries could tell. As most teams playing today, they have played lots of escape rooms together.
And they finished 9th in this year's elimination with a time of 2 hours and 11 minutes. So another great time to be seen from the French team. And as we can see, they've already taken the pole out. All right, so we can see Le Boulay having a crack with the pool. They have the right idea, but they haven't spotted the right place for it to put into. In the meantime, Lewis are tackling the jigsaw. And I think they have the right idea. They're doing the right thing with the puzzles, because what you need to do again is place them on the board, and the targets will mark the numbers that you need to use in the padlocks. little action now as all the players are focused on what they're doing. Seems like the words are tackling the second part, and it's off. It's off. All right, they have access to the cables now, and they already have the matrix to solve the puzzle with the switches, which is a fairly easy puzzle. Requires just some visual skills. All right.
Easy like all of the puzzles.
True. I have Bartek from LockMe here with me for now, and we're going to have a look at the two French team attacking the final rooms at the moment.
So maybe let's talk about difficulty of rooms. I think it's quite important topic here.
Sure.
As we can see, there is some problems with solving rooms. But yes, these rooms are hard. You know, this is World Escape Room Championships. So we decided that let's start from the high level and let's do it hard. You know, like a Himalayan trip, for example. When we are going to Himalayan, usually not so many people are going to the final top mountain.
So we've given them Mount Everest, but only 20 minutes to complete it.
Yes, I think it's quite fair.
Obviously.
In general.
Obviously it is, but they seem to be struggling. I mean, we had 3 teams to be really close to finishing lines in the second room. So again, I haven't given up hope to see the rooms being solved today. And the words are trying to solve the first padlock, but I don't think they've cracked it just yet. And Bartek, can you tell us a bit, have you had any part in designing the puzzles yourself?
About my part in designing?
Yeah.
Honestly, most of design in these puzzles were from Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
I'm managing mostly everything around the event in this case.
Which some could argue is the more difficult part.
But still, some puzzles are mine. So sorry or not sorry, because as we can see in general, it's doable. Because there were situations that doing this room was possible. And it's really interesting to see how each team approached differently to the problems, to the puzzles. So we can learn a lot from that, what are they doing. So for example, right now they are opened this big box after 6 minutes. I think it's a good time. So
it
still
there's
a good, quite a big chance to finish this box, and it would be great if they will finish it. And in the second room, they are still on the second puzzles, but they already
I can see some drawers open,
yes.
So with half time approaching, I think it's still within their reach to be able to finish the second room. They seem to be struggling a bit with the lines puzzle, but they have 2 people working on it at the moment, so I'm sure they're just minutes away from solving it. The other 2 team members are cracking the cables, which again is not a difficult puzzle on its own. You just have to stay really focused and follow the lines. They're trying to put the code in.
In general, we are trying to cover many puzzle types. So it's really important to have in a team, in your team, in competition, people who likes different types of puzzles. I know sometimes it's friendship, and for example, all of us love only logic puzzles, and we hate searching, or we hate some math puzzles. But if we are going on a competition, we need to start think about this as a sport, and we need to choose people with really different approaches to the puzzles.
And set skills, skill sets.
But in general, this area of escape room championships is new. So there was not so many tournaments in this area. So still we need to build the community of people who like to compete in escape rooms, because escape rooms in general are not for competing. They are just for fun and for playing with friends. But if there are some people who like to play an escape room as for example, in championship, let's do a party for them. So this is party for this kind of people, and I believe in few years people will start to train especially for this kind of events like a sport.
I mean, we've seen games become sports and national events previously. There are some major video games that are now major events, so why not this? I mean, I could see it be broadcasted in national television in no time. Why
not? There are even championships in fighting with pillows, for example. So why not escape rooms?
With pillows, not?
Yes.
And as Bartek mentioned, I mean, this is an unusual setting because it is a competition. But I think if you go to an escape room, you're always competing. Even if you're having fun, you're competing with the room, you're competing with the time that you have, and you're competing sometimes with yourself and, with your own limitations to go past the blockers that you've met. And sometimes, you are your own worst enemy, because once you get stuck in a certain way of thinking, it's really difficult to get out of it.
Right. For example, my team, because I have a rather stable team to go to escape room, we hate searching. We are really bad at searching, and usually after, for example, 2 or 5 minutes when we didn't do anything in the room, we just call and we would like to get a hint, and usually it's about searching something.
It's the same for us.
So, for example, in this competition, we decided that searching is not fair, because most of the time it's just a luck. So luck shouldn't be part of the competition. We should test areas like logic thinking, like combining things. So rather no searching. There's only one small part in this box puzzle, but this is really easy, and each team solve it. So I think it's okay.
Yeah, this is not the blocker. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm a bit worried about Le Boulay because again they've pushed the cube to the wall, so they have no access to the back walls now. Now that I said it, I think they've realized that they do need the entirety of the cube, and they're having a look at the back walls as well. Okay, so it's not that bad. Meanwhile, Lewis, with 40 minutes on the clock, are still tackling the drawer puzzles.
Yes, there are still chance that they will do this room. This puzzle is quite tricky. We decided to leave 5 boxes in this puzzle because it could be just 4 boxes. But it's a little bit harder, but still fair, because if you won't start just solving this puzzle, just if you analyze it for 10-20 seconds, you can see what can be inside and just start putting pieces together.
Is one box a red herring then?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't remember that part. Okay, so we have 5 cubes, but only 4 that you need for this puzzle to work. And so we can see them trying different combinations. Again, what you have to do is you have to put the cubes in a way so that all the middles have the same pattern or the same color. And there are some other requirements written on the board in that shelf.
It's really a fun puzzle. I remember when Kuba did this and gave it to me. At the beginning, it wasn't easy for me, but finally, it's really tricky because, for example, I just started just solving it, and it was stupid because I just saw a new puzzle, so I just wanted to solve it. But really, with this puzzle, you just need to analyze which colors can be where. And with this information given, it's quite okay to solve.
I think the first thing that you need to wonder about is how to start, because you have lots of different elements, and if you don't know how to start, you might get stuck on it for a bit. For us, I think we needed to get a hint here, but it was late in the night yesterday.
Yes.
But yeah, it did help us to start with establishing what color should go towards the middle here.
And what we have in the first room, they're approaching this touching puzzle still. It's also tricky, but I think like all of our puzzles a little bit because of this color on the bottom of the box. It's really important to see that this one color is not around the box, but it's below.
Yeah, with a little over 6 minutes to go. Again, I'm afraid they're not going to finish because they haven't opened any padlocks yet. They're trying to, they're starting in the right place because this is the first padlock that you would have to open to move forward. But I don't think they're connecting it to the abyss. Now they do. Now they do.
But room 2 still have really big chance to solve this room.
Oh yeah, they have.
Because they just did the box puzzles, and they just need to read the course schema and do the last puzzle with space travel. So maybe.
Yeah, we have some good times with 3 minutes to go. All possible.
Okay, they open it. They have
go.
Yes, great.
With United Discord and daytime, I was absolutely sure that they were going to crack it.
It was quite similar time when they got second part, yes? As I remember.
So now I think the main question is whether the time pressure will have them beaten or not.
When there is such a big pressure, you need to stay calm. But I think it's quite hard when there is 4 people over the one puzzle, which will be, I think, easier to solve by your own in general. Yeah. But still, we've got 4 heads.
4 heads plus the camera crew plus our referees, and you know that there are a couple of 100 people just watching your every move. So yeah. They've entered the first code, but I don't think it worked. 2 minutes to go, little under 2 minutes to go. If they do solve it, if they enter the correct code, they will be most probably our winners today, because we haven't had any teams to have beaten at least one of the rooms. And this is our first and main criteria.
The code there is quite long. But with paper given, I think it's not a problem.
I don't think we even used any notes. No,
okay.
I don't think we did. We just went for it. Because once you have the clear path, it's really easy, because there are lots of paths that are ruled out due to the colors rule. But again, the time pressure. They're trying another code with 1 minute to go.
No.
Doesn't work. Will they do it? Will they do it? 40 seconds. Oh gosh, we've been there today. Come on, guys, come on.
Yes.
I think they've done it.
They did it.
Well done, guys. I don't. I think they're not believing what happened yet.
They don't look happy, but I think they will be happy because they don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they realize that they've actually solved the room. Well done, guys. We have the first
something
team.
Happened there because there is everything's okay.
I think so. We have the referees to have a look at it, but yeah, we're putting the official time on the charts now. There we go. First team to have finished the room. And now we have the smiles. And now we have the sigh of relief. There we go.
I'm really curious how loud will be our audience here, because they were really loud about the United Discord. So
yeah, the tension here is immense. And we're back to level A with a little under 3 minutes to go. I mean, well done, Lewis. I will have to learn how to pronounce the name correctly before we finish this stage. I'm really relieved that we proved that the rooms are solvable.
Yes. But what we've got here, they're still on the, I think, the hardest puzzle here.
Yeah.
There's a quite easy solution, but hard to see.
I mean, because you have to think of the cube as a whole, because again, it's a cube within a cube within the cube.
I really like this kind of puzzles. I really like the visual puzzles. Maybe because I was a graphic designer one day. But honestly, Kuba hated it. But this is Kuba's puzzle, so he did it.
So he designed it, but he hates it.
Yes.
Okay, perfect combination.
But I think he's really proud of this puzzle. It's because of the shapes that we have this cube in a cube in a cube, and this is quite interesting in this formula.
I mean, once you got it, it's perfectly logical and it's a great puzzle. But what I think the players would need here is an extra 5 minutes or so to give it a crack. And again, less than a minute to go. I don't think that is going to happen. About 35 seconds now. So the cube has taken another team down. I think Hydra team was the one that got the furthest here. But we haven't seen the cube puzzle solved just yet. And we have just under 5 seconds now. So the cube has taken level A down.
But they still have chance in second room.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely. Again, there is no shame in not completing this. This room has bested our best of the best today. So I think they gave it a great go. Okay, and I think we're ready to have an interview with Lewis, our champions of the second room. Let's hear from them.
So, let me ask you a few questions. For instance, about your general impressions after the game. How do you find the experience, the rooms?
I guess the first words that come to my mind is stressful, but it was really enjoyable also. Personally, I like more the second one. It was more about like collaboration, like we're used to do in like escape rooms. And the first one was more about the succession of logic puzzle. But I guess in this, we really enjoyed our time doing the championship.
And since you are already the 7th team that actually experienced both of our final rooms, so how do you think you performed with respect to the other teams so far? Do you have any expectations?
Oh, wow, that's really hard to guess. I mean, we had just one room. We succeeded in just one room, so I guess we're not like in the top, don't do 2 or 3. But I guess we'll be like in the middle of the pack, maybe the end of the pack if it went terrible.
Yeah, and also the second one you finished like having 30 seconds
left,
well, sort of. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but yeah, we were really happy to finish the second one. Even if it was really close, it was kind of a happy ending.
Yeah, so in general, you feel like happy from your performance, how you did there. Yeah, that's cool. And maybe like one last question. How much did you prepare for the finals, like together as a team?
Oh, I guess not that much because we had on holidays for 1 week in Prague and in Wrocław, and we just did like 3-4 escape rooms, but it's just usual holidays. We did, and we discussed about like tactics, but a lot of tactics about searching, so it didn't really was useful. But no, we just try to do some escape games to improve our collaboration, our communication, but not such a specific preparation.
Yeah, cool. So before I say goodbye, maybe you would like to say a few words for instance, to the French audience, so like in French?
Yeah. So thank you for all the fans outside that cheer for us, and we were like sponsored by the Escape Hub, which is a social network for escape rooms in the French context, where people can give opinions on the different rooms in the world and yeah, just share their session. So it's a cool site to go into and to look for.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the interview, and I hope to see you later at the after party.
Yeah, maybe next year, we don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Bartek. Thank you, Lewis. I don't think they realized that they might actually win.
So they will be surprised. It will be great to have microphone in audience to hear how it's going to sound. But I think we will hear even from here how the audience will react.
I mean, they were surprised that they tackled the second room, but they had an amazing go, and I'm not surprised at all. I mean, it had to happen today, finally. All right, so I would like to know, and I'll be honest, how much time did you take to complete the puzzles when you had your first go?
These puzzles?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's really hard to tell because, you know, when someone is doing a puzzle, usually the first version of this puzzle is not doable. There are for sure some mistakes, there are some misunderstandings in rules. So usually it looks like this, that, for example, Kuba is doing some puzzle, he's printing me and I'm doing it. Usually I'm finding some mistakes. And later he do second version, and this number of iteration is quite big. Mm-hmm. And also on the other side, when I'm doing some puzzle, the same. Usually he finds some mistakes, so it's really hard to tell how much it would take for us to solve. But honestly, I really would love to have a chance to compete in this kind of competition, not organize it, just to play.
I've read in the comments that there are some people inspired by today's event and are planning to organize something similar, but in the local districts in Poland, in Podhale. So maybe you will have a chance to compete.
I would love to go there. I don't have problem with losing because probably we will lose, but I would really like to try to be in this kind of competition.
I mean, we're building a community here, so some people might be competing, but some people might be inspired to actually make a competition of their own, and we strongly encourage you to do so as well, because, I mean, we're all playing in the same team, we're all escape room lovers, so why not? The more competitions, the merrier, I think.
Yes, and it would be great if in different countries there will be such competition on the country level, because we started from Poland championships. Right now there are Belgian championships, as I know, but I don't know if they were already in this year or not, but this is rather just for Belgian market. And as I know, there is no other national champs. I know this is not easy to organize, but you don't have to start from doing really complicated championships. We started from not prone game. Doing not prone game is quite funny, I think, and it's not so complicated from the technical side, because in this kind of competition, really important is the fact that this competition should be fair. So you need to think about everything, that there won't be places that someone will have some information, for example, faster than the others. So what is funny, our first competition lasts for about 5 days, as I remember.
Yeah, I remember
it was
this.
extremely hard. People were playing for really 2 or 3 days, and they still didn't able to solve it. But this is the fun of solving this kind of puzzles, so not prawns. Escape rooms are better because, as you can see, we have 20 minutes and it's done.
Yeah, with the first edition, I remember that we're trying to communicate while we were at work, and you know, I am sincerely sorry, and I do apologize to my previous employers, but yeah, we did try to solve the puzzles in between our work breaks, because it did take a long time to
Yes,
complete.
It was funny. People were writing to us that they are doing this they are switching switching the roles because, for example, someone is working in the night, so the others are solving in the night, so he could solve it during the day. It was really, really great fun, great championships, the first edition. And when we saw that it can give so many emotion to people, that people really love to solve puzzles and just want to have this kind of event, we just decided that we need to think about other formula because this one is not so escape room. So really, if you have this kind of idea that you'd like to start the competition in your country, but for example, you don't know how to do this, maybe you can contact with us and we can help you. We can tell you how to do it because it's our main goal is to promote escape rooms. So let's promote escape rooms everywhere, not only in Poland.
The guys look scary, but they don't bite. So if you want to ask them any questions, be sure to do so. They're more than helpful. All right, and the final questions, because you've mentioned Poland Escape that took place in 2017, but then you took a really fascinating road throughout different form of championships, because we had a conference a few years back. Can you tell me which of the championship, which form was your favorite?
I think that my favorite was the last one before pandemic, because it was moment when we learned how to do this quite okay, and when I think the best part of this championship was the fact that the teams were going to the place where they were able to watch how the other teams are playing. There was so many emotions. There was only 40 people there, but we saw that playing escape rooms can be watching when someone is playing escape rooms can be interesting, and it gives a lot of emotion, not only in this case onto the players, but also as we can see today, it can give also a lot of emotion to just the watchers.
Yeah, I mean, it's great being here. It's great watching the team struggle with the rooms. Thank you, Bartek.
Thank you.
Now we're having a look at Le Boulet trying to solve the second room. Let's see how they do. All right, so the first thing, obviously, is to try and see the rule on the panels and the alien language. They seem to have spotted that fairly quickly. And with Le Boulet tackling the second room, we will soon enough have another room start the cube, but give us a few more minutes. And again, hi, we're now joined with Kuba from LockMe.
I know you've been expecting your husband, but you should be happy.
Well, I'll take you,
for what you get, yeah.
Sure. I'm not sure, though, why Le Boulet are trying to put the code onto the last padlock. We've seen one team try to do that today. And again, the padlocks are not signed in any way. I mean, there is no indication which padlock you should be trying to open, but you just go from top to bottom, simple as that.
There is a slight possibility that they might have the wrong code and are simply trying it in all padlocks they can, because those signs are not this easy and may get confusing if some of them are pretty similar. So what they should do right now is probably what they are literally doing, just go around the room and check again if they get everything correct.
Yeah, I mean, the letters or the alien letters are fairly similar, so it's really easy to confuse one letter with another, and just one wrong number will give you the wrong code, and it can go downhill from there.
Yeah, who knows how this alien alphabet even works?
Exactly. As I said, we didn't invent it, so we would have no idea, right? But they seem to be knowing what they're doing.
They seem to cooperate pretty well.
Yeah, I think so too.
2.5 minutes, and I believe in a moment they will start opening the top parts.
And once you've opened the top part, I mean, you basically have plethora of puzzles to take care of.
One thing interesting in this room is I wasn't watching closely, obviously, each of the team, but there's a different strategy that you could go with. For example, the teams might simply divide and conquer, so put one team member with each module, and those team members would try to solve everything they have.
Yeah.
And it might be a good strategy in the team that has the same strength across all members, but if you would open it and just see which part of which module fits which team member,
and allocate
maybe you will lose like 10-20 seconds to switch positions, but you can easily get it back if you are doing what you are really good at.
Yeah, as we mentioned with Pavel, it took me fairly quickly to solve the pipeline puzzle, but unfortunately we both suck at jigsaw, so that was our downfall.
Yeah, we've seen that. It was painful to watch.
It was, but again, it was late at night, so I feel excused.
Well, at the same time, the team, I believe it was Hydra, was completely stuck on the pipe puzzle, and it took them too much time, so they didn't have even chance to finish in the end.
And they were so close.
So one weak point, one wrong person with wrong puzzle might ruin your time.
Yeah, that's basically all it takes here. I mean, this is a pretty tight competition. The 20 minutes, as we saw, is doable. It's the time that can be done, but you cannot make many mistakes here. There's not much room for that.
Exactly.
Okay, and I've been checking our chat from the live stream. Remember that you can ask us a question or write any notes that you may have for us.
I can see a lot of friends from Asia are here with us. It's really great to see you. It's really great to have you with us.
The recent comments basically congratulate the words on finishing the room. We have congratulations from Eserath, from a few peoples that I cannot read because are in Japanese, I think, from Monique, from Yashihiro, from Kair, from Kokuyaki, and many, many more. So yeah, people are pretty happy that the room got beaten.
It's, I think, a good opportunity to say thank you for being with us. We're really happy that you are watching and engaging with us. It really gives us strength. I think Pavel is trying to take my place, right?
I think so, yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to leave you with my husband Pavel and Kuba for a bit, and I'll be back shortly. Thank you.
In the meantime, I will try to tell you what's going on. We can see that the top parts of the modules are already opened. The team is cracking the jigsaw puzzles. Oh, and as we can see, another team is starting the competition in the room 1. I believe this team is Riddler Sukiyaki. Yeah, definitely. This is another very interesting team from Japan. This is a team of riddle and puzzle professionals from Tokyo, Japan. They are creating puzzle games as their job. They have a company called Riddler, started by Ryogo. It is one of the team members, and they're all working there. So they surely have really strong puzzle background. They're designing rooms like that. Maybe not, maybe yes, I have no idea. I haven't been to Japan, but I would love to see how they are competing and how really open and nice people are there. Hello. Okay. Meanwhile, in the room 2, we can see that the team has divided into 4 one-person teams, or 3. I'm not sure if the team has 3 or 4 members right now.
A guy comes back from a break and sees his wife was replaced by a tall, dark-haired guy.
Oh, who is that? I hope your break was fruitful and you had a good meal.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
And let's get back. Do you have any interesting facts about Riddler Sukiyaki? You always have something in your sleeve.
Well, they are really competitive. They said themselves that they are here to win number one. Fun is subjective, but winning is the goal. So they are aiming for the top spot, and let's see how they do.
If I see correctly, did they start to open the cube? No, the padlock is still there. And meanwhile, Le Boulet, I probably pronounced that wrong. I am sorry for that. I'm terrible at French, but I'm doing my best. Are cracking the first puzzles. I think they are struggling a bit with those lines puzzles. They're more tricky than it looks like. I don't know how in-depth you were talking about them, but it's not just connecting point A with point B, because you have a given set of elements that you have to use.
Yeah.
It's not any line from the start to finish. It's the line that you can create given the set of pieces that we give you.
There is only one solution, and if you want to only connect without having only one solution, watch Only Connect from BBC. It's a really great show.
I'm not sure if what Riddler Sukiyaki is attempting right now is the correct way. We will have to wait and see, because it's really difficult to determine what they are talking about and what logical connections they are trying right now.
It's surprising that opening the cube has been so problematic. I mean, it's always easy to make a comment like that when you're not playing and you're not having the pressure of time on you. But still, it's surprising it has taken so long for so many teams.
There's one interesting conclusion that I've come to after talking with some players and people in the audience. Most of those puzzles, especially in room 2, are really simple if you will just stop for a second, take a deep breath, let yourself like 20-30 seconds just to look and analyze what is where and why it is there, and then it should click. All of them are really doable in a reasonable time. But you know you have 20 minutes, you don't know if you can spend those 20-30 seconds just looking and analyzing. You want to start solving. And in some puzzles, this is a mistake.
I would say it's true for most puzzles, as being calm may actually help you tremendously, because otherwise you may very easily find yourself second guessing and just guessing what the solution is, rather than trying to think, okay, I am given this set of elements. I am supposed to build a line or build pipes, or however we want to call it, within this given area, and you must identify the constraints under which you're operating first before you can really progress.
But to be honest, how to be calm when you are on the World Championship and you know the time is running out really quickly?
Actually, do the teams that start the rooms, do they know the results? Or?
No.
Okay, so they are going blind, and they must assume that everything has been solved multiple times and they are competing for time.
Yeah,
okay.
It was really important for us that each team has the same starting position.
Yeah, I get that.
There is a lot of information the teams could get from the fact that the rooms weren't solved yet or were solved once. When after the interview with Lewu, I don't know if it's correct, I had the pleasure to tell them what are the actual standings, and that their time of 19.5 minutes in one room is enough to be on the first position for now. Obviously, this can change. They were really surprised, but obviously very happy. I can only imagine what is the atmosphere in the audience right now, as it's really getting tight right now. We can see that the team in room 1 struggle to open the cube. I don't know if there might be some language barrier. I'm not sure how good is English in this particular team. I know some teams struggle a bit with English instructions, but they knew coming here that everything will be in English. So
yeah, but you know the eliminations were also in English, all in English with Polish as a second language. But everything was developed in English primarily, and then translated, localized, or rebuilt for Polish if necessary. And this is true for last year and this year. English has been the main language that everything has been built around. And speaking of eliminations, the completion time of eliminations between the two teams that we're watching now is 23 seconds. So Le Boulet were 23 seconds faster in the eliminations. And as we're approaching the cutoff of top 10, you can see how just 20 seconds may affect your standing.
Exactly. It is for us really incredible to watch how teams are solving really complex and long online point-and-click games that we prepare for them, only to find out that at some point they are so close to each other. It is literally just a few clicks and you are in a better or worse.
We still have the Riddler team struggling with opening the cube. They are slowly approaching the halfway mark of the time allotted for them for the whole thing. Hopefully they are aware that inside there might be more waiting for them.
Meanwhile, Le Boulet are walking through the second shelves. So they are pretty close right now to getting to the decipher part. But as we know, those puzzles with cubes tend to be difficult for some teams.
But it seems they have the good idea. It seems at least that they taken the instructions and the requirements and that they need some trial and error to find the correct faces and put the correct cubes in the expected slots. But they are working through it.
This puzzle is a great example of puzzle where just taking a look at the parts you are given might help you immensely. Because in the outer clues, you are told that the outer facing sides of the cubes have to have 4 different colors. Meanwhile, the sides of the cubes facing the inner part of the diagram has to have all the same color. And each cube has 6 sides with different colors. This means that none of the 4 colors that are outside of the diagram can be the color that is the same inside. This leaves us with just 2 colors, just 2 combinations to check, and one of them doesn't fit another rule that the color given on a field needs to be at the bottom.
Yeah, so rather than trying to guess how to start with elimination. Cut off the impossible and what is left is the most likely.
Exactly. Even before you start to solve the puzzle, it is really simple way of eliminating one of the cubes that simply cannot be used. And having that one cube away, the rest is really, really straightforward. But as we've always said, as we've said just before, taking a breath, taking a break and analyzing the parts is not something you want to do intuitively.
Yeah, we also keep running into the question of, do you want to have the same person trying multiple approaches to one puzzle? Because on one hand, they spend some time on the puzzle, they know it, or they are supposed to know it better, or at least they know what they tried, they know what didn't work out, they understand it a little bit better. Or should you switch frequently and have another pair of eyes looking at it for you?
I know what my strategy would be, the strategy that we usually use in regular escape rooms, where we are obviously not racing the time, just having fun. But if you have tried what you had in mind or you have nothing in mind and it doesn't work, let another person take a look. It is the first thing we do. Someone just yells, I don't know, let someone else try this. So new eyes comes and try different approach.
So what are some other tips that you guys employ when you play with your regular team? I mean, you are known for some of the best times in escape rooms across Poland, so you must be doing something right. What are some general tips for escape rooms that you can share based on experience?
This is a very broad question, and I'll do my
Top
best
three,
to
other than this one.
answer.
Top three at least.
First of all, divide and conquer. When we enter the room, we are never concentrating few people on the same thing. Room usually have 4 walls, so each person can analyze one of the walls. If someone finds something, they try to analyze it, but all the time, the second rule, communicate. So you found something, you yell, hey, I found a red rod. Maybe we could use it somewhere. Then you put the rod away. Rest of the team knows that we have the rod. You are continuing what you are doing. So those are the very basic ones. And there are 2 that might sound strange, but works for us. First of all, trust your team. If someone is doing something, do not come and, hey, are you doing it all right? Hey, maybe you need help. No, if they need help, they will ask. But there is also a counter rule to that, which we also employ at the same time. Don't trust your teammates. If someone tells you that the code doesn't work, go to the padlock, try it yourself, and in the same time, the person that was trying the padlock can go back to the puzzle and see if they have something new to add and some new solution.
So trust but control.
Exactly.
Or trust but double check.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. Also, I could add that be calm and don't compete. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It's really...
Except today.
Except today, obviously. But I think if the teams would be completely calm, their times could be better.
Okay, we could see some shaking hands, especially near the end of some of the latter puzzles, or once the teams realize that, hey, we have a really bad time and it seems that we are not even halfway through, particularly when a team blocks on something for a longer while, like we see in room 1 right now. It does seem to affect them a lot, and it may seem like something, hey, maybe maybe they should be more calm about it. Maybe they shouldn't react as emotionally to it and just take another approach. But it's easy to say when you're not competing in World Championship.
Yeah, in escape rooms, it's really frustrating when you are stuck. If for like 5 or 10 minutes you didn't know what to do, you are just walking around, maybe there's nice scenery or something interesting around, but it can be frustrating. That's why we as a team, we usually take hints. Yeah, we don't solve all the rooms just without hints. If we are stuck, we take the hint because we're having fun.
You had it. Lock me, do take hints.
What's that?
Lock me, do take hints when they are struggling in a room.
Obviously, and you should too.
Yeah. If you are stuck, just don't waste your time. You are supposed to be having fun, not banging your head against the wall. I have one more clue or maybe suggestion that is related to what you said, but goes a little bit into our experience as puzzle builders rather than just solvers. Trust the room and trust the team who built it, that it's actually solvable, playable, that it makes sense. I mean, a good puzzle is something that makes complete 100 sense in hindsight. Once you have solved it, it should leave no room for any doubt or any second guessing what was it about. And trust the process that it is in fact working like this. So it must be solvable, so it must be doable. So someone tested it, someone implemented it. You are likely not the first team, unless you are running tests, of course. You are likely not the first team playing it. Major issues should have been sorted by now. Trust the process, trust the designers that you can actually solve it, and it will make sense once you have.
It is really fantastic observation. And a good example of this are teams struggling with the pipe system, the pipe puzzle in the second room, where in the central part of the room, there is a crossing of 3 pipe sections. And it is there for a reason. Many teams are trying to build the piping system around it, going just once through this cross section. And it will not work because it is there for a reason. It has a reason to be there. And the same rule goes everywhere around the puzzles.
Yeah, just trust that it is solvable and that it does make sense, and it will make sense once you have solved it and you have a fresh look in hindsight. It will make perfect sense to you. And if it doesn't, well, there are better and worse puzzles, better and worse places. We are ready to have an exit interview with Le Boulet. Let's take it away to them.
Okay, hello. I am now with the team Le Boulet. You taught me how to pronounce it in French. I hope it was okay.
Yes.
Great. So we wanted to quickly ask you about your experience with the rooms. So let me know, how did you like them? Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, I think it was really great. I know that we had some issue with the space location readers. So we need to work on it in the future. But on my side, I really liked it.
Yeah, it was fun, even if we blocked a few times. And we didn't succeed any tasks until the end, but it was fun to do.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Cool. Okay, so did you have a favorite room? Like, did you prefer number 1 or number 2?
For me, number 2.
Yeah, for me too. Yeah. Number 2 for me too.
Why?
I think we could parallelize. So we have the impression of being quicker because we could each be on one of the tasks.
Right.
And maybe because we managed to do more things on this one, I don't know.
And at the very beginning, it was nice to have to talk to each other and say, oh, I have this symbol, what is it on your side, and work together.
Yeah. Of course, communication is super important, right? I think you're doing it right. So you came from France to us today. So are you enjoying Poland so far? Are you planning to stay a bit longer or arrived earlier?
So we arrived on Saturday of last week. We went to Poznan. It was very, very nice,
cool.
Beautiful city. And then we've been in Wrocław for, I don't know, 4 days.
Yeah, it was really pretty.
Great.
Churches and...
Yeah. Yes, we saw a lot of churches.
Okay, cool. Are you going to go to Warsaw?
No.
No? Oh, next time then. Next time you can visit me. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tak. Tylko trzeba ręcznie. It's that Riddler's time is running out with the cube, as has been the experience so far. The cube isn't even open. The cube consumes yet another team. There will be one more chance to beat the cube by Dopimino in just a while, once the cube has been prepared again to be played by another team. But it seems that the cube stays strong. We have Riddler Sukiyaki preparing for the globe, and we have Dopimino slowly preparing for the cube. Will they or won't they smash the cube? I do hope they do, but seeing the experience so far, it may be difficult. Are you still hoping for seeing a cube destroyed?
I mean... The chances are slim, but it's not impossible.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, I do hope we...
Hydra showed that it's really doable. And
Definitely.
We could even identify the exact puzzles that they stuck on.
Definitely. I mean, we've got one team yet to be seen. Toppimino and Riddler 2, sorry, and Riddler Sukiyaki.
Riddler are preparing for Globe already.
So, yeah, so let's have a look at them in a minute. And yeah, can't wait to see if there will be another team fighting for the title, or will the Weirds take it over?
Interesting turn of events.
All right, can we have a look at the Toppimino team that will be starting shortly in the first room?
It's our second team from Poland. Their name is composed of the first two letters of part of their names. So we have Dominik, Piotr, Sara, and Aleksandra. They come from all over the country. Dominik was the first one who suggested playing in an escape room together some time ago, and so it's become their hobby. They joined ER Champ in 2020 when they played for the first time and have been competing in each edition since then. All of them see themselves as having scientific analytical minds. Sarah graduated in dentistry, Alexandra and Piotr in maths, and Dominik in chemistry and physics. So a strong analytical team with a good chance to crack the impossible, as it seems.
They actually finished 11th with a completion time of 2 hours and 13 minutes. But since one of the teams in the third place weren't able to come, the green tick, or however they would like to be pronounced, we invited the team that took the 11th place to come and play with us for the title. And Toppimino were the lucky guys.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Happy to have you here.
All right, and I think we still have some time before we invite both teams to start their games. So how about we have some escape room chat?
I talked to Kuba about his best tips for succeeding in escape rooms. One of the things that we learned is that the Lock Me team do take additional hints during their games. If they are stuck for too long, they just don't want to waste time in their lives, and they just take a hint. And Kuba also said that on one hand, you should trust your members, team members, that they know what they're doing and that they know what they're looking at. And we have a history with that. But on the other, we shouldn't really fully trust them, and we should double check and confirm if what they're saying makes sense. Do you have any hints or tips for succeeding in escape rooms? Whether it's something cliche like, communicate and talk to each other, okay, that's a given. But anything that's based on our experiences, or anything that you'd like us to try more, but we never really could?
I think Kuba's approach is quite close to my heart, because we also are not shy when asking for clues and for
It does
hints.
hurt a little, but sometimes you just have to. Don't waste your life, guys.
Yeah. So
unless it's the finals of the World Championship, then no clues, and do feel the pressure, please.
But I think our approach has changed a bit, and maybe it's not a tip per se, but I think what we've started to do after our, I don't know, maybe 50th or 100th room is just to have fun. Because I remember us going for the times, for the records, when we've been doing our, I don't know, 20th room, and we really wanted to, speed things up and go through that room like thunder.
We did break some records back then, and the experience of breaking the record was great. But on the other hand, while in this mindset, the experience and the feeling of being just 3-4 minutes short of the room record was less than pleasant. So we rather just have fun, go in and don't rush things that much.
And I think what I enjoy the most is we just take time to appreciate the room, because sometimes there are just, there are pieces of art, basically. I mean, the rooms that we've seen last year and the year before, they are on another level. This is another level of art, basically. So it would be just a shame, in my opinion, not to stop for a second and to ponder about the minor details and the quality of the settings that we.
I'm afraid I'm one of those people who needs to try every hat on and every coat on and everything else available in the room, and I need to touch everything and play with everything and fiddle with everything. Although I haven't broken anything yet, after 160-ish rooms. I haven't broken anything, but I do catch myself, quote-unquote, wasting time on just playing around with things and elements of the room that are not puzzles at all.
Yeah, I think we like to goof around, and I think this become my favorite part of our escape room trips, basically. And you know, to have some quality time with your friends or whoever you go into the escape rooms with, I think this is the most valuable part for me, apart from the puzzles, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. One last tip that we actually do employ more often than not, unless we forget, and we are a forgetful bunch, is to put everything that has already played, all the elements, either in their original spot, so you know that they have already played and are not used anymore, or on one pile in a dedicated place. So just agree a corner of the room or a part of the table or whatever else you feel most comfortable with, and put everything that has been already used over there so that you don't confuse it. And typically in most escape rooms around, everything plays only once. And if something plays more than once, you are either told beforehand. Sometimes game masters just
unless you're playing the championships.
Yeah, unless you're playing the championships, that's obviously the exception. Sometimes game masters tell you outright that, hey, there will be one element that plays twice, so keep an eye out. Or sometimes you will just see plainly that you need to reuse something, but then you will be able to easily find it on that pile that you just built with your team. Yeah. So put everything that you have already used, not in a random location, but agree with everyone. And one of the first things that we do when we enter a room is saying, hey, everything that has played, put it there. And we put it in an agreed place. We struggle with keeping to it more often than not, but I think the idea is sound. I think it may help. And
there's one more thing that we tend to do, and that I know that game masters really enjoy, that we tend to leave the keys that we used to open the pods inside the pods, because one, we don't get confused which keys were used, and two, it makes it really easier for the game masters to make the room ready for the next team.
We can take the whole padlock if it has its key inside and put it on the pile of used things, or we can leave it in its original hanging spot because we already can see it that it's open. You know, the cupboard is open, the drawer is open, so we don't need to move it. But yeah, please do leave the keys in either their dedicated padlocks or in their dedicated locks or in some place that game masters can easily find them. That helps with cleaning up tremendously, and this is something that game masters appreciate.
Maybe you have some stories about your favorite and memorable game masters that you would like to share with us. I sure remember some. I mean, in Wrocław, it's a close community with some lovely, lovely people. So it's hard not to get affection with them. But yeah, I also remember one particular room that taught us to be mindful with what we do with the items in the room. And I think it's still available to play, so I'm not gonna go into details so as not to spoil it for all of you who would like to play in it. But the main plot was that when you enter the room, the plot is that nobody should know
that you were there. It was the first room that we played that was so heavy on the plot and the narrative, and it wasn't one of those. I mean, it was years ago, so it's changed by now. But years ago, it was the first room that we played so heavily invested into the plot, and it wasn't just run of the mill. Hey, find the last key to open the door and escape, and that's it.
So your goal was not to be seen, and you had to leave the room exactly as you enter it, as it was when you entered it. So I think it was a challenge. It was very unusual back then, but it's something that we took with us to other escape rooms. And while we do them now, we usually tend to, leave them as is.
Although there are rooms, even in Wrocław, that you can't leave not messy. And you have to, it's part of the fun that you leave them a little bit or a whole bit more messy than you found them.
But to be fair, the game masters tend to have some fun as well in that, so I don't feel guilty about it, not that much. Okay, and since we have a few more minutes, I would like to have a look at our fantastic organizers. Can we please have a little look at our organizers and partners? There we go. Let's give another fantastic shout out to LockMe. Guys, you've been amazing. It's a whole team, not only Bartek and Kuba, who you've had a chance to meet, but there is a whole team that made today's event possible.
In total, this event has been organized by just shy of 50 people, plus all the contestants, plus the lovely audience that we have. So yeah, 50-ish people to run something like this.
Yeah, we also have our patron rooms of realities, our partners, Fox Games and Hydropolis, again, where we are hosting today. We have our meritorical partner, Exit 19, who produced some amazing escape rooms here in Wrocław. If you arrived here, you can check them out. And also a big shout out to our technical partners, our lovely producers, Tutek, our room creators, My Cuda Robimy, and also Viral Media. So thank you guys for making that happen. You've been amazing, and we're thrilled to be having this event.
It's been a pleasure to work with you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been lovely. I would do it all over again. Okay, we just had a little thank you, and it was lovely. All right.
Can recommend, hire them for your events.
Yeah, so again, I know you've heard it before, but if you are wondering about taking part in the program team, be sure to check it out in the next edition and be a part of it.
And it's been actually 10 years this year of the escape room games in Poland. So we are celebrating the 10-year anniversary of escape rooms in our country. This is also what After Party is about, in just a part of it. It's crazy to think that it started so long ago. We played our first room 9 years ago.
And we hadn't, we haven't had a clue what we were doing.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I remember when we entered the first room, as Paweł might have mentioned before, it was the Da Vinci room. And we didn't even know what to look at. I mean, I remember us checking barcodes on some random things that we found. It was so random. And we didn't finish in time. I mean, we were lucky enough to have
even after taking a few clues, and we were reluctant to take hints back then.
Okay, but we have Riddler Sukiyaki taking a go at the second room, the Earth room, and let's see if they will make it back to Earth. They have to crack the alien language. And they seem to be doing quite well.
You can see that they are not shouting or communicating verbally what they need. Instead, each one of them is looking at all of the panels and collecting notes, at least, or looking at what they need. I would assume that they started by taking the 4 symbols that they need for their panel and then just walking through all the 4 to figure it out. Maybe it's actually the fastest way.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether it's a culture thing, but I've noticed that the teams from Japan are usually taking a more steady approach. They take notes and they are a bit more calm in their approach. And our friends from the US were taking a bit more ballsy approach to these tasks.
Certainly more communication was visible in let's say Western teams.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, and as we can see, we've started with another room. The Topimino is having a go with the cube, and they've already took the pole out. And will they notice that the key is right at the end? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, then having a go and looking at the sides of the cube. Okay, I'm sure they get it in a second. And if you haven't heard, if you've missed this part, Topimino is our 11th team. They were 11th in the elimination stage, but due to one team not being able to come, we've invited Topimino to play in the finals. So they've already had a lucky strike. Will they be lucky again?
I think they're focusing on the correct next step at least, but we'll see if the cube can be cracked.
All right, and meanwhile, the Riddlers have cracked another padlock. They're already on the numbers triangle, and they're figuring out what to do with the cubes. But you need another drawer open for that.
You need to have the top layer completely solved before you can really progress everything else.
Meanwhile, Topimino still haven't taken the pole out of the hole.
Well, they are looking at all the faces of the cube, looking for the padlock combination, which isn't a bad idea at all. And once they have cracked that, hopefully, they will notice that what they need now is a key for a keyed padlock at the bottom of the front face.
Yeah, I mean, so far everything, every team has spotted it. So I'm sure it's just a matter of time for them to notice that. Oh, there we go. There it is, the little key.
The moment we all know and love.
Yeah.
Oh my God, why haven't I noticed that before?
But it's been just 3 minutes, so it's not that bad. Although with the cube, every minute counts. Every minute counts. Okay, I'm having a look at our chat section, but unfortunately...
We still can't read Japanese.
We still can't read Japanese. No, not yet. Maybe next year. But we feel your presence. There are a lot of Asian friends with us, so hi, thank you for watching us. Thank you for being with us today. Great to know that you're here with us. We feel your energy. But unfortunately, it doesn't correspond with us being able to read Japanese yet. Yet.
I do hope Topimino managed to open the cube pretty shortly and at least have a proper go at everything that's waiting for them inside. I mean, the cube has proven to be problematic. That's fair. I would still love to see it cracked.
Okay, and I'm still waiting for some answers from you, whether you like to take hints when you do escape rooms, and what are your best tips and tricks. Please do share them in the comment section below our live stream.
Topimino are looking at something, but not exactly sure what they are aiming at. All standing, okay, they are trying to move the cube around a little bit. Maybe get some more space between the cube and the wall so that they can navigate around it a little bit efficiently.
With 5-minute mark, it's going to be a challenge to solve the inside of the cube, but still it's not impossible to do so. Just you guys need to really get going. Meanwhile, Riddlers seem to be doing quite well. I mean, they have some of the drawers already open, and then there is the infamous pipe riddle. The infamous pipe riddle.
They are employing the hint about changing perspectives and just having someone else look at the puzzle that you have been struggling with for a while, rather than having one person beat their head against the same wall. They rather have more people looking at it, and it seems to have to be producing results already. it's okay if you struggle with a particular puzzle. It's okay to ask someone on your team to take over. So don't be shy.
Yeah, I think that's also a great tip. So if you get stuck, have someone else look at it. Because as I think Bartek mentioned earlier, it is important to have players with different skill sets, so that you can use all you've got and give it your best shot. And if you're not feeling particularly strong with a certain type of puzzle, it might be a good idea just to swap for a sec.
I'm worried for Dopimino, who seem to be just looking at the cube, not even following the trail, not even looking at the starting point again, or trying to figure out the next step. They are just standing in one place. Okay, now they are walking around and trying to figure out what to do about it, but they don't seem active around the whole cube enough. You really need to start with the starting point, which is clearly marked, and then the first thing that you need to do is find a number that doesn't see any of the stars. And this is something that simply requires you to walk around and test most numbers. Maybe not every, but test most numbers if they fit.
In the chat section, you're wondering whether you should start chatting in English. If you do, we'll be able to join in. So if you can, give
absolutely.
it a go.
If you could go in English, we would be able to read out some of it and have a lovely conversation too.
Yeah, but it's great to see there's plenty of you watching, so this is really nice to see.
We have 450 people watching us live right now. Yeah,
and you're commenting all the time, so it's great to see. It's great to feel your energy. And I know you can't hear them and can't see them, but energy in the audience is also amazing. I mean, you can give yourself a big shout out if you're there. Pep yourself up. And I'm afraid that Dopimino seems a bit stuck. They don't seem to have an idea what to do next.
And yeah, I'm wondering how the fatigue of the whole day plays into it.
Yeah.
They have been here since 10 or 11 a.m. Waiting for the time to play. And it's after 5, so they spent six and a half hours just waiting. Granted, they had analog entertainment. They had some board games. They had side quests as well. They have been already playing the new side quest games. So guys, check them out as well. I really enjoyed those. But waiting for over 6 hours just to have your turn to play, it must be draining.
But just to ease your mind, the conditions that they were in were fairly pleasant. They had a lovely cafe, some board games to occupy themselves with, so nothing too bad. But again, it must be tiring. Plus all the emotions and the weight of waiting for your role in the championships. This is something that must have taken its toll.
Now that I think about it, I probably would take going second. As in, if I qualified as a player, I would probably prefer to be second playing, just because the first team may run into some technical issues that need to be ironed out. I mean, we have been testing all puzzles exhaustively, but you never know. Something unexpected may happen on the day. So I wouldn't go first, and I'm not a morning person, so I wouldn't go first also for that reason. I need some time to wake up, to have another coffee. But then second feels like me. And I think it suits you as well. So
definitely. I'm not a morning person, so yeah.
But going 10th, I would be exhausted.
But I think we are very lucky that we haven't had any technical issues to this point.
No, absolutely. It's been smooth.
But yeah, I mean, again, nobody said it was going to be easy, but no technical breaks at this point. Wow. But we are talking, and meanwhile, Riddlers seem to be tackling the one of the final puzzles because they already have one of the cores placed in the drawer.
They just identified that the core goes there by the shape for now. So good for them, because we have seen teams not really thinking about cores as a playable item and just misplacing them on the central podium. So it's a good practice as well to already prepare an item that will be used later based on context clues or outlines or the place where you put it finally. So that's good practice as well.
Okay, and the Riddlers they have opened yet another drawer that they will need to use the other core in, and they already know it. They already know it. They were prepared. I mean, with 12 minutes on the clock, they really, really might be able to solve the room. That would be the second solve of the day, and I'm really curious to see what time they would finish. Oh, they're going crazy. I mean, look at that speed. Look at that speed. I'm not sure why were they turning the core. Let's have a look. They know dilly-dallying.
Absolutely. They have a really lovely time and still a lot of room to play through the map.
And they have one part of the map already with 7 minutes to go. I think this is so far the best time that we've seen.
Yeah.
Let's see if they are able to get a second part. And meanwhile, Toppimino still haven't opened the cube.
One of the things that the Riddlers do is take a lot of notes and prepare everything in one place. I mean, all the text in one place, and only then crack what the final answer might be. So they transcribe all the options so that then they don't need to fiddle as much with the tools. But have they not noticed that when transposing the squarish core, you need to start at the sides and not just go over the top?
I mean, they're very methodical. No, you have to give them that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, and will they be... Yes, they cracked
they
the padlock.
have the map and 6 minutes to go. I mean,
gosh,
that's the best time so far for it.
Come on, guys. I mean, they have 6 minutes. They have to do it.
They did say that they've come here to secure the top 1 spot in the competition.
I mean, this would be amazing. Them being the 10th team to have completed the elimination and to be able to snatch that win away. I mean, wow. Let's see that happen. Let's see that happen. Come on, guys. Plenty of time to go. Beautifully played.
No, not
wrong
yet.
Cut, wrong
not
code.
yet.
But they're
Wrong
very, very
turn
close.
somewhere.
Very, very close.
Wrong turn somewhere else. We have seen that before, but Riddlers do have a little bit more time to think and just go for trial and error if something doesn't work.
I mean, this is tense. Guys, tell me, do you think they're going to make it? I mean, they have to. Meanwhile, Toppimino still haven't opened the cube, so with 5 minutes to go, I don't think this is feasible to solve it. But I would love them to at least be able to open it so that they can see what's inside.
And it seems we've got it. Riddler solved with 4 minutes and 21 seconds to spare.
Well done, amazing.
That's just a little bit over 15 minutes total for the room, and they are taking the first spot.
What style? I mean, well done, guys. Well done. Technique, style, speed, everything you need to
and
have
that's even
the
after
room.
that's even after struggling a little bit with the pipes puzzle as well. But they very, very early identified that they need to switch the players, and someone else took over the pipes puzzle,
Yeah.
and that worked. That helped them a lot because they didn't stop on the main blocker.
I mean, amazing to see another team solving the room. I'm ecstatic. Well done, guys. Meanwhile, Dopamino with 4 minutes to go, I don't think they will be able to solve it.
But they do have some progress. I mean, they landed on the 3 with the not entirely diagonal arrow.
And if Dopamino don't solve the cube, even if they solve the other room, I'm not sure they will be able to snatch that win from the Riddlers, because they
will need to be faster than Riddlers a little
faster,
bit.
yeah.
As we've seen, even a few seconds may be deciding.
But it's all to play for, so let's see them have a go at the other room. They're trying to put a code on that.
I think that the cube is, well, it's challenging and difficult as it was meant to be, but it's also surprising. I mean, you are briefed as a team with one of the referees. You are briefed how it works, what are the rules again. You get a short information what to expect and how it all plays in technical terms. Then you enter a room in a museum dedicated to water, of all things.
Yeah.
And once you have entered the room, you see a large, colorful cube at the center, just staring at you menacingly. So you don't really know what to do and how to start and where. What are we even supposed to focus on? I mean, count the stars, look at the matrix in the front.
And you can tell they feel a bit defeated at this point.
Yeah.
Because I think they are aware that they won't be able to finish it now, and they don't really have an idea how to start.
This is one of the teams, and I can't really recall which one, but one of the teams, I think, correctly identified that the cube is a little bit more limited in options of how many things you can do concurrently.
Yeah.
So you need to focus on one thing at a time, maybe 2 things at a time at most. And you need to identify what and how to approach. So even once you have opened the cube, not noticing the cables dictating the... noticing the cables dictating the order of puzzles inside is already something that will keep you from having a good time with it. So this takes strong, fast team thinking on one difficult puzzle, whereas the globe has you more split, more teamwork oriented, and building different things. So you need to split, divide and conquer, as we like to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with less than 1 minute to go, they know they're not going to finish in time.
I would save my energy for the next room.
Oh gosh, they've even tried to writing down the particular walls of the cube.
But without the text.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Without the text, and the text is critical.
This is what you need to focus on. Well, shame, but again, I think they did great in the eliminations, and they really did their best. I mean, these are not easy rooms. These are not easy puzzles. No shame in not finishing them. It's just, I mean, I do feel sorry for them, because I see how beaten they are feeling right now. Okay,
we are ready to have an exit interview with our current leading team, Riddler Sukiyaki.
Hello, Riddlers. You are after second room.
Yes.
With the success.
Yeah.
What do you think about our rooms today?
We got it.
Okay, was it like
Yes.
something very difficult, something very surprising for you?
Yes, so surprising. So first room, I think there are many puzzles on the floor or walls, but there is just only one box. What? What should we do?
Okay.
Yeah.
And the second room?
Yes.
Was it easier, tougher?
Maybe a second room is very fit for us because there are many individuals riddles on the old box, so we can play individuals. And finally, we connect to the clues to solve the riddles. So that is the best game for us.
Okay, great.
Yes. Everyone says, come on.
Yeah, it's very important
Yes.
to be fast. So you're almost the last team. What do you
Yeah.
think about your chances
Yes.
to winning? What do you think?
Maybe the first room is very difficult, or some flash idea will take over the riddles. But the second room is difficult too. But maybe the first room is not solved by few people.
I don't know.
Ah!
I don't know. We're gonna see.
I hope that.
Okay.
Yes.
So cross fingers. Thank
Cross
you
finger.
for
Thanks so much.
for participating, and have a nice evening in Wrocław.
Yeah, thanks so
For you
much.
too.
We are Riddler Sukiyaki from Japan. Thank you.
I absolutely love their energy.
Definitely.
I still can hear them.
We can hear them from here, and
from
they
the
seem to
interview
be having a
place.
great time.
Yeah.
And this is what it's all about. I mean, having fun, meeting this amazing community and bringing it all together.
Absolutely. I'm really glad that we managed to get back offline, organize something in such a nice place, and have so many people join us. This is something that we really sorely missed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and actually I was a bit surprised that this team decided to come such a long way, but seeing this happening today, I mean, it's been all worth it, and it's amazing to be a part of this fantastic event.
You're wondering, okay, we are running a worldwide championship with eliminations that are online. If Americans win, if Japanese teams win, Australians, if they would compete and win, will they come to Poland for the finals? And the answer is a resounding yes, still resounding from the corridors. As Riddlers, I think, learned that they are currently in the lead.
I think so, yeah. And the question I'm sure they were asking is, where is Poland? You know, what are we supposed to do here? So I'm
Not
really
in
glad.
Germany.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we also got a chance to show a little bit of our beautiful country and Wrocław, and
the escape rooms that we have.
Yeah. I mean, be sure to check them out if you're in the area, because I think our escape room scene is one of the best. I mean, let's say it's one of the best.
We're obviously biased a little bit, but yeah, come to Poland for escape rooms, stay for the cities, the sites, the museums, even of water. Whatever else you want.
Okay, we can see one of our organisers being really excited about another team being able to finish the room, and so are we. I mean, it's so nice to see them, to have that final code put in. I mean, the satisfaction is undescribable, really.
It's also a good confirmation that yes, those puzzles are solvable, they are playable. It's not that they are too hard. I mean, they were meant to be difficult and challenge the future world champions, so they couldn't be too easy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can still hear them, and it's so nice to hear the joy, and they should be. I mean, they should be happy. They should be really proud of how they did. They had everything. They had speed. They had precision. And
they had good tactics when one of them got stuck and they needed to switch. They communicated quite a lot. They took proper notes. Everything clicked, and they had a really good time with just under 16 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, amazing time. We did like 3 or 4 times that. So, well done, guys. Really, well done. And I think we have just one game to see. Dopiminos tackling the back-to-earth room. And let's see if they're able to snatch that win from the Riddlers.
That would be completely unexpected after the first few teams going through both rooms and not being able to complete any of them. If the last two teams go through them all, and I mean go through the globe, and it will. I do hope for seconds to be deciding who wins today.
Okay, and we can check the scoreboard. We actually have the scoreboard to show you.
We have the scoreboard now.
Please, can we have a look? There we go. So unfortunately, 8 teams, well, 9 teams so far have played, with only with 7 teams not being able to finish either one of the rooms, but with Riddlers taking lead with 15 minutes and 39 seconds, and Lowitz with 19 minutes and 28 seconds. So let's see if the Dopiminos can snatch that win.
It will be extremely difficult. I mean, it's a team of 4 players, so theoretically they have the, well, maybe not advantage because they don't have advantage over the Riddlers as a 4-man team as well, but at least they have the theoretical upper hand against the room, where we identify that, okay, maybe in 4 people it will be easier for the jigsaws, for the mazes.
Yeah.
Because in 2 it must have been very difficult for mercantilism, and it's just how it goes sometimes. So Dopimino do have 4 people on the team, and I'm just worried that they would be let down by not being able to open the cube, and they will just they can't get into their own heads too much.
Yeah, I mean,
as
you mentioned earlier, the morale is one of the things that has a great influence on your performance, because if your morale is low because you weren't even able to open the cube, it can influence and impact your second game. I hope it's not the case with the Dopiminos. I hope they can, get their focus and really get there. So fingers crossed, and we're gonna see their game in a really short time.
Can we take another look at the group slide, please, so that we can see who are the last to compete in the last game once again?
Let's have a look at the Dopiminos if we can. Okay, there we go.
They are from Poland. They nominally come from Warsaw, but they actually are from all across the country. It's Dominik, Piotr, Sara, and Alexandra. They say they have scientific, analytical minds. Hopefully, we get to see them in the globe.
I mean, they have great experience with escape rooms, as they've mentioned earlier in our talks. So, I mean, they can do it. I'm sure they can. They have it in them. It's just a matter of staying calm and really having a go.
Staying focused on the task at hand without getting down about the cube.
All right. And speaking of finishing the games, if you could please have a look at the amazing awards that will be granted by the end of this evening. Because let's remind you guys, today it's not only fun that we're talking about. I mean, obviously it's that too.
We typically do mean fun as the main and most important thing when playing escape rooms. But let's be honest, today it's a competition.
There are prizes to win. I mean, the 3rd and 2nd place will each get a board game set, the Book of Rituals, and commemorative medals to remember this beautiful event. But the winning team will get the ER Champ 2023 trophy, along with a Steam Deck, one for each team member. And let's not forget...
medals.
I was meaning eternal fame and glory, but yeah, medals
Eternal fame and glory is given for all the contestants, I think, after such a lovely event and coming to Poland, competing offline. Give it again to all the contestants, everyone who came, everyone who played, who competed. We applaud you. We really hope you had a great time, that you enjoyed your stay. That it was worth coming here, and you will play with us the next following years and come to us to attend the finals, whether you qualify or not, whether you get a spot in the top 10 or just as members of audience. We'd like to invite you, and we hope that we will see you around.
I mean, we need your energy. We need you here. Without you, there would be no competitions. I mean, sure, it's all about a game, it's all about solving puzzles, but the competition is also about having an audience that can cheer for the favorite team and be here with us.
We're building a kind of sport around it, really, with the best times, the best teams, a leaderboard, elimination stage that you have hundreds of teams competing in, and then finally a live event with all those lovely people playing together, having fun, exchanging experiences, talking about the hobby that connects us all, really.
Okay, and I think we are ready to see the Opiminos enter the final room, and this will be the final game of the evening. Let's have a look at the attempt.
They are off after the briefing with our referees.
And they starting as they should, with the panels on top. No surprises here.
I think they quickly identified what needs to be done. It does look time-consuming and even annoying at first. But once you really try doing it, once you start communicating, talking to your team members, as it's one of the paramount things in escape rooms, you notice it's just 4 symbols that you need to crack. And typically you have at least one of them in front of you, at least one of them is just nearby, and you only need 1 or 2 more from the other side of the room. So it's not that bad, it just looks intimidating.
The only thing that I could advise them, if I could at this point, is to move a little bit quicker, because what we saw with Riddlers was speed, and I think that speed really gave them an amazing advantage.
Yeah. And what I liked about Riddler's approach to this particular start is that they transcribed the symbols that they need, so the 4 symbols for their panel, and then run around looking for those symbols and just deciphering the 4 digits that they need. Not even communicating, not asking, hey, what the symbol is. You just need to identify 4 symbols, 1 at each stand, or so. I don't really recall all of the symbols, all of the 16 symbols, how they are split. But they were the fastest with this approach, and you can just see results with how they wanted to do it.
Meanwhile, in our chat section, there is a strong Asian community forming up. I mean, I can't even see any questions that I could understand. But give us a shout out which country you're watching us from. I'm really curious to see. I mean, there are over 400 people watching us at this point. So let us know where you are watching us from. And
yeah, 420 people right now.
Yeah, that's a great great number, especially given that a lot of you are here with us today in Hydropolis in Wrocław. So the over 400 people is just the online community. Okay, they cracked the top panels in a little under 3 minutes. So I think that's good time. Good timing. It would be much easier if they just pushed the panel to the other side. There we go. Okay, do you know what to do with the alien letters now? So it just the matter of putting in the right codes. It's again when the nerve take over and your hands are shaking. It's not as easy as it may seem.
And some of the symbols are really similar.
You can have a close look at them. We just did with a previous camera shot and right about now.
Health and safety first. I think 3 panels are open for now. 1 is still left hanging. And they started working on the jigsaws and the mazes.
I mean, they've certainly divided their work, so that's good to see. With 4 minutes on the clock, they're already working on the jigsaws, so I think that's pretty good. Good timing.
I really like how all the puzzles are different from each other. I mean, I'm not a fan of jigsaws, but they are a type of puzzle, and I think there are multiple players who do find them fun and enjoyable, and they do find this kind of concept and this kind of puzzle enjoyable. On the cube, first when you start on the cube outside, there is some word guidance that you need to follow. So you have basically take X and then go to Y and then go to Z, and you need to figure that out. There is a manual sort of puzzle where you need to find all the poles and figure out the key with the magnetic one. Inside you have something that needs lateral thinking, something that needs 3D thinking and 3D imagination. You have things that you need to touch, listen to. I mean, you have basically all kinds of puzzles, and all your senses are engaged.
There is certainly a variety of puzzles, so I think everyone should find something that they feel strong at. The only thing that is not here, as I think Bartosz mentioned earlier, is searching, because again, this could be a little tricky to make fair, simply, especially given that a few of our contestants have some special accessibility needs that we wanted to comply with and give them a fair chance to have a go at the championships. And plus, from my personal point of view, I had searchings. For me, that was a plus.
Absolutely. I mean, you know what you need to focus on, and you have everything you need in front of you. And the main thing is you really should trust the process. You need to trust that everything is built and playable and solvable, and take it from there.
I mean, it really helps a lot knowing that you have all the elements that you need, and you can just focus on what needs to be done, rather than do I have all the things required to in order to solve that puzzle. And I think that is part of the problem with the cube, because I think that some of the players might be wondering, okay, have we found, I don't know, all the nooks and crannies, or have we looked in all the holes,
the
or
small
are we
cube
missing
has
something?
That issue, because you are typically, I think, teams have opened the small cube before they opened the auditory panel. So they had access to the small cube inside, and they could have started working on C and D, and seeing that C and D is already available there, you might assume that A and B would come from there as well. But this is where noticing the cables comes in. If you notice the cables, you will be able to notice how everything flows into one another. And if you happen to open the auditory puzzle first, after the color stripes, then that would set you for success.
Yeah, definitely. So perception is also
so you don't have searching, but perception about details. I mean, devil is in the details. It would help our teams, I think. I know it helped us when we were playing it yesterday. Noticing the flow did help us understand what is expected of us next.
That's true. I mean, when we do escape rooms, when we play, I remember one room in particular when where they told us that we need to really, but like really search the room. And I think that was the first and only time when we actually found everything that we needed to, because we knew that we had to really focus on, you know, having a look at every nook and cranny. But other than that, this is our Achilles heel, definitely. Trying to have a go at the second padlock at the moment.
With a time of approaching 9 minutes, if they can crack the top layer of all the panels, that would be great. But the time is getting short.
I mean, they still have plenty of time to beat the room, but don't have that much time to beat the Riddlers, because Riddlers finishing, if I remember correctly, with a little over 15 minutes. They only have about 6 minutes to go if they want to snatch that win from their hands.
Let us remind you that the teams don't know what the other results are when they are playing in the rooms.
Only you know, and we do.
Yeah, so the teams go in blind, and they absolutely have no clue if there is any time to beat.
I think that's another element adding to the stress, because you don't know how other teams.
Last year, the 10th team, you have been waiting for 6.5 hours, and now you need to just guesstimate if you need to beat 10 minutes or 12 minutes or 6 minutes, or if there are any teams who even completed the room, and the difference between those is vast and tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, having seen that none of the teams have cracked the cube, again, I feel better about us and our go yesterday, but with them not having an idea what the other playthroughs were like, it must have been really stressful, because I think they feel they fell behind while playing the first room. But they're doing quite good. They're getting to the second drawers right now with half time. Again, not sure if they will be able to beat Riddler's time, as they have about 5 minutes to beat their time, but they have every chance of beating the room.
A lot depends how fast they can be about finishing the jigsaws at the top, and how fast they can be about the cubes, I think. The cubes are the main problematic puzzle in the lower levels of drawers over here.
But they have 4 people, and each of them is working on something different. So
they have opened the cubes, so they already have the cubes. But I don't think they have opened the place where the cubes go yet.
Yeah, but what I'm seeing from the pipe puzzle is that they've repeating my very first mistake is to take the pipe in the straightest line that you could draw. Oh my gosh, he's sweating, poor thing. And it makes every sense, but you're one tile short to finish. The tiles are measured in a way that you can use them only once.
And as we talked with Kuba earlier, trust the process, trust that the puzzle is designed in a particular way for a particular reason. So if there is the central tunnel and it has 3 separate lines, you likely need to use them all. Don't try to figure out a shortcut. Don't try to skip a part thinking, hey, maybe there is a red herring and maybe I only need 2 because...
I mean, sometimes there are red herrings, but not in this part.
Yeah, we can see over here that they are trying to skip one of the connections, and that simply won't work.
Mm-hmm. They have 1 more draw. I think this is the
now
most
they
difficult
can start
bit.
working on both the numbered discs and on the cubes, which is good for them because they are difficult. The cubes mainly, I think. Other than the pipes, the cubes may need some time dedicated to them by at least 1 person, and 1 person then can focus on the numbered discs.
And let's see if they divide like that.
there is still time to beat the room, and if the pipes give up, that should still be doable.
Yeah, they still have a little under 7 minutes, so it's definitely doable. Not sure they're gonna beat Riddlers. Just to remind you guys, even if we see them get past the Riddlers time, it does not mean that Riddlers automatically win, because it has to be confirmed by our referees, and the official times and our crowning of today's winner will take place during the after party, and we will post the official results online.
The final results will be announced around 8 during the after party. So we are pretty confident in the times that we have seen, but we need to wait for clearing up any questions or anything that may pop up on the way.
Yeah, this is just to give the team some time to be sure they are happy with the results of if they have any claims that something didn't go as it should. From what we've seen, I mean, everything seemed to be pretty smooth. There were no technical
issues. Keep in mind that
issues.
it's the top 3 teams that get prizes.
So yeah, it would be interesting if we only have top 2, but then 6 keys. I guess you're third.
Yeah, it pays to be quick in the eliminations too. So secure your seat in eliminations, because it may matter.
Definitely. Okay, with 15 minutes on the clock, I think it's safe to say that they are not going to beat the Riddlers. And let's see if they can beat the room.
I mean, I absolutely love this venue for this particular game, with the large globe just spinning around in the middle of the room.
Yeah,
when
it
you
really
are trying to
adds.
get back to Earth, it couldn't fit any better.
I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, I knew about the setting. I knew about the puzzles. So there wasn't the element of surprise that the teams did get today. But I still was taken away. I mean, it looks breathtaking when you see it live. The comments section is still heavily in Japanese. Only Świstak Miecio says, change the pipe guy.
It's one of the main tips that we had earlier, repeated once and again. If someone is stuck on a particular puzzle, consider switching them out. This is what Riddlers did early on pipes as well, and it paid off really, really well. So do try that.
Yes, and Yasuhiro asks if this team fails to clear, so I think to beat the room, which team will take third place? And as we mentioned, we think that according to the rules, we will refer to the times from the elimination stage, meaning that 6 keys would take the third place.
Yep.
But again, this will have to be confirmed by the referees. They still have 3 minutes to go. So not undoable.
It's going to be very, very close, though.
Yeah. I mean, since they haven't done the pipes yet, it's going to be really close.
It's looking bleak. I don't think that they read the instructions, all the instructions. You need to build a pathway with your pipes so that you go through numbered fields, 1, 2, 3, in that particular order. And we just saw a while ago a branch building towards the top of the whole playing field, which is not something that you should even attempt.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bright, to be honest. 2 minutes to go. But they're not giving up. They're not giving up. They're not giving up. This puzzle actually requires a matrix, so they won't be able to do it without it.
I would be surprised if they just or any team just opened that one and switched each and every one into the correct place just at random after random clicking.
I mean, if they did, they would have to play the lottery because it's near to impossible, I think. Okay, a little over a minute and a half. About 90 seconds to go. So I don't think this is happening, guys. Yeah, they're doing the puzzle without the matrix, and the matrix is still closed off in the other drawer that they haven't opened yet. So this room requires them to be doing the puzzles simultaneously so that they have access to all the puzzles. And they don't seem to realize that they're missing a bit.
That's one of those things that we also run into escape rooms more often than we'd like to. Struggling to complete a puzzle without realizing that we are missing some elements.
Yeah, definitely.
But then again, if you can't figure out a starting point for the puzzle at all, it is often safe to assume that you are missing some elements and that you need to search for something or understand something or look at something in a different light.
Yeah, they're nowhere near to solve the pipe puzzle, and they have less than 20 seconds. 20 seconds now. But they've gave it a go. It was a good attempt. I mean, they had a really good start.
Yeah. The start was really nice, other than Riddler's showing us that you really need to be speedy about it, and you can't waste even a second on just moving at your leisure through the room. Every team had a great go. I mean, all of them gave their best. And I really want to commend all the teams on that. Really, it was great seeing you play, seeing you compete against each other, and trying to solving the puzzles that we prepared for you.
I mean, again, it wasn't easy, but you did give your best go, and we're really proud of you.
And he really did great, especially given the difficulty and the complexity of at least some puzzles.
Definitely.
I mean, I think some of them were dedicated breathers, so puzzles that you should be taken more lightly, maybe as a resting point between tougher puzzles. It's good to interweave harder and easier puzzles, but even easier puzzles in our competition today were at World Championship level. So
most definitely.
Nothing could be too easy.
I mean, again, well done for trying and for giving it a go. I mean, it's easy to say, but I can imagine it can be really stressful to be playing in this kind of competition with cameras and everyone looking at you. We can have a look at the scoreboard and see again the best times. Yep, there we go. So only 2 teams were able to finish the second room. We've got Riddler Sukiyaki with 15 minutes 39 seconds and Lewis with 19 minutes and 28 seconds. So if nothing changes, if the referees have no points to make here, the 6 keys will be third in this competition.
Based on eliminations time, so guys, take part and be speedy about it as well.
And in a second we will see the exit interview with our last team, the Piminos. And well, we'll say our goodbyes and see you shortly, but stay for the interview.
The official crowning of the champion will be again during the after party around 8 o'clock. Just to give everyone a fair bit of time to prepare everything, to verify, to see if there are any objections at all. If not, we can congratulate Riddlers already. They were the team who said, we came here to win number 1.
And they really did.
They really did that. They said, we are here to compete for number 1 spot. And their energy that they showed us after completing the globe during their interview is something that it was really worth it.
And just to add, Pavel mentioned 8 o'clock Central European time. So be sure to put your clocks to the correct time zone, and stay tuned because we will post the official times on our social media shortly after we've crowned our winners.
Yeah, we're getting ready for the interview with Dopimino. Just a few brief moments to iron out some technicalities with them, have everyone stand in the correct spot so they are in the spotlight, you know the drill. I'm really happy to have been here with you guys, and let's take it to Bartek with Dopimino.
And here they are, the last survivors of the finals. Team Dopimino from Poland, from Warsaw actually, if you know the city. So we would like to ask you a few questions before you go join the audience. So first thing, how did you enjoy the game in general? What are your impressions?
Yeah, the game was really fun. I mean, our performance didn't go as we planned, as we hoped, but overall, we really enjoyed the stay here. The puzzles were challenging and fun, I think. And yeah, we're looking forward for next year, maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel you performed during this competition?
It was great, the best. I think we cannot comment anymore. Yeah.
We're hoping for the best, yeah. But yeah, we could do better, I think, in both rooms. But we had fun, and I think that's the most important, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like, fun is like the most important factor, I think, and that's good that at least you enjoyed the experience. So. Maybe one more thing, because my friends pointed out that I didn't ask anyone about your escape room preferences. If you have any favorite escape room that you would like to share, some name or something.
Yeah, so I think we all enjoyed here very much Opuszczony Hotel in Wrocław.
Like the abandoned hotel in English.
Hotel. Yeah, that's probably our favorite. And from other places, maybe Morskie Opowieści, so like Sea Tales
probably.
Yeah, yeah. In Bydgoszcz, that was also very good. And from Warsaw, I think Catacombs was really, really nice. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I also really liked Catacombs.
Yeah, those are top 3, I think.
Yes, so maybe you have any final words to your friends, for instance. You would like to say something?
No. We're sorry, but...
No, we're sorry.
Maybe to the microphone.
No, we don't have...
Okay, so maybe later in private. Yeah, so thank you very much for the interview. And see you later at the after party.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Don't be sorry. You did amazing. You were the finalists out of a few hundred teams. You are amazing. You did amazing. There's nothing to be sorry about.
Yeah, you've beat over 500 teams, so well done you. There is no shame in not finishing the rooms. You've did amazing. We're all proud of you.
Absolutely.
And having seen all the plays, we can only say thank you for being here with us today. Thank you to our audience here in Hydropolis, Wrocław. Thank you for being live with us online. And thank you again to our main organizer, LockMe, to Hydropolis for hosting this event, to all our patrons and sponsors and partners. You've been amazing to make it all happen.
It could never happen without those people, but also without the audience. This is why we do it. I mean, we are not running an escape room competition just for ourselves, for our own entertainment. We hope that you had fun and it was a worth trip to Hydropolis.
So stay tuned for the official scores that will be announced on our social media around 8 p.m. Central European Time, and we will crown our winner during the after party here. Most probably, Riddler Sukiyaki took the win, but we will.
Congratulations again, guys.
Well done. And again, thank you for being with us. Thank you for the honor of having us as your live host. We've had
Thank
a
you for
blast.
surviving over 6 hours with us today.
We've had a blast. Thank you, and see you guys later. Have
See
a
you
great
guys
evening.
during the after party. Come and say hi. Thank you and goodbye.